At 3 in the morning on Blue Planet, a remote small county in the south was shrouded in continuous rain. In an old tenement building, a narrow and cramped rental room glimmered with faint light. The yellowish monitor emitted a cold blue glow reflecting a slightly handsome face that had been repeatedly crushed by life. Luo Chun, 32 years old. In an era of insane educational competition, a college diploma wasn't even a stepping stone. With connections scraped together by his family, he barely squeezed into a local state-owned enterprise only to end up as a temporary worker. He toiled at the bottom, doing the hardest work, bearing the heaviest blame, yet earning the thinnest paycheck. Life never gave him any leeway. After rent was deducted, most of his money was gone, leaving only enough to stave off starvation. So-called existence was merely gritting one's teeth and enduring day after day. The real world offered no exit. His only spiritual solace was the anime that had accompanied his entire youth, Dragon Ball. SSSSS. He pulled open a can of flat cola. Luo Chun tilted his head back and took a big gulp, the sweet taste slamming into his stomach down his throat. On the screen, the most classic tear-jerking scene of Dragon Ball Z was playing. Son Goku, to save Earth, held the self-destructing cell and teleported away, perishing together. The screen was flooded with bullet comments. Tears. This is a true hero. Goku is so great. Slap. Luo Chun suddenly slammed his palm on the table, making the instant noodle cup jump. His eyes reddened, and his fingers madly typed on the keyboard. Great my ass. He could have turned Super Saiyan 2 and crushed him directly, but he chose to show off, then sacrificed himself when cornered. You call that passion? That's brainless. If it were me, the plot would have been rewritten long ago. Not only would I steamroll everything I do, also enjoy the easy life openly. The protagonist feels good, and only then does the reader feel good. Then he slammed the enter key with indignation. Sent. Boom. A sudden change. A sharp pain exploded in his chest. It felt like an icy giant claw fiercely gripped his heart, then squeezed hard. Ugh. Luo Chun's pupils shrunk sharply, his hands digging desperately into his chest. Before he could even cry for help, with a bang, he crashed heavily onto the keyboard covered in cigarette ash. Darkness gradually swallowed everything. Hiss. It hurts. After who knows how long, a pain like his soul being torn apart awakened him. He gasped sharply, opening his eyes abruptly. There was no moldy ceiling, no cramped rental room. What met his eyes was a vast blue sky and a lush primeval forest. Before he could react, an old man wearing a green-orange melon cap with a white mustache suddenly leaned in close. Thank heavens. Goku, you're finally awake. When you fell off the cliff just now, it scared your grandpa to death. The old man's voice trembled, his eyes reddened, and he pulled him tightly into his arms. Luo Chun's body stiffened as if struck by lightning. Goku, Grandpa, what's going on? He looked down, and instead of seeing adult hands with thick knuckles, he saw a pair of small, fair childlike arms. He was wearing a worn-out blue slanting collar martial arts uniform. More importantly, from his tailbone, a furry tail was swaying uncontrollably in the air. Transmigrated, or soul transmigration. At this moment, the materialist worldview of 30-odd years shattered into dust. However, as a veteran bookworm of over a decade, he quickly accepted this bizarre reality. Currently, it should be the moment when young Goku accidentally fell off a cliff, hit his head, and lost the Saiyan's violent nature. That is to say, the original Kakarot, who only knew killing, was gone, and now this body flowing with the blood of a warrior race completely belonged to him. Hee hee. Ha. He laughed maniacally in his heart, the bullet comment he typed before his death echoing madly in his mind. God, since you truly let me live again, then don't blame me for giving the protagonist a different way of life. The original plot's masochistic routine of seeking death to become stronger, then barely surviving, counterattacking after being near death. Goodbye. It will never happen again. Reborn for a lifetime, he would not only ascend to the pinnacle of the universe, but also live freely and joyfully. The humble, cowardly Luo Chun, who was ground down by life in his previous life, let him be dead in that shabby rental room. From today on, try to bid farewell to the past. He was Sun Wukong. The moment his mind was clear, Sun Wukong suddenly thought of something and frowned slightly. To live comfortably in this crisis-ridden universe, he must extinguish all time bombs. Right now, there is a fatal hidden danger that urgently needs to be solved: the Great Ape Transformation. In the original story, it was because of the Saiyan tale that on a night of the full moon, Goku transformed into a mindless raging ape and actually trampled his adoptive grandfather to death. Such a deadly thing must be removed. Son Gohan is not only my savior, but also the senior disciple of the martial arts god Master Roshi. Following him for systematic martial arts training is worlds apart from the blind groping in the original plot. He must not die, at least not before the Dragon Ball story truly begins. He broke free from the old man's embrace and lifted his baby-faced cheek. His big eyes were filled with mist, portraying innocence and lingering fear perfectly. Grandpa, please don't cry, I'm fine. But, I don't like this tail. He pointed at the restless tail behind him, pouted, and said aggrievedly. It was this tail that hooked on a branch and made me fall off the cliff. I want to become a normal person like Grandpa, will you cut it off for me? Son Gohan was clearly taken aback. Cutting off part of his body. How could this request not sound absurd? But faced with his grandson's clear and pleading gaze, the old man's heartache overpowered all else. The child had just narrowly escaped death and now only wanted to sever the burden that brought bad luck to become an ordinary person. How could his grandfather bear to refuse? All right, child. Since it has caused you suffering, Grandpa will help you remove it. As his words fell, Son Gohan's aura shifted dramatically. A sharp martial arts master's aura burst forth. He pressed his fingers together like a blade with strong airflow swirling around his fingertips. Hold still, it might hurt a bit. Grandpa, I'm ready, come on. Son Wukong held his breath and clenched his teeth. Crack. Hand moved like a blade, clean and swift. The tail containing the Saiyan giant ape gene flew through the air and fell to the ground. Whoosh. At the moment the tail was severed, accompanied by a sharp pain and weakness, Son Wukong clearly felt that the fierce and bloodthirsty genetic shackle deep in his soul had been completely cut off. The greatest hidden danger in this body, the life-threatening lock for Son Gohan, was thoroughly eliminated at the very beginning of the story, in the most simple and crude way. Time passed imperceptibly in the mountains. 5 years slipped by in a flash. On the hillside of Baozi Mountain, on a giant boulder protruding over a cliff, a 12-year-old boy sat cross-legged, his upper body bare, his tight muscles radiating a primal explosive power. Breathe in, breathe out. Over these years, Son Wukong did not blindly run around the mountains like in the original plot, driven by Saiyan instinct. His past life experience made him deeply understand that scientific training and guidance from a master were the shortcuts to break through bottlenecks. Son Gohan, as the chief disciple of Master Roshi, had an incredibly deep martial arts foundation. With systematic instruction from this master combined with the unique physical talent of the Saiyan race, his strength experienced explosive growth. Carrying boulders for cross-country, meditating under a waterfall, dodging attacks while blindfolded. Under his grandfather's guidance, he mastered the perception and use of ki years ahead of schedule. Bang! The boy suddenly opened his eyes and threw a punch into the air. The fierce fist wind turned into an invisible air wave, blowing a giant tree dozens of meters away, which would take 3 men to encircle cleanly in half. Amid flying wood chips, he withdrew his fist and stood up, feeling the surging power within with satisfaction. Although there was no scouter to give a specific number, he had a rough idea. In the original trajectory, the young Goku at his debut had a battle power of just over 10, and he still felt pain when hit by a pistol. But now he could easily lift boulders weighing over 10 tons with one arm, and sprinting short distances, even left afterimages in the forest. Conservative estimates put his current base battle power at over 100, almost approaching the peak of Earth's martial arts, the Turtle Hermit. Just then Son Gohan's call came from the direction of the wooden cabin. Goku, come here. Restraining his overflowing aura, he leaped down from the 10-meter-high boulder, landed lightly, like a fallen leaf, and strode toward the cabin. Pushing open the worn wooden door, he saw that his white-haired grandfather, Son Gohan, instead of preparing lunch as usual, was sitting cross-legged on the tatami with a solemn expression. On the low wooden table in front of the old man rested 2 items quietly. A short staff, dark red all over, and a crystal-clear sphere with 4 red stars sealed inside. The moment he recognized these 2 objects, Son Wukong's pupils contracted slightly, and his normally steady heartbeat quickened. Nioibo. 4-star ball. Inside the house, Son Wufan, with hair as white as snow, wore a grave expression. On the wooden table before him lay 2 items quietly, a short rod dark red all over, and an orange sphere with 4 red stars sealed within. Wukong, your grandfather has seen all your hard work over the years. Your talent was born for the martial path. Son Wufan handed the dark red short rod to him. This is the Rui Bang, a divine weapon passed down from my master. It can extend infinitely at your will. Today I entrust it to you. Then the old man placed the 4-star ball solemnly into the boy's palm. I found this sphere by chance in my early years. I am old now, and one day I will have to leave. Go out into the world and see. That is where your vast sky lies. Take it with you, as if your grandfather is always by your side. Feeling the heavy weight in his palm, he silently accepted this profound inheritance in his heart. This was not only the top equipment of the novice village, but also the old man's 5 years of nurturing and hope. Son Wukong nodded seriously and flashed a confident smile. Don't worry, Grandpa. The outside world will definitely be more exciting because of my arrival. He turned his head, his gaze crossing the lush sea of trees, looking toward the horizon in the distance. Calculating the time according to the original timeline, the heiress who with her Dragon Ball radar and Jeep single-handedly set the gears of the Dragon Ball universe in motion, Burma, was about to burst into this primeval forest. Son Wukong toyed with the 4-star ball in his hand, a hint of deep meaning flickering in his eyes. In the original story, Son Wukong went on adventures with Burma, possessed all advantages of time and place, yet ended up muddle-headedly marrying Chi-Chi like a block of wood. Not only did he make life hard for himself, but it also made Chi-Chi struggle alone to raise several siren big eaters. I don't want to live like an ascetic. Turning down a comfortable ride on a silver platter would be an utter waste, wouldn't it? A few days later, on a rugged mountain path, Son Wukong was carrying a bizarre fish over 2 meters long on one shoulder. His steps brisked the fish's tail, dragging a deep water trail across the grass. Virum boom. A roaring engine like a beast's growl tore through the ancient tranquility of the forest. He stopped in his tracks, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. Here it comes. The first heroine of the Dragon Ball world, Burma, had finally made her entrance. He had rehearsed their first meeting countless times in his mind. Burma has near-demonic intelligence, a true genius girl. If I act too mature and smooth, or even overly forward, it will definitely arouse her 12-fold vigilance. The safest strategy for now is to hide my edge, play the innocent mountain boy, and for now stick to the original script. The thought settled, his aura dissipated instantly, and with just a shift in his gaze he transformed from a meticulous time traveler back into an ignorant and simple youth. Bang! The off-road jeep roared around a sharp bend. Sun Wukong, carrying the giant fish, boldly stepped out and planted himself right in the middle of the road. Screech, rrr. The piercing sound of brakes echoed through the forest. The tires carved 2 deep ruts into the muddy ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Inside the car, a beautiful girl with neat blue hair was still shaken. She jerked her head up, and in front of the hood, the boy with the signature crab-like hairdo had already shielded the giant fish behind him, assuming a standard fighting stance. "Are you trying to steal my big fish, you monster?" The line was delivered flawlessly, the tone perfectly natural. The blue-haired girl froze for a moment, then fury surged to her head. "Who are you calling a monster?" Before she could finish, Sun Wukong moved. He seized the front bumper of the jeep with both hands, the muscles in his arms suddenly bulging with power. Creak, crack. A sickening screech of twisting metal exploded. Under the girl's incredulous gaze, the jeep, weighing over a ton, was lifted straight over the boy's head. Then boom. Sun Wukong controlled his strength with precision, lightly tilting the jeep to the side. It toppled onto its side, the sight terrifying, yet ensuring the female owner inside remained unharmed. Ouch. It hurts so much, miss me. The blue-haired girl crawled out of the cabin cursing. Before she could stand steady, she saw the superhuman boy pointing at her in terror and yelling, "Ah!" A fairy came out of the monster. "You're the fairy. Your whole family are fairies." The girl, completely lost it, pulled out a pistol and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets in the magazine poured out. However, a shocking sight occurred. Sparks flew. Brass bullets struck the boy's forehead, but they seemed to hit an indestructible steel plate, leaving only faint reddish marks before bouncing off feebly. Sun Wukong immediately cooperated by clutching his head, hopping in place, and yelling, "Ow, ow, ow. You actually know magic." Then he whipped out the Rui Bang from behind his back, assumed an attacking stance, and glared fiercely at the other party. "Monster, let me teach you a lesson." The blue-haired girl looked at this monster that bullets couldn't penetrate and still wanted to hit her with a stick. In fright, she dropped the pistol with a clatter and raised both hands high above her head. "Don't hurt me. I'm not a monster. I'm human." Sun Wukong conveniently put away the short rod, stepped forward, and carefully circled around her twice to examine. His big eyes were innocent and clear, but in his heart, he was secretly whistling. No wonder she's the heiress. That full collagen and youthful vigor are much more vivid and tempting than in the anime. On the surface, however, he scratched the back of his head and muttered, "Like in the original, so weak. Indeed, not like a monster. But why do you look so different from me?" The girl rolled her eyes massively and yelled impatiently, "Nonsense. I'm a girl, so of course I look different. A girl." Sun Wukong froze at just the right moment, then burst into a carefree, brilliant smile. "Grandpa once said that girls are very fragile creatures and must be treated gently. My name is Sun Wukong. How about coming to my place for dinner?" This lightning-fast face-switching left the girl completely stunned. Her eyelids twitched, but her highly intelligent brain was spinning rapidly. This guy can flip a car with his bare hands, bullets can't hurt him, and he looks easy to trick. I'm going to be searching for the Dragon Balls soon, and I just happen to need a free bodyguard. Having made up her mind, she patted the dust off her clothes and lifted her fair chin proudly. "Listen, my name is Burma. Since you're so enthusiastic, I'll condescend to visit your place." Looking at the tsundere little rich girl who had taken the bait, Sun Wukong grinned, revealing 2 harmless little fangs. She was hooked. Soon Sun Wukong led Burma back to the wooden hut halfway up the mountain. As soon as they entered, the Dragon Ball radar at Burma's waist emitted an urgent beep. Beep, beep, beeped. She jerked her head up, her gaze locked onto the orange sphere on the table. Burma's eyes lit up and she reached for it. Just as her fingertips were about to touch it, a fair palm shot out from nowhere, firmly blocking the way. Sun Wukong had somehow already stopped in front of the table, his body movement incredibly fast. "This is the treasure Grandpa gave me. You can't touch it carelessly." His tone was still innocent, but his attitude carried an undeniable firmness. Burma was startled by his ghostly speed, quickly withdrew her hand, and forced herself to calm down. Then she took out the 2 Dragon Balls she had collected, and patiently explained the legend of the Divine Dragon to the mountain boy. Meanwhile, her mind was frantically scheming how to obtain the 4-star ball. Fighting is definitely out of the question. I have to find a way to trick it out of him. After a moment, she seemed to make a major decision, gritted her teeth, and a faint blush appeared on her pretty face. For a country boy who's never seen the world, he'll have to use that move. Burma took a deep breath, pinched the hem of her pink dress, and yanked it up in one swift motion. "Sun Wukong, if you give me this sphere." Burma blushed and cast a slightly awkward, flirtatious glance. "He'll let you. Touch my bottom, how about it?" The air seemed to freeze. 1,000 wildebeest stampeded through Sun Wukong's heart. Old bird Toriyama did not deceive me. This iconic scene that shatters old cadres' worldviews had actually played out unchanged. To be honest, as a lifelong virgin from his past life, he really wanted to take advantage, but he gritted his teeth and held back. He absolutely could not break his current persona. Once he left Burma with the first impression of a little pervert, how could he ever smoothly and securely enjoy the easy life in the future? So Sun Wukong immediately switched into actor mode. He covered his nose abruptly, his face filled with pure disgust. "I don't wanna. You're all dirty from that fall. What's there to touch on a dirty butt?" Bang! Burma slipped and fell flat on her back. Her face instantly reddened to the roots of her ears, utterly humiliated. "You unappreciative brat." She was so ashamed she wished she could find a crack to crawl into. But being a genius girl, she quickly steadied her mentality and rapidly switched to a different set of words. She got up, dusted off her skirt, cleared her throat with a straight face ahem. Didn't your grandpa teach you to be nice to girls? How about you be my bodyguard, and we go on adventures together? You keep your sphere yourself, okay? Son Wukong secretly applauded. As expected of you, Burma, that top-tier smooth transition rhetoric was flawless. On the surface, however, he pretended to think for a moment, then nodded adorably. Okay, he'll go with you. Half an hour later, Son Wukong, carrying his backpack and the Rui Bang, sat on the motorcycle that Burma had produced from a capsule and drove out of Baozishan Mountain, where he had lived for years. Looking at the primeval forest rapidly receding on both sides of the road, feeling the fierce wind hitting his face, a smile of anticipation tugged at the corner of Son Wukong's mouth. The magnificent journey of the Dragon Ball world was finally about to begin. The forest rushed by. Along the way, they unexpectedly encountered a large sea turtle struggling on the brink of dehydration. Please, give me a cup of salt water. The turtle, with a face full of wrinkles, lay weakly by the roadside begging for help. At the sight of the turtle, a glint of sharp light flashed in Son Wukong's eyes. Finally encountered one. This isn't a lost turtle, it's clearly a voucher for the strongest vehicle, the flying Nimbus. He knew all too well the value of this turtle. As long as he returned this old turtle to the sea, he could naturally summon the martial arts deity Master Roshi and obtain that golden cloud that every Dragon Ball fan dreams of. On the other side, Bulma laughed angrily after hearing the turtle's tale of getting lost while searching for mushrooms. You've gone the wrong way. The sea is over 100 kilometers away, you fool. My summer vacation is only 30 days left and I still need to search for the Dragon Balls, so I don't have extra time to waste on you. Seeing that this young lady was about to give up, Son Wukong immediately transformed into the turtle's savior to obtain the flying gear. He stepped forward and gently tugged at Bulma's clothing. Bulma Grandpa said that doing good deeds will bring good rewards. He blinked his clear big eyes, speaking gently and portraying the innocent country boy perfectly. And think about it, perhaps beyond the sea. We could find the lost Dragon Balls too. This statement struck a chord. Bulma looked at the hopeful little face and sighed helplessly. All right. I can't do anything about you. I'll just show a bit of kindness. A few hours later, the Golden Beach came into view. Thank you so much. Please wait for me here. The sea turtle was emotionally overwhelmed, diving straight into the sea. Soon after, the surface of the water surged. The sea turtle returned carrying an old man in a floral shirt, sunglasses, and a heavy turtle shell. The martial arts deity, Master Roshi. Son Wukong immediately greeted him politely and naturally introduced himself as Son Gohan's grandson. Oh, Gohan's grandson. Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, his heart instantly filled with joy. Not bad. An extraordinary physique, you have your grandfather's style. You saved my old companion. Ooh, I must present a decent gift as thanks. He raised his wooden cane, striking what he thought was a cool pose, and shouted loudly, come out, Phoenix. A sea breeze blew by, and there wasn't even a seagull in the sky. The sea turtle awkwardly leaned close to Master Rose's ear and quietly reminded him, Master, did you forget? The Phoenix died from food poisoning 2 years ago. Cough, cough. Master Rose's face turned red, and he hastily saved face. Then, let's summon a more exquisite one. Flying Nimbus. Whoosh. A whistling sound echoed through the sky. A cotton candy-like golden cloud hovered steadily in midair, emitting a soft glow. This is called the Flying Nimbus. As long as you sit on it, you can go wherever you want. Master Roshi proudly stroked his beard. However, it has a characteristic only kind-hearted and pure-minded people can ride it. Master Roshi intended to demonstrate personally, but when he leaped onto it, he fell right through the Nimbus, with a splat landing directly on the beach, which caused Bulma to burst into laughter. I just made a mistake. Wukong, you try it. Master Roshi got up covered in sand. Son Wukong took a deep breath and jumped up. To be honest, at the moment he jumped, his heart was racing. Was he truly pure-hearted, being a transmigrator with thoughts focused on how to live off others? However, the flying Nimbus, just like in the original story, steadied him perfectly. Woo! Son Wukong was overjoyed, his feet dancing on the Nimbus as he zipped back and forth over the sea, leaving a golden trail in the air, feeling incredibly exhilarated. Watching the boy soar freely, Bulma was extremely envious. She excitedly reached out her delicate little hand towards Master Roshi. Grandpa, I want a gift too. Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, his gaze scanning Bulma's graceful curves, rubbing his hands together with an unabashed lewd grin. Little girl, if you let me see your panties, I'll give you a treasure too. How about that? Pervert. Filthy old man. Bulma scolded angrily, but then she noticed the orange bead hanging around Master Rose's neck. 3-star ball. Oh, you actually know about the Dragon Balls. Master Roshi, like a big bad wolf, trying to lure Little Red Riding Hood, coaxed her. This bead can summon the dragon to grant any wish if collected. It's quite a bargain if you can get it just by showing me your panties. Bulma bit her lip, torn internally. Just one glance could exchange for a Dragon Ball. Just as she was about to take the plunge, a fair and strong hand pressed down on her shoulder. Son Wukong had jumped off the Nimbus without her noticing, standing protectively in front of Bulma like a door god, firmly cutting off Master Rose's gaze. Grandpa Roshi, Son Wukong spoke with a slightly serious tone, carrying an undeniable authority. She is the person I want to protect. We cannot agree to this request. However, we won't take the bead for free. With that, he magically pulled out a magazine from his pocket, handing it over with both hands. Master Roshi only glanced at the cover and blood erupted from his nose. Holy crap. A limited edition. The Temptation of the Coastline. The old man snatched the magazine and quickly stuffed the three-star ball into Sun Wukong's hands as if afraid he would change his mind, laughing loudly as he ran towards the sea. Wukong, you kid understand me too well. Come visit often. Goodbye. Sun Wukong weighed the Dragon Ball in his hand and casually tossed it to Bulma behind him. Got it. Bulma dazedly caught the Dragon Ball, looking at the not overly broad but reassuring back in front of her. A rush of indescribable emotions surged in her heart. But seeing the Nimbus hovering beside her, she felt restless. Wukong, I want to try too. With a running start, she leaped up. Ouch! Without any suspense, she fell directly down, landing on the beach with a thud. How is this possible? I'm the purest person in the world. Bulma rubbed her sore backside, feeling utterly humiliated. Looking at the Nimbus above her, she frowned. If I can't ride it, and can't keep up with your speed on a motorcycle, how should I continue on? Simple. Sun Wukong lowered the Nimbus to 1/2 meter high, turned around, and extended a hand to her, his smile bright and healing. Hold on to me. If I hug you, you won't fall off. Bulma was taken aback, a lovely blush creeping onto her cheeks. After a moment's hesitation, she extended her hand. With a deft motion, Sun Wukong pulled her up. As the Nimbus provided no support for her, Bulma immediately began to fall straight down. In her panic, she instinctively clung to Sun Wukong like a koala. Soft warmth enveloped her. Sun Wukong naturally opened his arms, steadily supporting her slim waist, holding the 16-year-old girl tightly in his embrace. Hold on tight. Taking off. He felt immensely satisfied. Not only was this a flying artifact, but it was also a catalyst for their blooming affection. Whoosh. With a rush of air, the golden clouds soared towards the sky. In midair, Bulma felt the wild wind and shyly avoided looking down, frantically taking out her radar to shift her focus. Wukong. The next Dragon Ball is in the village not far ahead. Village. Sun Wukong's eyes flickered. He certainly knew that the next place was where a pig demon, who could shapeshift, was wreaking havoc. That's the counterfeit second brother Oolong. Whoosh. The somersault cloud tore through the sound barrier, plunging downward with a golden trail brutally cleaving through the thick layers of clouds. A valley plain unfolded before their eyes. In the center of the plain sat a village of considerable size, with neat houses and orderly fields. The moment they landed, the pair sensed something amiss. The village was eerily silent. Under the blazing sun, not a single wisp of cooking smoke rose from within the village. No sounds of children playing could be heard, nor were there any traces of livestock. The wide streets were utterly empty, and every household had its doors tightly shut. A chilling, spine-tingling stillness permeated the surroundings. Bulma shivered, shrinking her neck and muttering, Wukong, this place feels haunted. Sun Wukong didn't respond. He knew full well what was happening, but chose not to point it out, letting the heiress drive the plot forward herself. Mustering her courage, Bulma walked up to the nearest cottage and raised her hand to knock. Anyone home? Is anyone there? She called out twice. Though faint sounds came from within, no one answered. Just as she was about to turn away, the door creaked open a crack, revealing a bloodshot eye that scrutinized them warily. Who are you? The voice was barely a whisper, as if afraid of disturbing some evil spirit. Bulma quickly waved her hands. Old sir, don't be alarmed. We're just passing travelers. The person behind the door hesitated for a moment, then suddenly reached out and yanked them both inside. Getting quick. Bang. The wooden door slammed shut heavily. The owner fumbled to latch 3 iron locks. Inside, the room was dim. Sun Wukong glanced around and saw that the small space was packed with people. Men, women, old and young huddled together in the corners, their faces etched with terror, as if some primordial beast lurked just outside the door. A white-haired elder leaning on a staff tottered forward to greet them. I am the village chief, the old man said, his voice trembling, his murky eyes filled with fear. You two really shouldn't have come at this time. Bulma frowned. What's going on? The old chief's parched lips quivered. After taking several deep breaths, he finally managed to force out the words. In the nearby mountains, there's a tyrant called Oolong. That monster is as big as a mountain. He comes down every few days to raid, specifically targeting young and pretty girls. If we don't hand them over, he threatens to raze the entire village. Tears streamed down the old chief's wrinkled face. Several girls have already been taken. How can us ordinary folks fight a demon king? Soft sobs echoed through the room, a pall of gloom hanging over everyone. Kidnapping women. Bulma's face drained of color, and she instinctively hid behind Wukong. But as the heiress of the wealthiest family, she forced herself to calm down quickly. Taking a deep breath, she pulled out a Dragon Ball and held it high. Everyone, have any of you seen a ball like this? The villagers exchanged bewildered glances, but no one spoke. After a long pause, a stooped old woman stepped forward. Carefully, she unwrapped an old handkerchief layer by layer, revealing an orange orb lying quietly on the cloth. Inside, 6 red stars were clearly visible. You mean this? Bulma's eyes suddenly blazed with light. The 6-star ball. She could barely contain her ecstasy, nearly jumping for joy. The old woman sighed. My mother found it while gathering herbs in the mountains years ago. I've kept it as a memento. Bulma clasped her hands together in a prayerful gesture. Granny, if we help the village get rid of Oolong and rescue the girls, could you give me that ball? Every eye in the room fixed on the two of them. The old woman's eyes reddened, her voice choked with emotion. As long as you can save the children, you can have not just the ball, but even my old life. The air was still for a moment as Bulma was about to speak. Deal. Sun Wukong's voice was cold and firm, without a hint of hesitation. Bulma froze and turned to look. The young man beside her smiled faintly, his clear eyes radiating absolute composure and control. After learning the exact location of Oolong's lair from the villager's son, Wukong strode out of the house and stomped hard on the ground. Whoosh! A golden light shot into the sky, and under the dazed gaze of the entire village the boy streaked across the sky toward the distant mountains. Before long, a luxurious villa with white walls, a red roof, and ornate carvings came into view. It looked nothing like a demon's den. Bang! Dispensing with any probing, son Wukong raised his leg and kicked the exquisite solid wood door frame and all clean off its hinges. Roar! Who's got the guts to crash my place? Looking for death? A thunderous roar exploded from the depths of the hall. A massive 7-to-8-meter demon with a green face and fangs emerged from a corridor, its oppressive form completely eclipsing son Wukong's slender shadow. The giant opened its gaping maw, saliva flying. Where did you come from, you little monkey? Get lost, or he'll chew you up in one bite. Enough, Oolong. Drop this 5-minute transformation trick. Wukong stood his ground without even lifting his eyelids. A piglet not yet weaned. As the words left his mouth, he moved. The bluestone slab beneath his feet shattered with a crash, and his form flickered like a ghost, appearing directly behind the giant. He reached back and precisely grabbed the short, curly pig's tail on its rear. Up you go. With a sudden burst of strength from one arm, he lifted the multi-ton behemoth off the ground like a sack of grain, swung it in a half circle through the air, and slammed it viciously into the center of the hall. Boom. The hard floor tiles cratered, sending stone fragments flying. With a loud bang, white smoke erupted, and the ferocious giant vanished into thin air. At the bottom of the pit lay only a pink piglet in a green military uniform, lying on its back, clutching its rear, and howling in pain. Spare me, good sir. I'm just a useless guy who survives by transforming. I wouldn't even dare step on an ant. Oolong, holding his swollen pig face, flipped over into a practiced kneeling slide, kowtowing frantically for mercy. Wukong walked over, grabbed the soft flesh on the back of his neck, lifted him up, and strode purposefully to the backyard, kicking open an iron door. He knew this lecherous pig's true nature all too well. His raids down the mountain were just for amusement, out of boredom, and the scene behind the door confirmed it completely. By the sun-drenched backyard pool, a group of young women in bikinis lounged comfortably on deck chairs. They were wearing face masks, eating desserts, reading magazines, with a robot vacuum cleaner attending to the surroundings. Seeing Oolong being carried and the supposed victims showed no fear. Instead, they erupted in anger. You stupid pig. Where's my fresh squeezed orange juice? Are you trying to die of thirst? I'm sick of steak. You have to switch to lobster tomorrow. Oolong, dangling in midair, looked at Wukong with a tearful expression. See, good sir. I wouldn't dare kidnap women. I've just brought back a bunch of living ancestors to serve. Half an hour later, Wukong led the girls who were complaining about the harsh countryside UV rays back to the village. A long, heavy silence fell over the entire community. The farce came to an end. The old woman, overwhelmed with gratitude, handed over the 6-star ball. The 5th Dragon Ball got it. Bulma zipped up her backpack with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Oolong, his cover completely blown, could no longer stay. He glanced at the radiant Bulma, then at the terrifyingly skilled Wukong, his small eyes darting around craftily. Boss lady. Little bro. Oolong rubbed his hooves together, plastering a fawning smile on his face as he sidled up. I'm bored of this backwater. Take me along on your treasure hunt. I can transform, and I've got a capsule RV. I'd make a perfectly good driver. Bulma stroked her chin, calculating. The road ahead was getting more treacherous, and having a driver with a luxury RV wasn't a bad idea. Fine. No funny business here with me from now on. Bulma decided. I wouldn't dare, even with 100 guts. Oolong, greatly relieved, pulled out a capsule and tossed it stylishly onto the open ground. Bang! A luxurious 6-wheeled off-road RV materialized out of thin air. The scorching sun hung high as the RV sped smoothly across the withered yellow plain. Bulma was fast asleep in the partitioned bedroom, while Wukong lounged comfortably in the back row of genuine leather seats, legs crossed, a lollipop in his mouth, his eyes half closed. Though he appeared to be resting, his mind was ceaselessly deducing the main plotline. Beyond the plain lay a scorching sand sea where the desert bandit Yamcha was about to appear. How should he handle it? Killing him outright was too crude. After all, this was a future Z fighter who could stand against aliens. Sending him flying with a single slap introduced too many variables. But if he did nothing, Yamcha would sneak into the RV at night to steal the Dragon Ball, stumble upon the heroine bathing, and then use his handsome face to steal the heir's first love. Huh. A cold sneer echoed in Wukong's heart, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. I've been busting my ass to protect this top-tier meal ticket for life, and you, a bandit who can't even beat a Cyberman, think you can just waltz in and get a free show. Dream on. He shifted his gaze, subtly landing on the pig head diligently gripping the steering wheel in the driver's cabin. A devious, yet perfectly effective anti-womanizer plan quickly took shape in his mind. The wind and sand are picking up, the roads getting bumpy. Hold tight, we're entering the desert zone. Oolong yelled out. The moment he finished, a chill ran down his spine, and he shuddered violently. The oblivious little pig had no idea that a pair of scheming eyes in the back seat had already figured out his fate. Got it. Focus on driving. Wukong crunched the candy in his mouth, his gaze passing through the window to the horizon devoured by yellow sand. On his still somewhat baby-faced visage, a faint, innocent, yet utterly calculating smirk slowly emerged. The scorching sun blazed like fire, baking the endless sea of sand. The air shimmered, distorting the distant horizon into a mirage. The RV trudged arduously between dunes, its tires grinding against the soft yellow sand, emitting a dull rumble. The air conditioning had long since given up the vents, blowing out hot air like a giant oven. It's so hot. There's not even a single tree shadow in this godforsaken place. I'm going to be roasted into jerky. Bulma, dressed in cool shorts and a tank top, lay sprawled on the leather sofa drenched in sweat. Her blue hair clung to her fair neck. Annoyed, she grabbed a magazine to fan herself and kicked the side of the vehicle in frustration. In the driver's seat, Oolong gripped the steering wheel, sweat pouring down his face as he grumbled, "This damn weather, even a pig can't stand it." In the back, Son Goku lay sprawled out. Though his eyes were closed, his chi had silently spread out, taking in every movement for miles around. Meanwhile, atop a towering dune several kilometers away. "Master Yamcha, this RV is way too luxurious. It's definitely a prime fat sheep." A small blue cat hovered in midair, holding binoculars, its voice trembling with excitement. Before the sandy slope, a young man with long hair and a ghost head broadsword on his shoulder slowly raised his head. His sharp features exuded an untamed wildness. "Desert bandit, Yamcha." He licked his cracked lips, his eyes locked onto the distant RV. Daring to flaunt a luxury ride in a place like this, they're practically begging for death. A glint of greed flickered in his eyes. "Follow them. We strike at nightfall." "Yes, Master Yamcha." Night fell. The RV parked against a wind-sheltered cliff, a dim yellow glow spilling from within. Phew. Finally cooling down. Bulma let out a long sigh, collapsing into the sofa. "I've been sweating all day. I feel disgusting." She grabbed a change of clothes and headed straight for the bathroom. At the door, she turned back to warn Son Goku. "No peeking." Without even opening his eyes, Goku replied lazily, "Don't worry, I never peek. I usually just watch openly." "You looking for a fight? When did you learn to be such a smart mouth?" Fuming, Bulma was about to push the door open. "Wait, Bulma." Goku's eyes snapped open. In his perception, two auras were rapidly closing in from 100 meters away. One of them carried a barely concealed greed. "Finally here." A flicker of mockery crossed Goku's eyes. He stood up and grabbed Bulma. "What's wrong?" Bulma asked, puzzled. "The AC broke down during the day, and the water pipes might have issues too." Goku spouted nonsense with a straight face, casually grabbing Oolong, who was munching on a watermelon nearby. "Let Oolong go first and test the water temperature." "Huh, I don't need to wash eye." Oolong was about to protest when he met a pair of icy, unyielding eyes. Goku lowered his voice, enunciating each word. 10 seconds. "Transform into the most seductive woman you've ever seen and go wash in there. An important guest is coming soon, so hey, race what you'll do. If you mess this up, we're having roast suckling pig tomorrow." Oolong gasped, every hair on his pig body standing on end. "Don't worry, Goku. He'll get the job done." Under such coercion, Oolong dared not refuse. With a dull thud, a tall, voluptuous blonde in a leopard print bikini materialized out of thin air. "Handsome, I'm going for a bath now." The blonde batted her eyelashes in a syrupy voice and sashayed into the bathroom. Bulma watched dumbfounded as Goku pulled her silently into the shadows of the vehicle. "Let's watch the show." Outside, the wind howled. Yamcha with pure crept up to the RV like a ghost. Click. With his deft skills, he silently picked the lock and slipped inside like a nocturnal cat. The interior was dim save for a sliver of light from the bathroom door. Amid the sound of splashing water, a graceful silhouette was faintly visible. Could there be a woman bathing in there? Yamcha swallowed hard. He had an extreme phobia of women, yet desperately yearned to overcome this crippling flaw. "He'll just take a quick peek. Call it desensitization therapy. As long as I'm not caught, maybe he'll be cured." Having rationalized it, his breathing grew heavy as he tiptoed to the door. With trembling hands, he gently pushed the bathroom door open. Swish. What greeted him was no shy beauty, but a blonde bombshell coiled and ready to strike. "Darling, you're finally here. I've been waiting so long." Oolong let out a cringe-inducing coo, spreading his arms wide like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, giving Yamcha a bone-crushing bear hug. In an instant, an overwhelming softness assaulted Yamcha's face, causing his brain to short-circuit. A woman. A naked woman. Pressed against me. The primal terror and suffocation crashed through his psychological defenses without warning. A blood-curdling scream tore through the night. Yamcha recoiled as if electrocuted, his legs catching on the threshold, sending him tumbling out of the RV and crashing onto the sand. Ugh. The infamous desert bandit rolled his eyes back, foaming at the mouth, convulsing wildly on the ground. "Master, what's wrong, Master?" Pure spun around in panic. Uffed. Bulma, hiding in the shadows, couldn't hold back her laughter. She finally understood why Goku had sent Oolong in first. "Come on, let's go meet him." Goku pushed the door open and stepped out of the RV with Bulma. A gust of night wind helped Yamcha recover his senses. As he scrambled to his feet, he bumped into the two emerging from the vehicle. His eyes fell on Bulma's pure and radiant face, and he froze for a moment, instinctively smoothing down his disheveled long hair, trying to strike a cool pose. "Hello, beautiful." Yamcha. He tossed his hair back, fully expecting a lovesick squeal from the girl. But Bulma merely gave him a calm once-over. Instead of blushing, she furrowed her brows into a knot. "You look decent, but you're a total psycho. Sneaking a peek at a pig taking a bath in the middle of the night, and then foaming at the mouth from fright. How disgusting." Hearing this scathing review, Goku nearly burst out laughing. Well done. In the original story, Bulma was a total sucker for good looks and had instantly fallen for Yamcha. But now she had zero interest in this bandit. This destined romance had been effortlessly uprooted. "What did you say, you little brat?" Humiliation instantly boiled into rage, shattering Yamcha's composure. He'll tear you both to shreds. Wolf Fong Fist. With a fierce roar, his claws whipped up sharp gusts of wind raining down on the duo. Goku, watch out. Bulma screamed. Facing the ultimate technique, Goku stood motionless, one hand in his pocket. Your footwork is too shallow, your aura is chaotic, and your defense is full of holes. As the flurry of claws was about to reach his face, he moved. Shifting his feet slightly, he glided through the dense web of strikes with effortless grace, like strolling through a garden. Swish, swish, swish. The onslaught was fierce, yet each attack missed by a hair's breadth. Yamcha couldn't even touch Goku's clothes. How is this possible? You little brat, are you an eel? Yamcha grew more panicked with each passing moment, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Too much force, your center of gravity is completely off. If someone were to attack your lower body right now. The instructional words rang in his ears, and in the next instant Goku casually flicked his toe. Ouch! Yamcha lost his balance, face planting into the sand with a thud, getting a mouthful of grit. Humiliated and enraged, he scrambled to reach for his ghost head broadsword lying nearby. Swoosh! Goku flicked his fingers, striking the blade. The heavy sword was sent flying dozens of meters away, half of its body buried deep into a distant dune. Silence fell. Yamcha lay on the ground, frozen stiff. He finally realized that this kid who barely reached his chest was no lamb for the slaughter, but a monster in human skin. The other party had toyed with him without even lifting a finger. If he had intended to kill, Yamcha would already be a corpse. Still want to rob us? Goku looked down, his tone flat. No more. Pua, let's get out of here. Yamcha had lost all his nerve. Not even daring to retrieve his sword, he fled into the night, with Pua stumbling and crawling. Watching their retreating figures, Goku brushed the sand off his clothes. No blood was spilled, his future wife's honor was preserved, and his rival's dignity was crushed with ease. Perfect. Water pipe test is done, and the wolf is chased away. You can have a nice comfortable bath now, Bulma. Goku turned to her with an innocent smile. Bulma looked at this boy who radiated such a sense of security, a faint blush coloring her cheeks, as she murmured a soft Goku averted his gaze, looking toward the edge of the desert. There, a towering mountain ablaze with fire radiated a terrifying heat into the night. Frying Pan Mountain, Ox King. And an arranged marriage. The RV rolled over the parched Gobi Desert, stirring up clouds of yellow sand. After shaking off the fierce yet cowardly Yamuti, the temperature soared dramatically. The air conditioning system in the cabin emitted a dying buzz, completely breaking down. It's boiling hot. Bulma slumped on the sofa, her hot pants and tank top drenched in sweat. She irritably tugged at her collar. Did this junk vehicle drive into an alchemical furnace? In the driver's seat, the pig-headed driver Wulong wailed as he pressed the accelerator. Boss, ahead is Frying Pan Mountain. That place is spewing fire all year round. If we keep going, I will truly become a crispy roast pig. In the backseat, Son Wukong opened his eyes. Unlike the two in front, he was only covered in a thin layer of sweat. The Scion's abnormal physique, combined with years of cultivating chi, made the extreme heat bearable. Finally, they were approaching the first major quest. Beep, beep, beep. The radar at Bulma's waist suddenly went into a frenzy. It's right ahead. The sixth Dragon Ball. She endured the scorching heat and lunged toward the window. Her gaze passed through the windshield, and she froze on the spot. At the horizon stood a massive peak engulfed in violent crimson flames from its base to its summit. Half the sky burned blood red, and the scorching heat could not be blocked even through the car window. What kind of place is this? Bulma swallowed hard. The radar shows the Dragon Ball is at the top of the mountain, but how do we get through this fire? Wulong slammed on the brakes, frightened, and retreated repeatedly. It's over. It's over. The Bull Demon King lives up there. Legend has it he is dozens of meters tall and eats people alive. Let's run. What's there to panic about? Son Wukong pushed open the car door, the heat wave hitting him. He flexed his wrist and stepped out of the car. Since we're here, we might as well meet the landlord. Wukong, be careful. Bulma shouted from the car door. Watching the young man's tall figure, her previously anxious heart inexplicably calmed down a bit. You clueless little fish. Just a few steps out, a thunderous roar rolled down from halfway up the mountain. Boom. A massive shadow resembling a mountain of flesh descended from the sky, crashing heavily in front of the RV, sending dust flying. A giant nearly 5 meters tall, wearing a horned helmet and black circular sunglasses, rose from the ground. He wielded a double-edged axe the size of a door, and a fierce sense of oppression swept over them. Bull Demon King. Wulong let out a couple of frightened squeaks, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed onto the steering wheel. Greedy bandits. Dare to covet Frying Pan Mountain. The Bull Demon King roared angrily. I will chop you all to pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant axe swung down. The Bull Demon King's muscular arms bulged as the axe blade tore through the air, emitting a sharp, piercing sound that was pure, brutal, and absolute violence. Wukong, get out of the way. Bulma screamed. Son Wukong did not dodge, he looked up at the shadow crashing down. If he were the former Kakarot, he might have braced himself and taken a hit. But he wouldn't. The way of martial arts emphasizes using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. At the moment the axe blade fell, Son Wukong slipped his foot and shifted his body half a step sideways. At the same time, he raised his right hand, gathering a thin layer of chi in his palm. There were no flashy lights or shadows, just pure energy radiating outward, and his palm accurately slapped the side of the axe blade. The chi exploded. The violent kinetic energy, pushed forcefully by this skillful maneuver, caused the trajectory of the giant axe to instantly deviate. Boom. The giant axe struck the sand right next to Son Wukong's clothing. The ground cracked, creating an exaggerated chasm, and fragments of rock flew like bullets. The Bull Demon King, with too much force, could not stop the inertia of the giant axe missing its target. His massive body was propelled forward by the force. Thud! The imposing ruler of Frying Pan Mountain fell flat on his face. With one move he inflicted no harm, but made the renowned Bull King eat a mouthful of sand, leaving the surroundings eerily silent. What kind of strange technique did this little brat just use, eh? The Bull Demon King awkwardly climbed up, puzzled. Son Wukong, disinterested in explaining, drew out the dark red short staff from his back. Rui bang. He twirled his wrist slightly. The short staff suddenly elongated, weaving in the air and pointing diagonally at the ground. Upon seeing that staff, the Bull Demon King's massive body stiffened suddenly. Rui bang. What is your relation to Sun Wufan? He is my grandfather, Son Wukong casually replied, clearly aware of some hidden truth. Grandfather? You really are Wufan's grandson. The Bull Demon King's fierce expression completely faded, and he approached enthusiastically. Oh my, this is like a flood washing the Dragon King's temple. Back in the day, I learned from Master Wu Tian alongside Wufan. If you help me extinguish this fire, I will arrange for my daughter Chi-Chi to be your fiancée. In the RV, Bulma was dumbfounded. Wasn't this turn of events a bit too abrupt? Hello, Uncle Nyo. Son Wukong climbed aboard without a care. We came to find a Dragon Ball, but why does the fire on this mountain keep burning? Don't mention it. The Bull Demon King wore a distressed expression. Recently a fire broke out in the mountain, and it's quite the strange blaze that ordinary water cannot extinguish. We need Master Rose's banana fan to do that. Nephew, could you help your uncle run an errand? No problem. But after it's done, I want one of the jewels from your castle, Son Wukong agreed eagerly. The Bull Demon King was overjoyed, slapping his thigh and laughing heartily. Great, of course, no problem. Nephew, I have a daughter named Chi-Chi who is about your age. If you can help me extinguish this fire, I will decide to betroth her to you as your fiancé. We can get married once you grow up, how about that? Fiancé. In the RV, Bulma's face turned pale, and she felt a wave of sourness rise in her heart. Would he agree? After all, she was the Bull Demon King's daughter. Marrying her would be like hugging a mountain of gold. Son Wukong's heart skipped a beat. An arranged marriage was coming. Sorry, Chi-Chi. Bulma is better. But he quickly recalled a dilemma. If he married Chi-Chi, what would happen to Wufan and Wu Tian? How would Dieter save the world? Wouldn't the Z Fighters' second generation be wiped out? However, with a shift in thought, he stopped fretting about it. Who cares? There are Dragon Balls in this world. If no children came out, he could always wish for them from Shenron later. As for Trunks, doesn't Bulma have an older sister named Tais? At that time, after beating that proud little prince into submission, sending him to blind dates should make for a perfect match. You see, with a little thought, this line of thinking opened up completely. Son Wukong scratched his head and put on an Oscar-worthy performance, looking utterly bewildered. Uncle Nyo, what is marriage? Is it delicious? Sounds like a hassle. He turned to Bulma in the car, his tone innocent and assured. I promised Bulma to be her bodyguard and accompany her to find the Dragon Balls. Until my wish is fulfilled, I cannot do anything else. As for Chi-Chi, how about I treat her like a younger sister, and no one will bully her? Every word perfectly aligned with the persona of a naive martial arts enthusiast who knew nothing about worldly affairs. Not only did he give the Bull Demon King face, but he also deftly pushed the marriage matter away. The Bull Demon King looked at the young man's clear eyes and shook his head with regret. Your character is just like your grandfather's back in the day, so single-minded. Forget it, uncle won't force it. Bulma in the car couldn't help but laugh, bursting out. This idiot doesn't even know what marriage is. Her cheeks flushed. A wooden dummy who knew nothing regarded his promise to her as more valuable than a mountain of gold. This pure protective instinct was utterly lethal. At least you have some conscience. She covered her flushed cheeks, muttering softly. Seeing Bulma's reaction, Son Wukong secretly made a hand gesture in his heart. Steady. He turned around and summoned the flying nimbus. Uncle Nyo, there's no time to waste. I'll go borrow the fan from Master Roshi right now. Leaping onto the clouds, a glimmer of wild excitement flashed in his eyes. A Kamehameha that directly leveled the entire castle. Who wouldn't want to see how cool that was in reality? The somersault cloud streaked across the sky like a shooting star, cutting through the heat-distorted air. High above the clouds, Son Wukong's mind was racing, rapidly calculating the next course of action. If his memory served him right, the banana palm fan of the turtle hermit, which could summon wind and rain, had long been discarded as trash after being stained by wonton noodle soup. Bracing against the howling wind, a glint of calculation flickered in Son Wukong's eyes. Without the fan, the old man would have no choice but to personally descend to extinguish the flames. A single Kamehameha would not only douse the fire, but also conveniently level the castle. Not only would it save the trouble of searching for the Dragon Balls, but more importantly, this was a golden opportunity to learn the Kamehameha for free. In the original story, the young Goku could master it with just a single glance. There was no reason he couldn't do the same. An hour later, amidst the vast ocean, House came into view. The door was pushed open. Dressed in a gaudy floral shirt, the turtle hermit was sprawled before the television, utterly absorbed in a fitness channel swimsuit segment, drool nearly dripping from his chin. Watching TV, Gramps Mutant. Son Wukong poked his head in. Jaya. The turtle hermit jolted with fright, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. It's Goku. What brings you here so suddenly? Mount Frypan is on fire. Uncle Ox King wants to borrow the banana palm fan. Son Wukong cut straight to the point. Well, the turtle hermit rubbed his bald head, scratching his face sheepishly. A few days ago I was eating wonton noodles and accidentally spilled the soup on the fan. Got disgusted by the mess. So I just threw it away. Just as he expected. Son Wukong was inwardly certain but feigned dismay on his face. Then what do we do? Uncle Ox King is still waiting to put out the fire. I suppose this old man will have to make the trip himself. The turtle hermit sighed. But the next moment his air of a master was gone. He rubbed his hands together and sidled up. But Goku, this old man can't just go for nothing. That blue-haired girl who was with you last time. She had a nice figure. If you agree to let this old man touch her chest once the fire is out. Watching this lecherous old man's face flush with anticipation, Son Wukong found it utterly amusing. Deal. He agreed without a moment's hesitation. As long as you put out the fire you can touch her as much as you like. Good lad. That's the spirit. The turtle hermit was instantly reinvigorated, drooling profusely. He charged out the door and let out a sharp whistle. Come out, my son. The water parted, and a small sea turtle crawled onto the beach. It suddenly retracted its limbs into its shell, spinning at high speed, like a flying saucer, hovering in midair with a buzzing drone. The turtle hermit leaped onto the spinning turtle's back and sped off toward Mount Frypan. Son Wukong followed closely on his somersault cloud. At the foot of Mount Frypan, raging flames towered into the sky. Seeing the turtle hermit descend from the heavens, Ox King, his eyes stinging from the heat, greeted him with reverence. Master, you've finally arrived. Where's the fan? I didn't bring it. The turtle hermit clasped his hands behind his back, clearing his throat tactically as he assumed the air of a grandmaster. A mere little fire like this, why would I need the banana palm fan? With just a little effort from your master, I can extinguish this sea of flames for you. Ox King was taken aback, and Bulma and Oolong, standing under a parasol, were equally stunned. Oolong stared with his piggish eyes at the scrawny old man. Old Timer, this is a massive fire burning down an entire mountain. Are you planning to spit it out with your saliva? Bulma was also skeptical. She couldn't imagine how this lecherous old man would put out such an inferno. Ignorant brats. The turtle hermit snorted with pride. He walked toward the towering flames, slowly took off his sunglasses, and casually tore off his floral shirt. At this moment, Son Wukong was deaf to the other's astonishment. He stood at the best vantage point, his breath stilled, his martial arts perception elevated to its peak, his gaze locked unwaveringly on that scrawny figure. The main event had arrived. The turtle hermit let out a thunderous roar. A stunning sight unfolded. His frail, scrawny body began to swell like a balloon. Muscles like granite burst through the confines of his meridians, veins coiling like writhing dragons. In a matter of breaths, he transformed into a muscle-bound demon 2 meters tall and radiating overwhelming pressure. Holy crap! Oolong was so terrified, he collapsed on the spot. He knew full well this wasn't a transformation technique. Bulma gasped, covering her mouth in shock. This is Master's ultimate move. Ox King shouted in excitement. The hulking version of the turtle hermit settled into a horse stance, drew his hands back to his waist, and pressed his palms together. Ka! A massive pale blue light began to coalesce in the center of his palms. The surrounding air seemed to be sucked dry, forming several violent miniature whirlwinds. The blue light grew increasingly dazzling. The wild energy fluctuations sent large swaths of sand and stone flying. With a final roar, the turtle hermit thrust both hands forward. Boom! A pale blue beam several meters thick erupted from his palms, like a dragon breaking free from its chains, carrying an irresistible force as it slammed violently into the crimson sea of flames. Heaven and earth were instantly eclipsed. A blinding white light devoured everything, temporarily blinding all onlookers. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, the entire blazing Mount Frypan, along with the towering flames and the castle at its peak, was completely erased, reduced to dust scattered on the wind. As the smoke cleared, a profound silence returned to the world. The fire was out, but Ox King's meager possessions had vanished along with it. My castle. Staring at the now flat wasteland, Ox King's knees gave way, and he was on the verge of tears. Oh dear. I might have put a bit too much force into it. With a sound like air escaping, the muscle-bound turtle hermit shrank back into his scrawny, old man form. He pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow, smugly admiring the petrified expressions of the others. Meanwhile, Son Wukong slowly closed his eyes. Deep within his mind, a precise and orderly diagram of energy circulation had already taken shape. That was really flashy. So this is how it works. The Kamehameha. He praised inwardly, forcibly drawing the scattered, disordered chi within his body along specific meridian pathways, compressing it into his palms, and then releasing it in an explosive burst. He slowly opened his eyes, a knowing smile flickering in their depths. The spectacle was indeed impressive. Son Wukong raised an eyebrow, slightly wanting to test something. Without the slightest hesitation, he walked toward a massive boulder 2 stories tall. Goku, what are you doing? Bulma asked, utterly perplexed. The turtle hermit rubbed his bald head and chuckled teasingly. Kid, this is a technique it took this old man a full 50 years to master. You're not thinking. Before he could finish, his voice was cut off like a duck with its neck wrung. His old eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, bulged out, as if he had seen a ghost staring intently at the boy before him. Son Wukong slightly lowered his hips, mimicking the stance, bringing his hands together at his waist. There was no exaggerated muscle swelling, no howling wind, or terrifying phenomena. But a surge of energy, even more powerful than before, was silently and frantically compressing in the center of his palms. A cerulean aura continuously accumulated its hue, becoming more and more condensed. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong's gaze turned icy, and he thrust his hands forward. Huh. Swish. A cerulean beam no thicker than an arm shot out like lightning. With a soft hiss, the two-story-high boulder was pierced clean through. The beam's residual power did not diminish, it tore through the wind and shot straight into the heavens. With an absolutely violent force, it carved a straight rift several kilometers long through the thick rolling clouds, which remained unable to close for a long time. Crackle. A gentle breeze blew past. The massive boulder began to crumble from the smooth, pierced hull, disintegrating into fine dust that scattered with the wind. The whole scene fell into dead silence, broken only by the faint rustle of wind over the barren land. Oolong's mouth hung open wide enough to fit an ostrich egg. The others stared at the boys back, their minds completely short-circuited. The turtle hermit's sunglasses fell to the ground and shattered. His scrawny mouth opened and closed slightly as he looked from the rift in the sky to Sun Wukong, his hands trembling violently. 50 years. A single tear, whether from shock or despair, rolled down. I spent a full 50 years perfecting this technique. And you little monster learned it just by looking at it once. And somehow it looks even more powerful. Sun Wukong slowly relaxed his stance. The move had indeed drained a fair amount of his stamina. He turned to look at the turtle hermit, who was on the verge of a breakdown, and flashed an innocent smile. Gramps Mutant, this move is really handy. Adding insult to injury. Beep beep beep. In the eerie silence, a faint light flickered from deep within the ruins. The radar in Bulma's hand went off. It's a Dragon Ball. She rushed into the ruins in a frenzy of joy and dug out a perfectly intact orange-yellow orb from the ashes. Found it. The sixth one. Now only the last one remained. At that moment, the turtle hermit, who had been in a daze, snapped back to reality. He rubbed his hands together, swallowing hard, and sidled up to Bulma with a lecherous look. So, the fire's out, and you've got your Dragon Ball. According to our deal, let this old man have a feel. Bulma's smile froze. She clutched her chest in fright and backed away. What deal? Sun Wukong's face was full of mischief. He snapped his fingers at Oolong. Oolong, time to give Gramps Mutant his reward. Oolong shuddered all over and nodded frantically. Bang! A puff of white smoke erupted. Under the turtle hermit's expectant gaze, a burly man 2 meters tall, with a chest full of black hair and clad in a leopard print bikini, shyly opened his arms wide. Come here, you devil, let's have some fun, BLERGH. At the foot of Mount Frypan, the martial arts master's pitiful retching echoed through the air. The roar of the engine echoed across the desolate Gobi Desert as the RV sped smoothly, leaving the scorched Frypan mountain far behind. In the driver's seat, Oolong gripped the steering wheel tightly, his pig eyes frequently darting to the rearview mirror. Only after confirming that the lecherous old man in the tattered clothes wasn't pursuing them did he slump into the seat, letting out a long sigh. Inside the rear compartment, the air conditioning was blasting. Bulma caressed the undamaged 6-star Dragon Ball, staring at the beeping radar, barely containing her excitement. Goku, the last Dragon Ball is here, less than 200 kilometers away. The treasure hunt, which had lasted nearly a month, was finally coming to an end. Son Goku leaned back on the sofa, the image of the man about to appear, Pilaf, forming in his mind. A weakling, yet one who possessed the most cutting-edge black technology on Earth. In the original story, Goku and his group had a rough time here. Bewildered by the maze, knocked out by sleeping gas, they barely managed to turn the tables by turning into a giant ape. Son Goku scoffed. Knowing it was a trap, and still walking right in was just asking for trouble. He turned his head, looking at the girl beside him with her radiant smile. Naturally, he reached out and took her slender, fair hand into his own. Bulma's delicate body trembled slightly, a blush swiftly spreading across her cheeks, yet surprisingly, she didn't pull away. Feeling the soft warmth in his palm, Goku's tone was firm. Don't worry, Bulma. He'll get this last Dragon Ball to you safe and sound. 2 hours later, the sky was shrouded by thick clouds. On the dark brown wasteland stood countless towering mushroom-shaped rock formations, exuding a chilling aura. This place feels so gloomy. Bulma shuddered. Boss, is the place the radar is pointing to a haunted house or something? Oolong swallowed hard, slowing the RV down. It's in that castle up ahead. Bulma pointed forward. Through the thin mist, a colossal fortress with a metallic sci-fi style came into view. Towering alloy walls, densely packed high-voltage electric fences. Everything warned the living to stay away. Stop the car. Goku suddenly spoke. Oolong had just slammed on the brakes. Whoosh. A sharp sound tore through the mist. A tracking missile trailing a tail of flame shot out abruptly from the stone forest on the right, heading straight for the RV. Bulma and Oolong turned pale with fright. Goku sighed, his form disappearing like a phantom. The next moment, he stood on the roof of the vehicle. Facing the howling missile, he didn't dodge or evade. He slowly raised his hands, gathering a dazzling azure light. A Kamehameha wave precisely met the missile. Boom. A fireball erupted into the sky. The missile detonated prematurely in midair, just over 10 meters from the RV. Goku casually waved his hand, and the invisible air current scattered the onrushing blast of heat. The RV was completely unscathed. Impossible. That was a special high-explosive shell. 2 distorted cries of shock came from the stone forest below. Goku followed the sound. Hiding behind the massive rocks were 2 figures, one tall and one short. The short one wore a ninja outfit and had a dog's head. The tall one wore a military green trench coat, with flowing black hair and a cold, beautiful face. Pilaf's right-hand men, Shu and Mai. Villains who usually threw their weight around with high technology, now looked at the unharmed youth, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Goku's gaze fell on the black-haired woman. This woman who would stand shoulder to shoulder with Trunks in the future timeline might very well have to serve him tea during festivals in the years to come, calling him uncle. Thinking this, his initial displeasure vanished without a trace, and his eyes even took on a peculiar look. Don't come any closer. Mai, unnerved by his stare, forced herself to be calm and drew her gun. Relax. Goku ignored the dark muzzle, dropping his facade of a country bumpkin. He put his hands in his pockets and gave them a faint smile. Go back and tell Pilaf to stop these dangerous welcoming ceremonies. We're here for the Dragon Balls. Open the front door and prepare some tea. Feeling the suffocating pressure, Mai and Shu exchanged a glance, then scrambled away towards the castle. 20 minutes later, in the dark, deep corridor, Goku led Bulma with the trembling Oolong behind them, unhurriedly stepping into this steel fortress. The radar shows the last Dragon Ball is right in the center, less than 200 meters in a straight line, Bulma reported in a low voice. The three stopped at the entrance to a spacious alloy hall. Bulma, without a care, lifted her leg to step inside. Goku's eyes flickered. With a gentle tug of his wrist, he steadily pulled her to his side. What's wrong? Bulma asked, bewildered. Goku didn't explain. He flicked his toe, sending a stray piece of scrap metal flying precisely into the center of the hall. Click, boom. The sharp sound of metal hitting the ground had barely sounded when the seemingly seamless floor suddenly split open from the middle. Below was a bottomless, intricate underground maze. Bulma's beauty was drained by terror, cold sweat pouring down. If she hadn't been pulled back, she would have stepped into the void and fallen into the dark hole. Jaiha! Foolish intruders. Welcome to the great King Pilaf's absolute maze. Pilaf's arrogant laughter blared from the hidden speakers around them. Once you're in my territory, no matter how strong your fists are, you either obediently enter the maze and die, or wait to be knocked out by the sleeping gas. The metal armor on the ceiling descended layer by layer, revealing several dark nozzles that hissed with a piercing leak sound. Sleeping gas. Oh no, we're dead. Oolong was terrified, clamping his pig nose shut. Goku, what do we do? Bulma was both frightened and anxious. I'm here. Son Goku was perfectly calm, shielding her behind him. His gaze locked onto the thick metal load-bearing wall beside them. Since the host didn't intend to open the door to welcome guests, he couldn't be bothered to follow the script and crawl into a dungeon. He dropped his shoulders, bent his knees slightly. With steady breaths, his hands flowed like water gathering at his waist. Deep in the castle, in the surveillance room, Pilaf stared at the screen, picking his nose disdainfully and snickering. What's this wild kid trying to do? Strike a pose? Wants to punch through meters of special armor plate with his fists. Dream on. The next moment, his smile froze. On the screen, a solid pure blue light was rapidly gathering in Goku's palms. Kamehameha. Goku's eyes were calm, his hands thrusting forward with the speed of thunder. Huh. Zazup. Under the horrified gazes of Bulma and Oolong, the so-called explosion-proof alloy wall was cut through like a hot knife, through butter, instantly blasting a perfectly smooth passage 2 meters in diameter. After piercing the first wall, the beam, undiminished, continued to bore inward. A second wall. A third wall. In the surveillance room, Pilaf's eyes were bulging out. Alarms blared all the way. The light point burned a brutal straight shortcut through his lair. This defies science. Pilaf tumbled off his throne in fright. In the hall, the light beam dissipated. Goku clapped his hands, looking at the passage leading straight to the heart of the base, and nodded in satisfaction. Overwhelming and efficient. He took Bulma's hand and said in a relaxed tone, let's go. There's a path now. King Pilaf, time for the meter reader to visit. Crossing the scorched black passage created by the Kamehameha, Son Wukong held Bulma's hand, guiding the weak-legged Oolong, and entered the core area, the central control room, without any obstruction. The view suddenly opened up with holographic screens and precision instruments flashing with blinding red light. Son Wukong let go of his hand, casually placing one hand in his pocket while scanning the entire room with an indifferent gaze. Behind the main control console, Pilaf, Ashu, and Xiaowu huddled together. Looking at this hand-to-hand demolition, Star Pilaf's blue face turned ashen. You? Don't get too cocky. He jumped up, madness reflecting in his eyes. I am the world's #1 genius. If the maze can't contain you, then let you experience the ultimate power of technology. With a loud slap, he forcefully pressed the red skull button on the main control console. Boom. The earth trembled, and the alloy floor slid apart. Accompanied by the deafening mechanical roar, 3 fully armed battle mechas towering 5 meters high slowly rose up. Xiaowu and Ashu, like drowning victims grasping at straws, dashed toward the cockpit. King Pilaf once said that as long as the 3 mechas combined, what did it matter who was a martial arts master? This is a weapon that can level mountains. Pilaf jumped into the main mecha and laughed maniacally inside the cabin. Little brat, surrender obediently. The power of technology. Son Wukong looked up at the 3 steel monsters, a glimmer of interest flickering in his eyes. With a swift motion, he wrapped his arm around Bulma's waist and suddenly exerted force with his feet. The two soared into the air, covering several meters, and landed precisely on the broad shoulder of the ostrich-shaped mecha. Just as Ashu was about to crawl into the cockpit, he felt a blur before his eyes and looked up to collide with a pair of cold, dark eyes. The temperatureless gaze hit him like an invisible hammer on his heart. Oh no! Ashu screamed in horror, his legs going weak as he rolled off the exterior. He curled up in a corner, clutching his head tightly, too afraid to move. In an instant, the coldness around Son Wukong dissipated. He helped Bulma into the now vacant cockpit with a light tone. Bulma, this iron lump is quite interesting. Can we make it move? Looking at the densely packed control panel and the locked red light, the genius girl's competitive spirit was fully ignited. The system firewall isn't difficult to break, but he added hardware security. They'll first try to seize the lower control rights. Bulma's expression turned serious as her fingers flew over the keyboard. Give me 20 seconds. Don't let them interrupt me. Son Wukong stood proudly on top of the mecha, a slight smile on his face. Whatever it takes, leave it to me. Daring to snatch the mecha in front of this king. Arrogant. Meanwhile, Pilaf, having completed the warm-up, furiously pulled down the control lever. The mecha's sturdy arms lifted the dark muzzle of the heavy Gatling gun directly locked on his son Wukong. Fire. Turn him into minced meat. The barrel spun wildly, spitting out dazzling flames. A barrage of specially made armor-piercing bullets poured down like a torrential rain. Son Wukong's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly drew out his Rui Bang, his wrist shaking violently. Buzz. A piercing sonic boom erupted as the Rui Bang transformed into a whirlwind of dark red energy. He twirled the staff with one hand, moving so fast that he broke through the visual limits, creating an impenetrable defensive barrier in front of him. Clang clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed endlessly, and countless sparks exploded in midair. The armor-piercing bullets capable of tearing through steel plates were all brutally deflected and crushed upon hitting the barrier. Standing proudly amidst the hail of bullets, he firmly sealed all firepower within 3 feet, ensuring not a single stray bullet disturbed the girl inside the cockpit. 3, 2, 1, done. At precisely the 20th second, a cheerful shout from Bulma echoed in the cabin. The mecha's warning red light faded, replaced by a bright blue glow indicating takeover. The core engine emitted a loud rumble as this steel giant roared to life. Impossible. The highest weapon system is iris-locked. You can't fire at all. Pilaf screamed hysterically. Die for me. He controlled the main mecha, swinging its mechanical fist weighing several tons with a deadly gale. Fool, today I'll teach you what a genius is. Bulma pursed her red lips, confidence bursting in her eyes, and pushed the control lever hard. Boom. If it can't fire, then it will be pure hand-to-hand combat. The bottom thruster of the ostrich mecha erupted with blue flames. Its massive body executed a nimble sidestep, narrowly avoiding that devastating punch. This mobility. Pilaf was taken aback, missing his strike and hurriedly trying to regain balance for defense. But Bulma gave him no chance to catch his breath. Eat this, miss. Dragon rising fist. She cut off the safety limits, cranking the output power of her right arm's hydraulics to the absolute maximum overload. The robust right arm of the mecha drew back like a powerful bow following the screech of the hydraulic pump, and with a solid arc it slammed into Pilaf's chin. Clang. The earth-shattering sound of metal fracturing rang out. The once invincible main mecha was actually knocked off its feet by this uppercut. The body completely lost balance in midair, like a collapsing building crashing backward. Damn it. Pilaf was shaken to the core, desperately gripping the control lever. It's over. Bulma's gaze was sharp without a hint of hesitation. Pressing down the final command, she controlled the mecha to soar into the air, executing a wild axe-style strike, delivering a lethal steel blow precisely to the reactor on Pilaf's mecha's chest. Crack, boom. The special armor crumpled and cracked like paper. The internal core circuits shattered, bursting forth with a shower of sparks. The mecha, which had been so imposing just a second ago, was completely destroyed at its power core, emitting billowing black smoke and reduced to scrap metal. Stop. I surrender. The hatch was kicked open with a bang. A disheveled Pilaf emerged, tears and snot covering his face, raising his hands in defeat without a shred of dignity. Now you know my power. Bulma proudly lifted her chin, cutting off the engine. She opened the hatch and nimbly jumped to the ground. However, due to the excessive energy expended in the intense battle, she suddenly relaxed, and as her ankle softened upon landing, her body uncontrollably tipped forward. Just as she thought she would make a fool of herself, a strong arm securely wrapped around her elbow. Be careful. Son Wukong, having already put away his Rui Bang, stood tall beside her. Bulma looked up, colliding with his deep and tranquil eyes. So close, he naturally raised his hand, gently wiping away a smudge of grease from her cheek with his sleeve. Well done, your combo was really cool. The warmth seeped through the fabric. Bulma's breath hitched, her heart missed a beat. An indescribable sweetness spread through her heart. She hurriedly turned her face away, her fair earlobes subtly tinged with crimson, and stubbornly said, "Of course. This kind of big toy I could play perfectly even with my eyes closed." Son Wukong took the opportunity to release his grip, turning around and walking slowly towards Pilaf, extending his hand. Hand over the Dragon Ball. Pilaf, trembling, dared not resist, respectfully handing over a one-star Dragon Ball, as if it were a hot potato. After receiving the Dragon Ball, Son Wukong casually tossed it to Bulma behind him. The 7th one. It's complete. The one-star Dragon Ball landed in his palm, and the other 6, sleeping in the backpack, seemed to sense the call of destiny, resonating in unison and radiating a dazzling golden light. Boom, crack. An abrupt change occurred, and a muffled metallic cracking sound came from the ceiling of the control room. The previous Kamehameha, combined with the melee of the heavy mecha, had already shattered the weight-bearing structure of this fortress. Accompanied by violent tremors, the heavy dome finally reached its limit and came crashing down. Countless debris fell. However, as the barrier tore apart, a refreshing night breeze flowed in from the surface, sweeping away all the smoke and dust in the control room. Unbeknownst to when, the gloomy lead clouds that had shrouded the castle had completely dispersed. A round bright moon hung high in the sky, and the brilliant boundless starry sky unfolded above like a breathtaking painting, parting the clouds to reveal the moon. This month-long adventure spanning much of the globe welcomed its grand finale. Bulma stared dreamily at the vast starry sea, the night wind gently tousling her sky-blue hair. After a long while she turned her head and took a deep look at the boy who had always protected her, a radiant smile blooming on her lips. Wukong. Taking a deep breath, she bent down and neatly gathered the 7 scorching dragon balls in the moonlight-drenched ruins. The golden glow shot up to the sky. The originally clear sky suddenly darkened with dark clouds rolling in like spilled ink, quickly obscuring the stars and moonlight. A low thunderstorm rumbled deep within the dome, as if some ancient deity was about to open its eyes in the present world. Come forth, Shenron. The silvery moonlight cascaded like a waterfall over the ruins of Pilaf's castle, washing away the smoke of battle. The night wind howled through the broken walls as if the entire earth trembled in anticipation of the impending supernatural power. Bulma knelt amidst the rubble, struggling to calm her racing heart. With trembling fingers, she poured the 6 dragon balls from her backpack. The moment the last 1-star ball perfectly aligned with the other 6, buzz. Crimson starlight pulsed urgently like the heartbeat of an ancient beast awakening deep within the ruins. Then a golden light shot into the sky. The thick darkness for miles around was violently torn apart, bright as day. Appear, Shenron. Bulma clasped her hands together and shouted the long-forgotten incantation. Boom. Savage black clouds instantly devoured the night sky, purple lightning weaving madly within them. An overwhelming pressure surpassing all things descended upon the world. 100 meters away, Pilaf and his 2 minions gazed up at the colossal figure looming in the clouds, their souls frozen with terror. Holy crap! There really is a Shenron! Pilaf shrieked in a cracking voice. Before they could even muster the strength to flee, the 3 of them collapsed in unison, their eyes rolling back under the terrifying magnetic pressure. Roar! A dragon's cry shattered the clouds. A sky-obscuring azure dragon burst through the dark clouds, its enormous crimson, vertical pupils gazing down indifferently upon the mortals below. Mortals, speak your wish. Shenron's voice boomed like rolling thunder in their minds. Whatever your desire, I can grant it. In the midst of the solemn moment, the unconscious Oolong's obese body suddenly convulsed violently among the rubble. His eyes snapped open, his lecherous gaze now hollow and eerie, as if possessed by an invisible force. Then the pig-headed creature burst forth with bestial speed, scrambling towards Shenron. Shenron. I want a girl's pan. Bang. The word ties still stuck in his throat when a cloth shoe, a mere afterimage, tore through the air and landed squarely on Oolong's pig face. A violent force surged through him. The scream was slammed back into his gut. Like a baseball hit for a home run, Oolong tumbled across the rubble for dozens of meters, crashing into a broken wall and falling into a dead faint. The inertia of plot-driven fate was indeed formidable. But Son Wukong, ever vigilant, had no intention of letting that pig steal the show. He slowly withdrew his right leg, one hand in his pocket, his expression calm, as if he had just casually kicked away a bag of trash. Turning to the stunned Bulma, the coldness in his eyes softened, his tone gentle. Bulma, the patience of the divine is limited. Haven't you always wanted a white horse prince? Go make your wish. A prince. Using a for a prince makes him a centaur. You clueless idiot. Bulma snapped back to reality, instinctively retorting, her teasing instantly lightening the tense atmosphere. She looked at the figure who was always standing in front of her. The absurdity of their first meeting at Mount Pazu, the shock at Frypan Mountain, the absolute reliability in the desolate wasteland, and just now, the composure with which he tore apart the steel cage and pulled her back from the brink of death. The so-called white horse prince was merely a girl's fantasy of security, but true security had always been right beside her. Bulma took a deep breath, a relieved smile flickering in her eyes. Wukong, there's nothing I want anymore. She stepped forward, lifting her chin with a hint of tsundere pride. This young lady graciously bestows this wish upon you. To me, Son Wukong was momentarily taken aback. He knew well how fervently Bulma desired this wish. It was the driving force behind her entire arduous journey. He had been pondering what bargaining chip to offer, never expecting the young mistress to yield so lightly. Without refusing, he stepped forward, meeting the enormous crimson vertical pupils without flinching. As a transmigrator, he was all too aware of what lay ahead: the galactic tyrant Frieza, the ultimate android cell, and the apocalyptic calamity of Majin Buu. The growth cycle of an ordinary Saiyan was too long, requiring extreme rage as a catalyst. To seize control before the monsters descended, he had to elevate his physical limits from the source. Across the entire universe, the most perfect foundation was singular: the ancient Saiyan bloodline, which randomly mutated only once every few millennia. A truly divine talent, allowing one to wield that terrifying power in base form without needing the great ape transformation. That monstrous potential to endlessly grow stronger in battle and rapidly adapt to any intensity when pushed to its peak could allow one to contend with Super Saiyan Blue and even gods in base form. Its only fatal flaw was that the energy was too savage. Unleashing it would result in a loss of sanity, turning one into a beast. But now with Shenron, this sole weakness would be completely erased. The long-cherished plan was finally coming to fruition. Shenron, Son Wukong's voice boomed with fervent determination, fully awaken the potential within me. I want to awaken the ancient Saiyan bloodline while retaining my sanity. Silence fell. Within Shenron's enormous pupils the red light flickered intensely, an inviolable law weighing the worth of the wish. Buzz. After a brief oppressive pause, a brilliant golden pillar of light, tinged with emerald, descended from the heavens, completely enveloping Son Wukong. Within the pillar, he clearly sensed his dormant cells undergoing a cataclysmic transformation. Blood surged through his veins like roaring dragons, washing over his entire being. Deep within his genes, the terrifying potential unique to the ancient scions was fully awakened. Yet before the savage onslaught could overwhelm his mind, it was forcibly suppressed by some rule-based force. The primal madness faded docilely, merging into his bones and blood. The green aura that was about to burst forth was tightly restrained into invisibility. Muscle fibers tore and reknit, bones stretched and reinforced with a satisfying crackle. A sensation of rebirth, of breaking free from a cocoon, flowed through his body. The golden light faded. Son Wukong opened his eyes. Bulma stood frozen, her eyes wide with shock. The boy before her seemed changed yet unchanged. His features were still familiar, but his temperament was entirely different. The childishness was gone, replaced by depth, restraint, and a disconcerting composure. More visibly, his stature had noticeably grown. The once loose martial arts uniform now perfectly hugged his well-proportioned smooth muscles. He stood there quietly, his breathing so gentle it seemed to merge with the night breeze. Your wish is granted. Farewell. With a long roar, Shenron's sky-obscuring body coiled and soared into the sky, transforming back into 7 stones in a blaze of brilliant light. Whoosh! 7 meteors streaked across the dark sky, scattering and vanishing into the firmament. The lightning-torn night returned to stillness. Son Wukong gently clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying foundation within, so deep that even his breathing made him stronger. A defiant smile finally broke across his calm face. Now this is getting interesting. A few days later, the western capital was as bustling as a sci-fi blockbuster. Hovering vehicles darted between the towering skyscrapers, and Bulma donned a playful outfit, dragging Son Wukong through the finest amusement parks and food streets, experiencing an authentic taste of cyberpunk. In the evening, the two strolled through the city center square. In midair, a massive holographic projection was looping every 5 years. The highest honor for martial artists. The 21st World Martial Arts Championship is about to kick off on Papaya Island. As he watched the passionate battle scenes on the projection, a sharp glint flashed in Son Wukong's calm eyes. At dusk, in front of the Capsule Corporation. Are you going to train with Master Roshi? Bulma's smile froze as she instinctively tightened her grip on Son Wukong's shirt, her eyes filled with reluctance. You are leaving just like this? Can't you stay at home for a few more days? A powerful bloodline requires equal refinement. Son Wukong turned around. Seeing the girl's aggrieved expression, his cold gaze softened. He raised his hand, gently ruffling Bulma's azure hair, pulling her a step closer. Wait for me at the venue, and once I win the championship, I'll come find you. His voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable firmness. And you're not allowed to date any boys. Who wants to date boys? You idiot. Bulma covered her forehead, her cheeks flushed with an alluring crimson, her heart racing uncontrollably. Son Wukong chuckled lightly, turned sharply, and leaped onto the Nimbus. Transforming into a golden streak, he broke through the sky. Bulma stood gazing at the sky, unmoving for a long time, the tenderness in her eyes gradually transforming into a resolute determination. Wishing on the dragon, even for martial arts. What an utterly battle-crazed individual. She turned to look at the newly purchased high-tech equipment in the laboratory, proudly lifting her chin. Since you want to be the strongest martial artist in the universe, I shall gift you a grand present. The next time we meet, I will definitely leave you astonished. You want to stay here for training? Master Roshi, wearing a floral shirt, pushed up his sunglasses, watching Son Wukong leap down from the Nimbus. His expression complicated, his tone tinged with helplessness and self-deprecation. That trick I honed over 50 years, you learned it just by glancing at it. To be honest, I have nothing left to teach you, facing a little monster like you. Son Wukong's expression was calm, but inwardly he was secretly amused. Nothing left to teach. As a transmigrator, he was well aware of this martial arts god's secrets. This old man not only held a trick that could convert chi into high-voltage electricity, the ultimate technique, called the universal shocking palm, but also mastered the most scientific theories of physical development that could break the limits of the human body. And this was precisely what his newly awakened ancient bloodline body urgently needed. Master Wu Tian, you flatter me. Son Wukong replied sincerely. I can indeed understand the techniques, but my foundation hasn't reached its limit yet. A skyscraper rises from the ground. I need your special training. Master Roshi was slightly taken aback. He greatly admired the young man's unruffled demeanor. He stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. Very well, stay. Son Wukong gazed towards the boundless horizon of the sea, calculating the time. In a few days, a certain bald monk full of clever ideas would be arriving by boat to seek guidance. As expected, a week later, Krillin from the Turtle School successfully bribed Master Roshi with a few rare magazines, becoming Son Wukong's fellow disciple. However, this new disciple's confidence was quickly shattered. 2 months later at the Turtle House, the sun blazed overhead, and the bald little monk, panting heavily, was struggling to do frog jumps while carrying a 20-kilogram turtle shell, his legs wobbling. Huff. I haven't seen Wukong all day. Is he hiding somewhere to slack off? Krillin wiped the sweat streaming into his eyes, complaining to Master Roshi in the shade of a tree. Before he finished speaking, the calm sea surface in the distance suddenly surged violently, as if boiling. Bang. A pillar of water shot into the sky. A figure with an exposed upper body forcefully broke through the waves. He lifted a massive iron reef weighing several tons and covered in seaweed with one hand and slammed it down onto the beach. Boom. The island trembled as fine sand was sent flying like waves and a deep pit was smashed into the ground. Son Wukong slowly emerged from the pit, the cold seawater sliding down his sculpted muscles, but upon touching his skin, it was instantly vaporized into white mist by the terrifying heat radiating from within. Master Wutian. He maintained his breath, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. Regular training has lost its meaning for me. Please crank up the intensity directly. Crack. Master Rose's cold drink cup was crushed. His sunglasses fell to the ground, and his jaw nearly dislocated. Not far away, Krillin's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to his knees. Looking at the exaggerated giant reef in the pit, then glancing at the turtle shell on his back, Krillin felt his dignity being rubbed into the sand relentlessly. A monster, this guy is definitely an alien monster. Observing the duo's ghostly expression, Son Wukong remained poker-faced, secretly calculating in his heart. After 2 months of foundational training, the fusion of his ancient Saiyan bloodline was progressing perfectly, and his battle power had skyrocketed. However, the efficiency of this routine grinding had sharply declined. After a brief shock, Master Roshi, being a master of his era, quickly customized a hellish training package for this little monster. For the next 6 months, the training style completely changed. In the early morning, he would dive into the pitch-black depths of the ocean, engaging in pure physical combat with deep-sea behemoths under terrifying underwater pressure. At noon, it was standing before a 100-foot precipice, relying solely on his fingertips as blades. He carved intricate statues into the cliff while riding the Nimbus, honing his absolute micromanipulation of overwhelming power. At night, he meditated cross-legged atop a reef amidst crashing waves, the chi circulating within him, washing through his veins, time and again repairing the ancient Saiyan cells torn during the day. The extreme environmental pressure and the perfect repair of chi formed a perverse closed loop within this body. Time flew by, and the 8 months of high-pressure training finally came to an end. The sea breeze was cool as Son Wukong sat cross-legged on the reef. After more than half a year of accumulation, the energy within him underwent a tremendous qualitative change. His entire being was brimming with vitality, and the foundation of the ancient bloodline was thoroughly solidified. My regular combat strength must have surpassed 2,000, as I feel at least 10 times stronger than before. Son Wukong slowly rose, gazing in the direction of Papaya Island. The 21st World Martial Arts Championship. There would be Krillin Yamcha and the disguised Chung Long Master Wutian. He was very much looking forward to it. After all the scenes he had seen in his youth always made his blood boil, and now he would experience them firsthand. Wukong, what are you daydreaming about? Come here quickly. A voice calling from a distance broke his thoughts. Krillin was carrying 2 large travel bags, his face dripping with excited sweat. Master Roshi, dressed in a floral shirt and sunglasses, strolled leisurely towards him with his hands behind his back. Here, the martial arts uniform from Master Wutian. Krillin stuffed a brand new martial arts outfit into Son Wukong's arms. Put this on, and we'll be true disciples of the Turtle School. Son Wukong looked down at the orange uniform with the character for Turtle printed on the chest. As his fingertips brushed against the fabric that carried countless passionate sentiments, a gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Put it on. Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, trying to conceal his earlier shock from sensing that terrifying aura, and pretended to cough twice. The martial arts tournament is no jest. Though you all have made rapid progress over the past half a year, remember, there's always a higher peak beyond the sky. This time, bringing you to compete is mainly to broaden your horizons. Do not become arrogant or complacent. Understood, Master Wutian. I will make sure to broaden my horizons. Son Wukong raised his head, his deep gaze peering through the sunglasses met Master Rose's. That phrase, "I will make sure," was heavily emphasized, his eyes conveying an ambiguous meaning, as if smiling. With that glance, Master Rose's heart skipped a beat. What's up with this kid's gaze? Why does it feel strange? Enough with the nonsense. Grab your luggage, and let's set off. Destination Papaya Island. Master Roshi averted his gaze sheepishly and waved his hand. Oh! Krillin raised his fist excitedly. On Papaya Island, the sun shone brightly, and the sea breeze carried the fervor and clamor of the martial arts tournament. The Onsen Favre's World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced today. Top fighters and school successors from around the globe, along with hundreds of thousands of fervent spectators, packed the tranquil tropical island to its limits. Before the massive gates of the tournament hall, Krillin carried a large backpack, his bald head beaded with cold sweat. Glancing at the burly, fierce-faced contestants around him, he was so nervous, he walked with a stiff, awkward gait. Gulp. So many people. They all look so strong. Krillin swallowed hard. Relax, Krillin. 8 months of training have completely transformed you. A warm, calm voice came from beside him. Son Goku, hands in his pockets, wore an immaculate orange martial arts GI. He strolled among these menacing fighters with the ease of a leisurely walk. He exuded no sharp aura, as if seamlessly blending into his surroundings. Behind them, Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, watching Goku's flawless back, inwardly groaning. This kid. After half a year of intense training, this old man can no longer fathom his depth. He had originally planned to compete under the alias Jackie Chun to teach his disciples a lesson and show them their limits, but now he could only steel himself and go through with it. Goku! A crisp, melodious shout pierced the crowd. Everyone turned to see a sleek sci-fi hovercar come to a smooth stop by the roadside. The door opened, and a girl with stylish blue hair, like a joyful butterfly, dashed over. Bulma. Son Goku halted, a trace of warmth melting into his deep eyes. Bulma ran over with a delighted expression, but abruptly stopped half a step away from him. Half a year apart, the boy had shot up in height. His increasingly chiseled, handsome face made her usually so carefree suddenly feel her heart race. You've gotten a lot taller. Bulma stammered, fidgeting with her fingers and avoiding his gaze. To hide her unease, she cleared her throat and lowered her voice mysteriously. Oh, by the way, after your match, I'll give you a huge surprise. I guarantee it'll make a martial arts nut like you laugh in your dreams. I've spent almost half a year in the lab for it. Could it be the gravity chamber? Son Goku's heart stirred. Could this girl have really tinkered out that kind of black tech in half a year? He guessed about 70 or 80%, but seeing Bulma's proud Sundara look, he didn't call her out. He went along with it, stepping half a step forward to close the distance again. Bowing his head slightly, he looked at her reddening ears and deliberately lowered his voice. Oh, so mysterious. Not even a little hint. Feeling his breath so close, Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson. She instinctively leaned back, hands on her hips, and hummed. I said it's a surprise. Where's the fun in telling you? Son Goku didn't tease her anymore. Naturally, he raised his hand and gently ruffled her sea blue hair, just as he had when they parted 8 months ago. Ahem. This old man's eyes are a bit blinded. Master Roshi turned away sourly. Krillin, biting his sleeve, was filled with envy. In the midst of this tender moment, a jarring, disdainful snort came from nearby. The martial arts tournament is a sacred arena for combat, not a place for brats to flirt. The crowd parted. A long-haired youth with a scar on his face strode forward, a small blue cat perched on his shoulder. Yamcha. Son Goku narrowed his eyes slightly. Yamcha saw Bulma's stunning beauty again, and a flicker of awe instinctively flashed in his eyes. But when his gaze shifted to Son Goku, he froze like had been electrocuted, his arrogance instantly wilting. The scene in the desert half a year ago was the nightmare of his life. You? Why are you here too? Yamcha swallowed, cold sweat beading on his forehead, involuntarily stepping back. Won't want a sparring session in advance. Son Goku looked at him, a hint of playful mockery in his dark eyes. No need. Yamcha, shaken by that gaze as if plunged into an ice cavern, dropped a harsh word and fled with pure into the preliminary match passage. Inside the preliminary hall, over 100 fighters were drawing lots. The matches were divided into 4 zones for chaotic elimination, deciding the top 8 for the official ring fights. Son Goku was assigned to Zone D, which was packed with massive muscle-bound brutes and renowned schoolmasters. Haha, that kid in the red shirt is in Zone D too. A snot-nosed brat who hasn't even grown his hair out. He probably can't even take one punch from me and will run home crying to his mom. A giant 2.5 meters tall like a brown bear pointed at Son Goku and roared with laughter. The surrounding area erupted in guffaws. To them, the slender boy was a lamb to the slaughter. Facing the mockery, Son Goku walked to the center of the ring with a blank expression. An ancient scion with a base combat power exceeding 2,000 stood among these ordinary people whose power barely reached 10. It felt like a prehistoric behemoth stumbling into an anthill. First preliminary match begin, the referee commanded. The giant grinned maliciously, cracking his knuckles. He charged at Son Goku like a heavy tank. Kid hit the deck. His iron fist the size of a cauldron whipped up a gale and hurtled toward Goku's face. Son Goku didn't even lift an eyelid. With one hand in his pocket, he casually extended the index finger of his other hand and lightly flicked it against the massive fist. Bang! With a dull explosive sound, the giant didn't even have time to scream. He was sent flying backward like a detonated cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. His colossal body, like a bulldozer, smashed through 3 thick walls of the preliminary hall one after another. He finally collapsed miserably in the rubble, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. The preliminary hall fell into dead silence. The fighters who had been mocking just moments ago had eyes bulging, their breath completely halted. What kind of monster is this? With one finger, the referee was so startled his whistle dropped. What the hell? Amid the shocked gazes, Son Goku slowly withdrew his finger. He frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with his control over the force. He turned to the trembling referee and offered a polite, sunny smile. Sorry, referee, I didn't control the force well. May I ask, does this round count as my win? Yes? Winner Son Goku. The referee nodded frantically, his voice shaking like a leaf. Son Goku gave a slight nod and calmly walked off the ring. What followed in the Zone D preliminaries was an extremely absurd scene. Any fighter who drew Son Goku as their opponent, no matter how fiercely they had boasted or how great their reputation, would step onto the ring with weak legs and decisively raise their hand, shouting, I surrender. Without throwing a single punch, Son Goku secured his ticket to the official tournament. Under the scorching sun, the sea breeze caressed the massive battle flag emblazoned with the character martial. Around the open-air arena, tens of thousands of spectators packed the stands to bursting, their roaring voices shaking the heavens. Bulma, dressed in a crisp sportswear and a cap, used her nimble movements to squeeze her way to the front row with the best view. She held an ice soda in her hand, her eyes full of anticipation fixed on the passageway. This fiery atmosphere felt even more real. Ladies and gentlemen, after fierce preliminaries, the top 8 fighters have been determined. On the stage, the blonde host in sunglasses declared in a high-pitched voice, next up, the quarterfinal elimination rounds. Who will rise to the pinnacle of martial arts? Inside the fighter passage, Son Goku stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression calm as he gazed at the matchup chart on the wall. The pairing list was identical to the original story. The timeline is still unfolding strictly according to the original, he chuckled inwardly. The first match began Krillin versus Bacterian. Krillin's opponent Bacterian was a grimy, unwashed giant who reeked of foul odor. Right from the start, Krillin was overwhelmed by this biological weapon, gagging and nearly fainting. I'm done for. I'm going to be stung to death. Krillin rolled on the ground, his eyes rolling back. Son Goku sighed helplessly, cupped his hands around his mouth, and shouted, Krillin, you idiot, have you forgotten you don't have a nose? What exactly are you smelling? Huh? Krillin, who had been retching violently, froze, suddenly touching the smooth center of his face. That's right. I don't have a nose. I can't smell anything. It's all in my head. Fully revived, Krillin sprang up like a carp, and as the opponent picked his navel, delivered a crisp flying kick, sending this biological weapon flying out of the ring. First match, Krillin wins. The entire venue erupted in applause. Krillin excitedly flashed a thumbs up, and Son Goku shook his head with a smile. The second match followed Yamcha versus Jackie Chun, another one-sided domination. Facing the unfathomably deep old man, Yamcha dared not be careless and unleashed his ultimate move, the Wolf Fang Fist, as soon as he stepped onto the stage. Claw shadows interwove the sound of breaking wind like a wolf's howl, and his attack surged with overwhelming momentum. In contrast, the disguised Master Roshi Jackie Chun moved with steps that seemed chaotic but held hidden intricacies, strolling leisurely amidst the storm of claws. No matter how heavily Yamcha panted, he couldn't even touch a thread of the old man's clothing. Too many openings, young man, the elder commented blandly, casually, waving his wide sleeve. A formidable palm wind like a sudden gale on flat ground tore through the attack with devastating force, cleanly sending Yamcha flying out of the ring. Under the stunned gaze of the audience, Jackie Chun made a goofy peace sign at the camera. Yet as he stepped off the stage, his gaze swept across the fighter passage and caught Son Goku watching him with a knowing smile. Those deep dark eyes seemed to see through everything. Master Rose's heart skipped a beat, a cold sweat beating on his forehead. This kid's eyes. Could he have recognized me? Impossible. My technique for gluing on a beard is flawless. He forced himself to look away, feigning calm, but his mind was in turmoil. After the third match, where Nam defeated Ranfan with his eyes closed, the announcer boomed the final match of the quarterfinals, featuring the young prodigy Son Goku versus the fighter from the demon realm, Jiren. Amidst the uproar, Son Goku walked out of the passage with a composed demeanor. Goku, go for it. Give him a good beating. He'll treat you to a feast afterwards. Bulma shouted without any reservation, using her hands as a megaphone. Son Goku met her expectant gaze and smiled, making an okay sign. Boom. A massive creature crashed down from the sky, landing heavily on the opposite side of the ring, shattering the stone slabs and sending debris flying. The Dragon Man Jiren stood nearly 3 meters tall, his body covered in hard green scales. He looked down from his height, revealing a gaping maw filled with fangs. Kid, kneel and admit defeat, and he'll spare your life. Otherwise, he'll crunch your bones one by one. Son Goku kept his hands in his pockets, not even assuming a fighting stance, and glanced at him with a flat tone. You're too weak. Just get down yourself, and don't waste time. You're asking for death. He'll smash you into a pulp. Enraged, Jiren let out a furious roar, his massive body charging like a heavy truck as he raised a fist the size of a water tank, aiming a brutal blow at Son Goku's head. Facing this mountain-crushing strike, Son Goku remained motionless, not even taking his hands out of his pockets. Thud! A sickeningly dull sound echoed as the rock-shattering punch landed squarely on his smooth forehead. A violent air blast exploded in a circular wave. The stone slabs beneath him, unable to bear the force, cracked and collapsed with a roar, debris flying as terrified screams erupted from the audience. As the dust cleared, Jiren's vicious grin froze. His yellow pupils contracted sharply. There stood Son Goku, steady as a rock, not reduced to pulp, his neck not even tilted. The terrifying iron fist hadn't even left a red mark on his forehead. Is that all? Son Goku said flatly, pulling his right hand out of his pocket. Without any build-up, he casually clenched his fist and swung it lightly from below. Thump! This seemingly gentle uppercut sent the multi-ton Jiren flying like a baseball hit with full force, a perfect home run. Voila! His massive body turned into a green blur, rocketing up and diagonally out of the ring. The entire venue fell into dead silence. To the ordinary spectators, the boy in red had simply waved his hand, and the terrifying monster was swatted away like a fly. Drip! In the fighter passage, a heavy drop of cold sweat fell from Master Rose's forehead. Staring at the calm youth on the stage, his withered hands trembled slightly. That strike just now, the kid didn't even use any chi. It was pure physical strength. The fourth match. Son Goku wins. The referee's cracked voice rang out, and the audience erupted into frantic screams. Amidst the overwhelming cheers, Son Goku calmly walked off the stage. He glanced at Bulma, who was jumping and cheering, and returned her smile. Participating in this tournament wasn't just about advancing the plot, he had a purpose. Looking at the old man in the passage, the indifference in Son Goku's eyes faded, replaced by a burning intensity. As a diehard Dragon Ball fan, having a real sparring match with the god of martial arts at the World Tournament was the ultimate romance for a time traveler. Moreover, he knew the old man's signature moves inside out. After Image Fist, Drunken Fist, Kamehameha, and even that technique the original Goku never learned, the Thunder Shock Surprise. In the finals, he wouldn't just enjoy the fight, He would force the old man to reveal all his secret techniques. Then he would analyze every single one and make them his own. It was purely his collector's instinct kicking in. The sun blazed fiercely over Papaya Island, yet it paled in comparison to the fervor that erupted at the martial arts competition venue. The semifinals unfolded almost seamlessly along the trajectory of the original narrative. In the first match, Clin faced off against Chung Long. 8 months of grueling training had transformed Clin, allowing him not only to counter with punches and kicks, but even to employ the outrageous strategy of using a girl's panties, which flustered the distracted Master Roshi. Yet with his experience, Master Roshi quickly regained composure and delivered a swift chop, sending Clin flying out of the ring and securing his ticket to the next round. The second match was Son Wukong versus Namu. Son Wukong stepped onto the stage, gazing at the dark-skinned monk from the impoverished village whose hands were clasped in prayer and eyes reflected resignation. Setting aside his casual demeanor, a hint of respect gleamed in his eyes. Namu. Son Wukong spoke calmly. I know why you are here. Namu was taken aback, looking over with caution. What you lack is not the prize money but the water to save your village. His voice was not loud, yet each word struck deep into Namu's heart. Bearing the fate of an entire village is commendable, so I will not underestimate you. However, for certain reasons I must win. After the match, go to the Capsule Corporation and register my name. Their artificial rain equipment and large pumps should be faster and more effective than any prize money. Namu's pupils constricted sharply, his eyes reddening, as the weight of despair previously pressing on him was effortlessly lifted by this young man's casual words. I will forever remember your great kindness. Namu took a deep breath, pushing back the despair replaced, instead, by a fervent passion for martial arts. He leaped high, resembling a diving falcon. Receive my strongest move. Sky Cross Fist. Facing this renowned technique, Son Wukong offered the purest respect and met the attack heat with the strength of his ancient scion body. Bang! As the crossed arms were about to smash down onto his head, Son Wukong's hands shot out like lightning, his fingers gripping the wrists with the precision of hydraulic clamps. The furious kinetic energy hurtling down from dozens of meters was abruptly halted by his muscular arms in midair. Crack! The stone tiles beneath his feet shattered into fragments. Yet his body stood firm like a cast iron tower, unyielding. I accept your challenge. Son Wukong smiled slightly, his arm muscles tensing as he merged his waist and horse stance, completing a powerful shoulder throw in place, riding the momentum. Whoosh! An unmatched force surged forward. Namu traced a perfect parabola in the air, flying out of the arena and landing smoothly on the grass. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Namu stood up, clasped his hands together, and bowed deeply before decisively exiting the stage. On the matchup board, 2 names thundered together at the pinnacle: Son Wukong versus Chung Long. The host raised the microphone high, shouting hoarsely, after 3 days of competition, we finally welcome the finals. On one side is the strongest dark horse with a one-hit knockout, on the other an unfathomable mysterious master. The match officially begins. Boom. The atmosphere erupted as emotions ignited, tearing through the sky. Bulma sat in the front row, her hands clenched tightly against her chest. She fixed her gaze on the red-clad youth with one hand in his pocket as he stepped onto the stage, shouting with all her might. On the stage, Son Wukong shook off his laziness, looking at Master Roshi, who was treating this battle with utmost seriousness, and lowered his voice. Grandpa Chung Long, I have been looking forward to this final for a long time. Next, I will exert only 10% of my strength. I hope you won't let me get too bored. Master Rose's eye twitched violently, almost blowing off his fake beard. Hearing the exaggerated term grandpa, he sighed inwardly, realizing that this little monster had seen through his disguise. Fully aware of the terrifying power hidden in his disciple, hearing that Son Wukong would only use 10% of his strength ignited the dormant competitive spirit in this martial arts deity. Arrogant little brat. Today I will teach you what it means to have a sky beyond the sky. Master Roshi bellowed, his frail body erupting with a fierce aura. An invisible gust of wind whipped up dust, and his martial arts uniform fluttered. He knew very well that testing the waters was futile. He had to go all out. Whoosh! A sonic boom echoed as Master Rose's figure vanished in a blur. Bring it on. Son Wukong's fighting spirit surged as the stone tiles beneath him exploded into dust. He transformed into a flash of light that the naked eye could hardly track, charging directly at his opponent. Swish, swish, swish. The two of them instantly broke the sound barrier, and to the thousands of ordinary spectators, the vast arena seemed completely empty. Where are they? The audience stood up in panic, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. The host gazed blankly, trembling with excitement. A miracle. The speed of both fighters is so fast that the naked eye cannot catch them. Although the audience couldn't see the figures, explosions of white energy clouds erupted in midair. Bang, bang, boom. The thunderous sounds of their furious exchanges reverberated like a series of distant thunderclaps, each collision sending translucent ripples through the air. In just a few seconds, the two fought over 100 exchanges in a dimension undetectable to ordinary humans. With a roar, 2 intertwined figures fell, landing in the center of the ring. As soon as they touched down, the pace shifted from rapid exchanges to close-quarters combat. Master Roshi, fully aware of the immense power of his opponent, immediately engaged in close combat, his steps unpredictable right hand extended like a hook tearing through the air, aimed at Son Wukong's throat. Facing the vicious attack, Son Wukong did not retreat but advanced. His hands intertwined smoothly, sliding along his opponent's wrist, and following the force outward. In the instant when an opening appeared, he wrapped his left arm around Master Rose's wrist and yanked it inward. Using the dragging force, he bulldozed and driving his right elbow hard into Master Rose's chest. Feeling the terrifying impact of the elbow strike, Master Rose's expression changed dramatically. Pivoting on one foot, he spun rapidly, narrowly avoiding the blow. Harnessing the rotational force, his right leg swept low like a concealed steel whip. Sun Wukong's eyes glinted as he did not jump to evade, but instead accurately stomped down with his left foot, dispersing the leg's wind. Then with a heavy shoulder and a crashing elbow, he unleashed a torrent of force from his back, crashing into Master Roshi with a fierce and domineering posture. Boom. Like the tolling of a temple bell. Master Rose's arms went numb from the impact, and he was sent flying off the ground. In midair, he barely managed to perform a backflip landing, just in time to carve 2 deep grooves into the ground. What terrifying physical strength. Seeing himself fully suppressed in a direct confrontation, Master Roshi staggered his steps, becoming unsteady and disoriented, as if he were drunk, like a drunken fist. The attack patterns became increasingly bizarre, defying conventional physics coming from all angles. Initially pushed back several steps, Sun Wukong's dark eyes locked onto his opponent's movements. After merely a dozen exchanges, his own figure suddenly swayed violently, his steps also becoming unsteady and disoriented, replicating the drunken fist style. The two drunken fighters stumbled around, with Sun Wukong mastering both form and spirit. Bolstered by his terrifying physicality, he turned the tables within just a few moves, firmly suppressing Master Roshi. After prolonged aggression, without success, Master Rose's expression sharpened, enduring a powerful punch before retreating violently. In an instant, his figure split into 2, then 4, then 8. Phantom Fist. 8 Master Roses surrounded Sun Wukong, with indistinguishable fist winds descending from all directions. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, instantly seeing through the visual illusion, and his figure also blurred in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. The arena erupted with over a dozen white afterimages. A more terrifying speed produced double the phantoms. The afterimages collided fiercely, the intense spatial vibrations dazzling the audience. After the collisions, all the afterimages simultaneously vanished. Master Roshi used the recoil to leap into the air, bringing his hands together at his waist, and a blinding azure glow erupted from his palms as he thrust his arms forward. Kamehameha Wave. Almost simultaneously, an identical azure light rapidly formed in Sun Wukong's palm. It was even more dazzling than Master Roshi's as he suddenly raised his arms and unleashed it. Kamehameha Wave. Boom. 2 thick blue energy beams collided directly overhead, the violent energy ripples transforming into a 12-level hurricane, ripping apart the thick stone walls surrounding them. In a standoff lasting less than 2 seconds, the energy erupting from Sun Wukong's palm broke through like a flood, sending Master Rose's Kamehameha Wave back along its original path. Master Roshi was taken aback, desperately diving to the side. Boom. The uncontrollable beam brushed past the afterimages and soared into the sky, tearing a massive rift through the heavy clouds above Papaya Island, with blinding sunlight pouring down. Master Roshi knelt awkwardly at the edge of the arena, gasping for breath, his black martial arts uniform soaked in sweat. He lifted his head, his eyes flashing with deep exhaustion and shock. The perfect replication of strength, speed, and martial skill. This was truly an unfathomable abyss. It seems you are not overestimating yourself, but... His expression became gravely serious, taking a deep breath as his frail hands rose before his chest, fingers curling like eagle claws in an eerie manner. Zizizi, zizizi. A sound that grated on the teeth echoed as bright yellow arcs of electricity danced wildly between his palms, filling the air with a strong burnt scent. This is the trump card I plan to take to my grave. Master Rose's hair stood on end as he bellowed. Take this, you little brat. 10,000 nations shockwave. Boom. 100,000 volts of high-voltage electricity formed an impenetrable thunderous net, crossing several meters in the blink of an eye, ensnaring Sun Wukong tightly. Crack, crack, crack. The raging lightning violently bit into his body, the terrifying heat scorching the stone tiles beneath him black. For an ordinary person, the instantaneous nerve damage would lead to immediate unconsciousness. Bulma and Klin screamed in terror. However, Sun Wukong, at the center of the thunderstorm, stood unfazed, quietly closing his eyes. Rapid calculations were underway. He clearly grasped the essence of the raging current. That it was not natural lightning, but a property attack, forcibly converted from his internal energy through high-frequency oscillation. I see. Through specific frequency muscle resonance and ki-blood friction, the nature of the chi is altered. A satisfied smile appeared in Zizizi. Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes, the massive pure chi within him vibrating slightly. Bang! The 100,000 volts of electricity wrapping around him shattered like fragile glass, dispersing into a myriad of bright yellow sparks. He slowly raised his right hand. In Master Rose's narrowed pupils, a tangible blue lightning flickered at Sun Wukong's fingertips, emitting a faint sizzling sound. Moving as if it were an extension of his will, he not only endured the attack, but also perfectly reversed the lightning property conversion within mere seconds. Monster. An utterly unreasonable monster. Master Roshi stared at the lightning, his taut body completely relaxed. He smiled, bitterly shaking his head, and sat down helplessly on the charred arena, raising his right hand. Referee, I concede. The referee excitedly raised the flag, shouting hoarsely, contestant Chung Long concedes. The champion of this martial arts tournament is Sun Wukong. Boom. Colorful confetti burst forth and Papaya Island erupted into unprecedented celebration. Amidst the deafening cheers, a blue figure leaped over the barrier recklessly like a light bird and dove into his embrace. As the martial arts tournament drew to a triumphant close, the entire island was immersed in celebration. Having claimed the grand prize of 500 Sony dollars, the rising star Son Wukong naturally became the center of attention. At the island's most luxurious seafood restaurant, Bulma had reserved the entire top-floor private room with a breathtaking view. Cheers! Bulma, Krillin, Oolong Poir, and even the shamelessly freeloading Yamcha raised their glasses. They clinked their mugs of draft beer and glasses of juice with boisterous shouts. Wukong, you were incredible today. You even took down a master like Jackie Chan. Krillin took a gulp of juice and scratched his bald head in confusion. By the way, where did Master Roshi disappear to? He said he'd come watch the finals, but he was nowhere to be seen all day. Probably lost in some bikini show on the beach, Son Wukong replied calmly, tearing off an arm-thick roasted lamb leg in 2 bites. Bang! The ornate wooden door of the private room swung open. My apologies, I'm late. I wandered off and lost track of time. Master Roshi, having removed his comical wig and fake beard, swaggered in with a grin, ready to take his seat. Master Roshi, where did you go? You missed the most exciting part. Krillin started to greet him, but his words trailed off as his gaze locked onto something. He blinked, his expression turning extremely odd. Master, why are you wearing Mr. Jackie Chan's clothes? The room fell into dead silence. Everyone stared. Though Master Roshi had reverted to his original appearance, he was still clad in the charred training GI from the finals, scorched black by lightning down to the exact shape of the burn holes. Master Roshi looked down and his face flushed a deep crimson. In his haste to remove his disguise in the lounge, he had forgotten to change out of this incriminating outfit. Well, this is... His eyes darted wildly as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Suddenly he slapped his thigh. You kids don't get it. This is the hottest battle damage style on Papaya Island. I bought it specially to be trendy. What do you brats know? Yamcha leaned in and sniffed. But, why does it smell like grilled meat? It's a special grilled meat-scented perfume. Got it. Master Roshi jumped up in a panic. Then guiltily he glanced at Son Wukong, who was in the seat of honor. Son Wukong crunched a bone and gave a knowing smile. He raised his glass. Master Roshi, we were waiting for you. Let's eat and talk. Yes, let's eat. Master Roshi, relieved, scurried to his seat. The table was laden with lobster grilled meat and towering stacks of fried rice plates. Son Wukong had fully entered his eating mode. The Scion's appetite was a bottomless pit, his hands becoming blurs as he devoured the carbohydrates and protein with lightning speed. Sir, the kitchen has no vegetables left and the cold storage is empty. We truly cannot serve any more food, the restaurant manager said, sweating profusely and near tears, looking at the empty plates stacked to the ceiling. Half an hour later. Don't panic. A crisp voice rang out. Bulma, resting her chin on her hand, held a black gold bank card between her slender fair fingers. She slapped it onto the table. If there's no food, go buy more. If it's not available locally, bring it from the next island. Or charter a private jet and airlift it from West City. Bulma lifted her chin, her presence as the heiress of the world's wealthiest family commanding the room. She pointed at the black card, her tone authoritative. Today my friend must eat his fill. Right away, miss. Please wait, I'll contact the charter service. The manager clutched the black card and dashed off. Long live the rich girl. Krillin and Oolong held waving their empty bottles. Son Wukong, his mouth stuffed with a king crab leg, gave a muffled thumbs up. Bulma, you're really something. Watching him devour his food with such unrefined gusto, Bulma's eyes held no disdain, only a gentle warmth. On the tournament stage, he was an invincible warrior, but now fighting over food, he was endearingly real. After the feast, the night had grown deep. Krillin and Master Roshi, their bellies round, were sprawled on the sofa snoring. Son Wukong and Bulma quietly left the noisy restaurant and strolled along the beach. Under the bright moonlight, Bulma carried her high heels and walked barefoot in the cool, shallow water, her heart light. So how does it feel to be number one? Not bad. Master Roshi really is a hidden master, Son Wukong said, facing the sea breeze. The match, especially the intense analysis of the Thundershock surprise, had given him a qualitative leap in his subtle control of ki. Bulma stopped, turned, and her clear, beautiful eyes sparkled with mischief in the moonlight. Actually, I prepared a special gift for you today. Son Wukong, seeing her proud, praise-seeking expression, teased her. A special gift? Wasn't that top-tier seafood dinner enough? Bulma rolled her eyes and gave a mysterious smile. Remember the training idea you mentioned back in West City? You said ordinary training was useless. Her eyes gleamed with the pride of a genius scientist. I've been secretly developing it all this time. For the core materials, I contacted my sister Tights, who's been roaming the cosmos. I had her get some high-density gravity ores from outer space. Tights. Son Wukong's expression shifted slightly. The characters from the Dragon Ball prequel really existed, and this rich heiress could even procure rare alien materials. Unaware of his reaction, Bulma proudly explained. Using the alien materials and Capsule Corporation's gravity conversion technology, I custom-built a 100 times gravity room for you. It can be adjusted up to 100 times Earth's gravity. 100 times gravity. A blazing fervent light ignited in Son Wukong's eyes. This was the ultimate power-leveling artifact. With this combined with the ancient Scion's monstrous recovery, he was absolutely confident He could train his base combat power to a terrifying degree before the arrival of a powerful enemy. Bulma, you're an absolute genius. Overcome with joy, Son Wukong shed his composure, stepped forward, and wrapped his arms around Bulma, pulling her into a tight embrace. He spun her around on the beach in excitement. Ah! A startled cry escaped her as Bulma was pressed firmly against the youth's overwhelming chest. The clean, fiery scent of him washed over her. Mixed with the faint saltiness of the sea, her mind went blank in an instant. Thank you. This is the most perfect gift I've ever received. His low voice vibrated near her ear, his joy undisguised. The fair skin of her neck flushed red up to her ears. Instinctively, Bulma raised her hand to push him away. But when she touched his broad, warm back, her resistance inexplicably softened her hand, changing to gently grip the corner of his shirt. Her heart pounded like a drum. Idiot. You're hugging too tight. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, her face completely red. She gave in, burying her face into his broad shoulder. Feeling her burning warmth and shyness, Son Wukong came to his senses. He couldn't push too hard. He stopped and gently set Bulma back down on the sand. Looking at her blushing, averted face, he naturally reached out and tucked a strand of her windblown blue hair behind her ear. Sorry, the surprise was too big. I lost control. His voice was soft. The warmth of his fingertips touched her ear. Bulma lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her dress. She let out a soft, playful complaint, but her moist eyes were filled with undisguised, sweet joy. The world's greatest martial artist getting this excited over a power boost. You're a complete martial arts fanatic. The night breeze blew gently, and the waves lapped softly. The tender, ambiguous warmth spread silently under the quiet moonlight. The World Martial Arts Tournament concluded, and the crowd dispersed. Outside the airport, Krillin stood with a backpack nearly twice his height, gazing longingly at Son Goku. Goku, you really want return to Turtle Island for cultivation? Krillin rubbed his aching shoulders, his face etched with reluctance. Though the past half-year of one-sided sparring drills under Goku had been grueling, his explosive growth and strength was undeniably real. Goku patted Krillin's gleaming bald head and smiled. Your foundation is solid now. I need a new training method. Keep practicing diligently under Master Roshi. He'll personally test your progress at the next tournament. Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses. Gazing upon this disciple who in just half a year had comprehensively surpassed him, his eyes softened with quiet resignation. Go forth. Only the vast world beyond can contain a monster like you. Go on, he sighed, waving a hand. With your innate talent, there's truly nothing more I can teach you. Seek your own path. Thank you, Master Roshi. Take care. Goku bowed deeply and solemnly. As he turned, Bulma leaned against her sports car by the roadside waiting for him. Clad in a crisp, sleeveless work jacket and shorts, she radiated effortless charisma. Now that you're without a destination, how about coming back to West City with me? As the exclusive test subject for my gravity chamber, she asked cheerfully. I'd be honored. Goku accepted without hesitation. With a sharp whistle, the flying nimbus tore through the sky and arrived instantly. He swept an arm around the young woman's waist, and beneath Krillin's envious gaze soared toward West City as a streak of golden light. West City, the Capsule Corporation headquarters. Deep within its subterranean top-secret RD facility, thick alloy doors slid open with a prolonged hiss of pressure release. At the center of the chamber stood a sleek silver-gray hemispherical structure brimming with futuristic elegance. Stepping inside, Goku surveyed the reinforced walls before fixing his gaze upon the massive gravity generator at the core. Its perfectly rounded, heavily armored form, brutal yet aesthetically commanding, felt uncannily familiar, echoing memories from long ago. What do you mean exactly the same? Bulma tied back her blue hair, puzzled. I mean, your aesthetic sensibility has deep Capsule Corp lineage. It's quite captivating, Goku replied, utterly unruffled. Well spoken for once, Bulma said, smugly tugging him toward the main control panel. Come on, great warrior, let me show you how it works. You may be strong, but misuse this chamber, and it'll crush you like a hydraulic press. A delicate fragrance drifted into his nostrils. Pointing to the screen, Bulma explained patiently, this is the incremental dial, fine-tuning or direct input either way. The red button on the left is the emergency cutoff. If your organs shift or consciousness blurs, slam it down, even if it costs you your last breath. Understood? Inside, a full-spectrum biometric monitoring system tracks every vital sign in real time, feeding data directly to my lab. Should you overextend and trigger cardiac arrest, the system will cut power automatically. And I, Bulma paused, her tone turning grave, will burst in and drag you out myself. Got it, thanks. Without further words, Goku stripped off his martial arts uniform. At the sight of his iron-hard musculature, coiled with raw explosive power, Bulma's cheeks flushed instantly. You just get acclimated first. I'll prep your nutrient meal. Stammering, she fled the chamber without looking back. The alloy door sealed shut behind her with a resonant clang. Goku didn't overestimate himself. He calmly entered the number 10 on the console. 10 times Earth's gravity, the standard gravity of the Saiyan homeworld. Beep. The gravity field activated. A low resonant hum filled the chamber, and the air itself seemed vacuumed away, replaced by a viscous leaden density. His shoulders buckled under sudden crushing weight, as though bearing an invisible mountain. His bones groaned in protest, blood flowed sluggishly like mud, and each breath rasped like a bellows. His knees bent slightly, fine sweat beaded on his brow. An unprepared Earth martial artist would have had their organs pulverized instantly. Yet Goku only felt a rising heat throughout his body. Under this pressure capable of shattering ordinary beings, the ancient Saiyan blood slumbering deep within his genes awoke fully, like a ravenous wolf scenting blood. Wild energy surged to erupt, but with absolute mastery over his ki, he suppressed it entirely. Not a wisp escaped outward, instead he forced the torrent inward, compressing it relentlessly into every fiber of muscle. Destroy, repair, compress, strengthen. Within 10 minutes his legs straightened like resilient pine trunks. He tested a forward punch. Boom. A muffled sonic boom detonated inside the chamber, warping the air visibly under tenfold gravity. This sensation, every cell greedily devouring pressure, is utterly intoxicating. Goku shook out his wrist, black eyes blazing with fierce fire. My body has adapted. Now, it's time to push beyond all limits. Months slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Goku lived with the precision of a finely tuned instrument, yet with an almost scandalous ease. Shutting himself inside the gravity chamber wasn't about self-flagellation. What he sought was absolute, effortless dominance, power sufficient to stride calmly through any future crisis. Having foreknowledge of what lay ahead, he wisely maximized his strength during this safe period, so he could later crush adversaries without strain. And besides earning top-tier comfort, through sheer merit meant he bore it with unshakable dignity. He imposed a strict rule once a week. No matter how critical his training, gravity power would be cut and he'd devote an entire day exclusively to his duties. On that day, he ceased being a heaven-defying cultivator and became the personal guardian of the Capsule Corp heiress. Take for instance a lazy Sunday afternoon. They lounged side by side on the sofa in loose cotton pajamas, utterly unself-conscious, playing video games. KO. A dramatic sound effect blasted from the speakers as Bulma's adorable anime character launched a rising uppercut, sending Goku's hulking fighter flying out of the ring. Bulma, you're unmatched at video games. Goku tossed aside the controller and glanced sidelong at the girl beside him, her grin sly as a fox. That character's startup lag is absurd. Realistically, I could dismantle him into spare parts with a single slap. Games follow game rules. How can the strongest martial artist in the world lose gracefully? Bulma swung her slender legs playfully and popped a plain potato chip into his mouth. As punishment, tomorrow you're accompanying me on a shopping spree. You'll serve as my emotionless ATM. No, my living shopping cart. Goku chewed thoughtfully, then casually rested his head on Bulma's thigh. He closed his eyes, sighing luxuriously. As you command, my lady. But with terms, lunch must feature premium Wagyu beef. Minimum 100 plates. Eat, 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 until you bankrupt me. She scolded lightly, even as her fingers moved instinctively through his dark hair, massaging his tense scalp. Her clear eyes shimmered with tenderness too profound to conceal. In this unexpected companionship, so grounded, so tender, Bulma found a peace she'd never known. These quiet, everyday moments, steeped in warmth and simplicity, not only eased the relentless tension of martial cultivation, but also thinned the barrier between them until it was as fragile and translucent as a cicada's wing. The engine of the 30-fold gravity room let out a labored groan, the air twisting into visible ripples under the immense pressure. Even the light from the high-intensity cold lamp overhead seemed dimmed, pulled thin by this brutal force. Son Wukong stood bare-chested, his feet planted firmly on the alloy floor like the roots of an ancient tree. Sweat couldn't even gather on his skin. The moment it seeped out, it was slammed to the ground by the 30-fold gravity, producing a sound like dense rain hammering steel plates. Each breath felt like swallowing razor blades, and every bone in his body groaned under the extreme pressure, emitting a teeth-grinding friction. After nearly a year of relentless pushing, 30-fold gravity was the current limit of his physical body. If he recklessly raised it another notch, his internal organs would rupture from the strain. With a roar, Son Wukong gritted his teeth against the pressure that could crush a heavy armored vehicle, using the savage instinct of a Saiyan to force through the last set of shadow boxing. With the final punch, his blazing fist tore through the viscous air, creating a sonic boom. A beep signaled the countdown hitting 0, and the light turned from red to green. The gravity field hummed and fully released. Son Wukong felt a sudden lightness, every cell in his body rejoicing greedily. He walked to the rest area, bit open a tube of Bulma's special concentrated nutrient fluid, and downed it in one gulp. Unlike ordinary martial artists who would collapse after training, he sat down cross-legged, immediately closed his eyes, and began to meditate, regulating his breath. His internal chi began to flow steadily like a surging river, roughly and greedily repairing the torn muscle fibers. The logic of Saiyan blood was simple and brutal: as long as you didn't die crawling back, meant a multiplied surge in combat power. After a moment, Son Wukong slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a stream of scorching white chi like a sword. He clenched his fist tightly, feeling the surging power in his palm. His combat power must have exceeded 10,000. In this era where Piccolo Daimao was still gathering dust in a rice cooker, and the average Earthling's power level was only 5, what did 10,000 mean? It meant that if he got serious, a single Kamehameha could turn the moon into the most brilliant firework in the universe. As for Raditz, the brother who would come to Earth over a decade later to cause trouble, and the muscular bald Nappa, against 10,000 power, they were just slightly tougher punching bags. He had essentially cleared Earth's standard dungeons. But there was no complacency in Son Wukong's dark eyes, only a clear, calculating mind. As a transmigrator who knew the entire plot, he was well aware that beyond Earth lay the vast starry sea, with Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, with a normal combat power of 530, the bioandroid cell born from the elite cells of the universe, and Majin Buu a threat even the Supreme Kai found troublesome. 10,000 power in this cruel universe was merely a ticket to leave the newbie village. To truly seize control and hold fate in his own hands, becoming a Super Saiyan was the only goal for these years aside from living off others. A base combat power of over 3 million and a massive amount of cells were both essential. Pure-blooded Saiyans only knew slaughter and plunder, their temperaments violent and bloodthirsty. But cells could only proliferate in a calm, gentle state of mind, which was why Super Saiyan was a legend. Son Wukong grabbed a white towel to dry his hair, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. The soul of a transmigrator combined with Kakarot's vessel of immense potential and the awakened bloodline of an ancient Saiyan. When he crossed that threshold and completed his transformation, he would surely unveil a form beyond anyone's comprehension. Speculation aside, the path had to be tread step by step. Obsessively training in the gravity room did nothing to elevate his mind and could even backfire. Checking the calendar, it was time to go out and stock up on strategic supplies. The Senzu beans on Korin Tower were a hard currency that could snatch life back from the King of Hell. He needed to mass stock them to exploit the Scion's near-death recovery mechanic. There was also the hyperbolic time chamber at the lookout and the instant transmission technique from Planet Yardrat. Holding all these cards in hand, no matter how the future storm raged, he could handle it calmly. With a hiss, the air valve released pressure, and the heavy metal doors of the gravity room slid open. Bulma in pink rabbit slippers and a silk robe rushed in energetically. She hadn't even bothered to fix her signature blue hair, a few strands clinging to her fair cheeks, her usual aristocratic poise completely abandoned. She clutched a small round device tightly. Wukong, this is insane. She strode over to him, shoving the glowing dragon radar in his face, her breath short and urgent. Look at the coordinates on the radar. 5 Dragon Balls are all in the same direction, moving toward a single point at incredible speed. As the unseen-a-century genius of Capsule Corporation, Bulma's intuition was sharp. This can't be natural scattering. It must be a wealthy organization with advanced radar technology bulldozing across the world to gather the Dragon Balls with absurd efficiency. Son Wukong casually took the radar, glanced at the clustered dots on the screen, and instantly knew the Red Ribbon Army. Right on schedule. This was when those unlucky fools showed up. Commander Red obsessed with gaining a few inches, Staff Officer Black loyal to a fault, and Dr. Jero hiding in his lab. They were diligent, doing all the grunt work of scouring the world for the Dragon Balls. Their heavily guarded steel fortresses were nothing more than free temporary lockers to Son Wukong. Isn't this great? Son Wukong tossed the dragon radar lightly in his hand, casually draping his other arm around Bulma's shoulder and ruffling her messy blue hair, his tone as relaxed as if discussing dinner. I was just getting bored, cooped up in the gravity room for months. Let's go on a vacation, miss, and pick up the Dragon Balls that belong to us. Bulma froze for a moment, looking at the bare-chested, smiling, confident young man. Her anxiety instantly vanished, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. TCH, easy for you to say. Don't come crying if you get beaten. She slapped his hand away with its Sundara pout, but couldn't suppress the smile on her lips as she turned and padded away in her slippers to pack. Watching Bulma's cheerful retreating figure, Son Wukong clasped his hands behind his head, a look of anticipation flashing in his dark eyes. Red Ribbon Army. I hope your guns and cannons can at least give my muscles a little warm-up. In the morning of West City, the sky was fully bright. A cool breeze swept across the helipad atop Capsule Corporation's headquarters. Bulma had changed into a sleek khaki adventure suit, her long hair tied in a high ponytail and goggles perched on her forehead, shedding her usual heiress demeanor. She tossed a capsule, and with a puff of white smoke, a silver-gray, all-terrain exploration vehicle landed steadily on the ground. Its streamlined fuselage and vertical takeoff ducts exuded a cold industrial hardness. The pressure hatch lifted and Son Goku stepped briskly inside, settling into the shock-absorbing co-pilot seat. Bulma slid into the pilot's seat, her fingers dancing across the console as she locked the radar coordinates onto the navigation screen. This destination lies across the northern ice fields of treacherous terrain, most likely the stronghold of those armed militants. She turned her head, her eyes sharp with caution. If it comes to a fight, we'll be facing a real army with live ammunition. Don't worry, just think of it as a joyride. Son Goku leaned back, his voice gentle yet resolute. His words inexplicably steadied Bulma's anxious heart. The thrusters emitted a sapphire tail flame, and the vehicle lifted off, streaking like a beam of light toward the northern horizon. As the latitude climbed, the scenery outside the cabin rapidly receded. Bustling cities gave way to vast wilderness, endless coniferous forests clashing like a raging sea against snow-capped mountains. The external temperature on the dashboard plummeted sharply. The magnetic field in this airspace is a tangled mess. Radar signals are being disrupted. Bulma frowned at the occasional static on the screen. Hiding their base in such a frozen death zone. These people are not just rich, they're ruthless to themselves. Goku were about to enter the core alert perimeter. Alright, just focus on flying. Son Goku didn't even lift his eyelids. He leaned back, closing his eyes to rest, letting his ki circulate through his body with each steady breath, tuning his spirit to the most comfortable state for battle. Thousands of kilometers away, deep in the northern ice fields, the Red Ribbon Army's underground command post had hollowed out half a snow-covered mountain lying like a dormant beast. A blizzard raged outside the fortress. Fully armed patrols shuttled back and forth, and the roar of heavy armor, grinding frozen earth, echoed day and night. This was a lawless land that gave even Earth's regular forces a headache. Inside the hall, the cold light of a holographic sandbox cast shadows on Commander Red's grim face. He bit down on a cigar, listening to Black's report. Commander, reports of success pour in from search squads across the region. 5 Dragon Balls are safely secured. Only 2 remain, and your grand ambition shall be fulfilled. Red let out a satisfied puff of smoke. Just as he was about to make a grand speech, a piercing air raid siren exploded without warning in the hall. Red lights flashed alternately, dizzying the eyes. What the hell? Red slammed his fist on the edge of the sandbox. A radar operator frantically typed on his keyboard, reporting, Commander. An unmarked aircraft has breached the core air defense zone and is approaching at full speed. The large screen quickly displayed a satellite image of the exploration vehicle. Red scoffed, murderous intent flashing in his eyes, daring to mess with the red ribbon. Shoot it down. Yes. Order the 3rd Air Wing to scramble. Black barked orders. The heavy hangar gate halfway up the mountain slid open. 3 black fighter jets fully loaded with live ammunition pierced through the clouds, leaving white contrails as they charged aggressively in a triangle formation. Inside the exploration vehicle, alarms blared in a cacophony. Bulma stared at the 3 red blips closing in on the radar, her voice tense. Goku, trouble's here. 3 military fighters have locked onto us. Missile launch countdown. Don't worry, leave those scraps outside to me. Son Goku unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up. Under Bulma's astonished gaze, he walked to the hatch and yanked open the pressure valve. A violent icy gale like invisible knives howled into the cabin, tousling Son Goku's hair and pressing his thin martial arts uniform against his body. Without any protection, he stepped out of the hatch, as if strolling in a park, his feet firmly planted on the smooth wing. The sub-zero cold and thin oxygen at 10,000 meters altitude were to a Scion's robust physique nothing more than a spring breeze. At the edge of his vision, a flash of light appeared. 2 air-to-air missiles detached from their racks, trailing flames as they streaked toward him. Son Goku stood against the wind, his hands coming together at his waist. The primal power deep within his genes surged through his body. A pure azure glow rapidly gathered in his palms, the air around him rippling from the dense concentration of energy. Kamehameha, huh? He thrust his palms forward. A thick azure beam of light shot across the sky with overwhelming force. The 2 missiles didn't even have time to detonate. They were completely vaporized in the terrifying heat. The beam, undiminished, swept across hundreds of meters of airspace like a dragon, precisely grazing the 3 fighter jets. The scorching energy torrent directly incinerated the engines and electronics of the aircraft. The fuselages spewed thick black smoke as they spiraled down through the clouds. The sensation of weightlessness sent the red ribbon pilots into panic. One after another, they pulled the ejection handles, and white parachutes bloomed among the clouds. Son Goku's gaze swept over them, but he paid them no further mind. He had never harbored any desire to kill defeated minions. The Kamehameha had carved a vacuum zone hundreds of meters wide through the surrounding clouds, letting sunlight pour straight down. Son Goku brushed off his sleeves, turned back into the cabin, and sealed the pressure hatch. The gale was shut out. The road's clear. Keep flying. He sat back down and casually took a sip from the water bottle beside him. Bulma stared blankly at the empty cloud sea and the exaggerated channel, taking a long moment to snap out of it before letting out a deep breath. With no further obstacles, the exploration vehicle pressed on. As it descended, its nose pierced through the lowlying clouds. Deep in the blizzard-swept ice fields, the full scale of the massive fortress built of steel and concrete came into view. Rows of thick anti-aircraft guns stood tall, and giant searchlights swept back and forth through the swirling snow, weaving an impenetrable net of vigilance. Beneath snow camouflage nets, rows of heavy tanks and mechanized infantry were faintly visible. At the highest point of the fortress, the Crimson Army flag fluttered wildly in the wind and snow. Son Goku rose from his seat, gazing down through the windshield at the steel bastion, on high alert, below, his expression calm. Let's land. He turned to Bulma, his tone as casual as if asking what to have for lunch. The exploration vehicle steadily landed on the frozen ground. As the hatch opened, the cold air clashed with the warmth inside the cabin, forming a cloud of white mist. Sun Wukong stepped out into the snow, the thick accumulation beneath his feet creaking with an almost painful crunch. Less than 100 meters ahead, the 9th Patrol Zone of the Red Satin Brigade was already on full alert. Dozens of heavy main battle tanks completed a fan-shaped encirclement, their dark barrels glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the moonlight. Searchlights turned on simultaneously, illuminating the snowfield as brightly as day. This is the core forbidden area of the Red Satin Brigade. The voice from the loudspeaker was torn by the cold wind, trembling with a feigned ferocity. Unidentified individuals, halt immediately. Otherwise we will open fire. Sun Wukong turned a deaf ear, hands tucked into the pockets of his martial arts uniform, walking with a measured pace, as if he were measuring his own backyard. Behind him, Bulma followed, closely gripping the dragon radar, tightly, her fingertips slightly pale from the cold and tension. Wukong, their heavy firepower has already locked onto us. Bulma whispered, her breath forming clouds that obscured her vision. Don't worry, this level of firepower is useless against us. Sun Wukong did not look back. Fire! Fire! The frontline commander finally broke down under the eerie pressure. He frantically waved the signal flag, his voice hoarse from shouting. Boom! 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 In an instant, dozens of tank, main guns simultaneously unleashed streams of fire. The tremendous recoil sent the snow around the tanks flying into the air, a steel torrent capable of leveling hills, roaring with searing heat instantly covering the area where Son Wukong stood. Flames erupted and black smoke rose. The commander stared intently at the scorched earth through the binoculars, about to smile, when his entire being froze in shock. Amidst the thick smoke, a tall figure stepped out slowly. The armor-piercing rounds that could penetrate several meters of steel upon striking Son Wukong's body crumpled like clay. The warheads twisted and melted, subsequently falling to the ground like spent metal with no remaining kinetic energy. Son Wukong didn't even unleash his protective aura. With his monstrous physical strength, he bore the brunt of the concentrated fire. He raised his head, his black eyes devoid of killing intent, yet emanating a chilling aura that made the 1,000 soldiers across from him feel a profound dread. "It's my turn now." Son Wukong sighed. He made no formal gesture, simply raised his right hand with fingers slightly spread. A blinding yellow energy sphere formed in his palm, crackling with wild electric sparks. Without charging up or any unnecessary movements, he flicked his wrist. Whoosh! The energy blast, accompanied by a sharp sound cutting through the air, smashed directly into the center of dozens of tanks. Boom! The deafening explosion drowned out the howling wind and snow. A blazing hemispherical shield suddenly expanded, a violent shockwave sweeping out with intense heat skimming along the frozen ground. The few heavy tanks at the center, along with their armor and cannons, were melted into red molten metal by the energy blast's high temperature. The steel behemoths a bit farther away were tossed into the air like plastic toys in a gale, crashing into pieces before plummeting heavily into the snowdrift, their tracks spinning uselessly. As the light faded, the fortified position, once impenetrable, was reduced to a blackened pit several hundred meters in diameter, blasted open by the energy blast. The soldiers on the periphery, who were fortunate enough not to be swept away by the shockwave, stared blankly at the pit, their minds buzzing. Someone's hand trembled, causing their rifle to clatter to the snow. Soon after, a series of thuds echoed as those armed soldiers crumpled to their knees one after another at the edge of the scorched earth. Watching the tall figure leisurely walking over the debris of wreckage, they found themselves unable to muster the strength to flee. In the face of combat power exceeding 10,000, the armored artillery that humanity took pride in was no more than a mere firecracker. At this moment, deep within the headquarters, Red Tez stared intensely at the monitoring screen, his right hand trembling as he pressed a cigar against the expensive mahogany desk, leaving behind a charred mark. "Haven't we captured him yet? Where's Officer Ching? Where's General Lon? Send them all out." Red Tez screamed, his short stature appearing even more comical in the oversized command chair. "Use gas. Use missiles. Absolutely must not let him enter the inner city." Beside him, the black strategist stood quietly, his gaze never leaving Son Wukong on the screen. Unlike Red Tez's frantic state, there was a clarity in his eyes that seemed to foresee the outcome. "Commander, ordinary troops are no longer significant." The black strategist's voice was heavy. "That is a monster that humans cannot contend with. Shut up. There's no need for you to belittle humanity." Red Tez abruptly turned his head, his features twisted with anger and fear. "I am the king of this world. I command the strongest army. Hurry, pack the Dragon Balls from the treasury. If we can't hold him off, I'll retreat with them through the secret exit." The black strategist's pupils slightly constricted. Having served beside Red Tez for many years, he had poured his heart and soul into this brigade. He had always believed that Red Tez's so-called ambition to conquer the world was a grand political ideal, even if the path was stained with blood. "Commander," the black strategist's voice was surprisingly calm. "Did you collect the Dragon Balls solely to conquer the world?" Red Tez, busy entering a password at the safe, coldly snorted without looking back. "Conquering the world can be done at any time. What I urgently need now is this." He pulled out several blueprints from the safe, his eyes revealing a sickly fanaticism. "As long as the dragon appears, I can wish to grow taller. Damn it, this short stature has plagued me my whole life. I want to grow 15 centimeters. I want to look down on everyone." The air grew awkwardly quiet at that moment. The black strategist watched the small man flailing about in front of the safe, feeling a part of him that had persevered for over a decade crumble into dust. For the wish of a short man's height, thousands of soldiers outside were dying. For 15 centimeters taller, the Red Satin Brigade he had painstakingly built was about to be completely dismantled by some unknown youth. So it turns out, it was just to grow taller. The black strategist closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze was filled with despair. "All the battles I fought over the years were in vain." "What did you say?" Red Tez finally sensed something was off, turning with the safe in his arms and darkening his expression. "Do you want to betray me?" Black strategist. "No, Commander." The black strategist stepped forward, his long-suppressed killing intent causing Red Tez to involuntarily retreat. "I just feel that the dignity of the Red Satin Brigade should not be buried beneath your heel." He drew the handgun from his waist. "What are you doing? I am the commander. Without me, you are nothing." Red Tez screamed in terror. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a blood hole appeared in the center of Red Tez's forehead. This invincible war maniac, until his last breath, bore an absurd look of confusion in his eyes. His short corpse fell onto the carpet, blood staining the entrance to the treasury. The black strategist coldly stepped over the corpse, retrieving his handgun, not looking at the treasure strewn about. He turned to face the command room door that had been violently kicked open. Amidst the swirling dust, Son Wukong, leading Bulma, strolled in leisurely. "Nice shooting." Sun Wukong glanced at Red Tez on the ground, then shifted his gaze to the black strategist. The black strategist forced a smile, tossing the handgun casually to the ground, feeling as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Sorry for the spectacle. A madman who would destroy the world just to grow taller is indeed not worth me serving anymore. He turned to point toward the open massive treasury behind him. The Dragon Balls are all inside. In exchange, I only seek a dignified conclusion. There are still tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers in this fortress who are unaware of the truth. They shouldn't have to pay the price for this madman. Sun Wukong nodded. Bulma, go get the items. Bulma cautiously walked around the corpse and entered the treasury. Moments later, she emerged holding 5 gleaming orange Dragon Balls, exhaling a long breath. Wukong, all 5 are here, not a single one missing. Sun Wukong turned to the black strategist and said, disband your troops. I'll be demolishing this fortress shortly, but I won't kill those who are unarmed. The black strategist stood at attention, saluting with a proper military gesture, then turned to walk into the depths of the darkness. Sun Wukong took Bulma out of the command tower. Behind him, the steel city of the Red Satin Brigade, a symbol of violence and greed, was already teetering on the brink of collapse from the aftermath of the earlier battle. On the snowfield, the wind and snow seemed to grow even stronger. Sun Wukong paused, gazing towards a hidden direction beneath the fortress, unable to suppress his grin. With the Dragon Balls in hand, next, we need to meet someone. Snow and wind raged, swirling above the ruins of the fortress. Sun Wukong stood still on the shattered reinforced concrete, making no haste to leave. He closed his eyes, relying on his acute perception of airflow and life fluctuations to unravel the tangled mess, like pulling silk from a cocoon, probing deep into the ruins. There's still one breathing down there, and its vital signs are very stable, completely unaffected by the earlier fight. Sun Wukong opened his eyes and gestured with his chin toward the ground beneath him. Bulma, who was fiddling with the Dragon Ball in her arms, paused at his words, furrowing her brows as she looked at the twisted metal supports. You mean besides that red commander and black staff officer, there's another one slipping through the net here? This one might be the sharpest mind and the most crucial person in this entire fortress. Sun Wukong said, no more, pressing his right hand downward. A domineering Saiyan aura surged through the fractured, load-bearing walls straight into the depths of the earth. Boom! A muffled rumble came from deep underground. The passage, originally blocked by rubble, was forcibly widened into a dark, deep vertical shaft under the sheer pressure of his ki. Sun Wukong wrapped an arm around Bulma's waist and leaped into the darkness. 30 meters below ground, the scene transformed entirely. There was no trace of the coarse, cold grease smell from the barracks above. Instead, it was eerily clean. The corridor walls were forged from special anti-magnetic alloys, and the climate control system still hummed dutifully. Sun Wukong led Bulma to a heavy sealed door, flashing a red light. He didn't bother smashing it with his fist. Instead, he seeped a thread of ki through the door crack, directly disrupting the electronic lock within. Hiss! The door slid open slowly with a grating screech. Inside, the room was cluttered with intricate transparent tubes, strange tissues soaking in green nutrient fluid, and dozens of monitors frantically scrolling with data. At the center of the laboratory, a middle-aged man with a thick handlebar mustache clad in a white lab coat was frantically stuffing hard drives into a briefcase. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he muttered curses under his breath. That idiot Red Tez, I knew he couldn't hold this place together. Do you really want all my painstaking research to be buried with some moron who only cares about growing taller? Dr. Gero, you've indeed wasted enough of your talent on the Red Ribbon Army. Sun Wukong strolled through the door, chiming in casually. Dr. Gero's body stiffened like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and he spun around in terror. The briefcase in his hand clattered to the floor. Staring at the young man and woman before him, his eyes nearly bulged out. How did you get past those 4 security robots outside? Sun Wukong glanced at the sparking wreckage of parts in the corner, some of Gero's early failures. If you mean that pile of scrap metal, they've already fallen apart. With a casual gesture, Sun Wukong used his ki to pull Gero's briefcase into his hand. Give it back. That's the work of my entire life. Gero lunged forward with a twisted snarl, but before he could even touch Sun Wukong's clothes, an invisible blast of force sent him crashing to the floor. Sun Wukong looked down at the future father of androids, his mind already clicking through calculations. In this universe where fists ruled all, Gero was one of the rare few who could, through mere keystrokes and screw-turning, forge beings surpassing Super Saiyan level power. For Saions to grow stronger, getting beaten alone wasn't enough. They needed quality sparring partners. If he could recruit this old man and have him recreate the prototype of Cell earlier, wouldn't he have an endless supply of high-level punching bags at home? Moreover, with a few modifications, Earth's native defenses would be rock solid. Doctor, you should consider yourself lucky. It's me who found you today, not the Earth Defense Force. Otherwise, you'd be sewing uniforms in a cell for the rest of your life. Sun Wukong crouched down, locking eyes with Gero. What do you want? Steal my technology to sell for money? Gero panted, his face full of suspicion. Sun Wukong chuckled. Sell it for money? We don't lack that. What I'm interested in is your ideas about merging biology with machinery, and that concept of the ultimate life form. Gero's pupils shrank sharply, his face a mask of utter disbelief. How? How do you know? I haven't even finished sketching it on paper yet. Sun Wukong didn't bother explaining. He stepped aside, revealing Bulma behind him. Old man, the energy circuit you wrote for this mainframe looks like a dog's breakfast. Bulma had somehow already slipped over to the main console. Her slender fingers flew across the keyboard as she criticized without looking up. You're trying to use nuclear fission as a foundation. The energy ceiling will hit a dead end sooner or later if you switch to this miniature gravitational field pump architecture. With a final keystroke, the lab's warning lights flipped from red to green, and the central simulator's energy output curve shot up at an absurd angle. Dr. Gero was completely dumbfounded. He scrambled over to the screen, pressing his thick glasses almost against the glass. After staring for a long moment, he slumped to the floor, muttering in awe, gravitational pumps. You can use them like that. I've been trapped by conventional physics all along. Her name is Bulma, heiress of Capsule Corporation. She's one of the few people on Earth whose intellect rivals yours. Son Wukong straightened up and laid out his offer. All the Red Ribbon Army could give you is endless fighting and killing. But I can offer you unlimited research funding from Capsule Corporation, the best lab on Earth, and a real chance to build that thing. At these words, the look in Dr. Gero's eyes toward Bulma shifted instantly. It was the fervor of a scientific madman who had found a kindred spirit. What if I say no? He swallowed, trying to salvage some dignity. Then I'll just have to pretend I never saw you. After all, this place is going to collapse in 5 minutes. Son Wukong pointed at the cracking ceiling above. Gero let out a bitter sigh and nodded firmly. For a pure scientific maniac, he simply couldn't resist such temptation. Fine. Gero's brain is at your disposal from now on. Son Wukong clapped his hands in satisfaction. You have 10 minutes to pack all the useful data. We're never coming back to this dump. Bulma deftly pulled out a high-capacity capsule, directly storing the essential equipment from the main console, and flashed Son Wukong an OK sign. Son Wukong turned and walked out, listening to the clatter of Dr. Gero frantically packing behind him while already planning their next move. First, we'll take this old man back to West City and get him settled. Son Wukong said to Bulma over his shoulder. Then we still need to find the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. Those Red Ribbon guys are way too slow. They've only found 5 in half a year. We'll have to hunt down the last 2 ourselves. No problem. I've been cooped up in the gravity chamber for so long, it'll be like a vacation. Bulma patted the capsule in her pocket, her spirits high. As the 3 of them departed one after another, the steel fortress that had once troubled the regular army was reduced to a worthless heap of scrap metal in the raging snowstorm. Bulma patted the capsule in her pocket, her spirits high. As the 3 of them departed one after another, the steel fortress that had once troubled the regular army was reduced to a worthless heap of scrap metal in the raging snowstorm. 300 meters beneath the western capital lay the S-Class top-secret RD Center of Capsule Corporation. Windowless, its walls forged from special alloys capable of withstanding nuclear blasts, the ventilation system hummed faintly in the corner. Dr. Gero stood in the center of the hall, staring dazedly at the ring of floating control consoles and holographic projectors surrounding him. Back in the Red Ribbon Army with funds choked off, he could only sketch grand designs on paper. Now these cutting-edge devices were laid out before him like common cabbages. A gravitational wave confinement device, a high-precision molecular reorganizer. Gero's withered fingers trembled slightly. To a scientific madman, this was no mere underground lab, it was a holy sanctuary. All these facilities are yours to use. Son Goku's voice snapped Gero back to his senses. Stepping up to the console, he declared with brimming confidence, Bulma will grant you top-tier RD clearance. Deep-sea rare metals, alien elements for meteorites. Just list what you need and it'll be on your lab bench within a week. Gero whirled around, his eyes behind the thick-lensed glasses blazing with fervor. In return, Son Goku's voice was low, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. Your research must be absolutely subordinate to me or Bulma. He'll provide you with scion cells, let you develop the creations you dream of. But those wretched plans to turn living people into machines, throw them all in the trash. Gero swallowed hard. He had dealt with all sorts of ruthless men, and instinct told him that this seemingly amiable calm youth would be 100 times more terrifying than that fool Red if he turned hostile. Understood. Gero bowed his head obediently. As long as you let me continue researching life sciences, Gero is at your command. Having laid down the law to the future father of android Son Goku did not linger in the western capital. The summoning of Shenron had caused too much of a stir. To avoid trouble, he took Bulma and the 7 Dragon Balls, stepping onto the flying Nimbus and flying directly to an uninhabited desert island near the equator. The sea breeze carried a salty tang, surrounded by an endless expanse of deep blue ocean. This spot will do. Bulma, carrying a suitcase, dismounted from Son Goku and laid out the 7 Dragon Balls on a flat reef. As the 7 orange spheres gathered together, the crimson stars embedded within began to pulse in unison, as if calling upon some ancient law. Come forth, Shenron. Bulma cried out, clasping her hands together. The heavens shifted. Within moments, a cloudless sky was utterly blanketed by oppressive black clouds. The clouds hung low, golden lightning writhing and tearing within thunderclaps so deep they made the very stones tremble underfoot. Broad daylight turned abruptly to night. Gale-force winds whipped up waves that slammed violently against the shore. Roar! A long, majestic dragon's cry pierced the clouds. Dazzling golden light burst through the darkness, and an eastern dragon hundreds of meters long and covered in azure scales descended in spirals. Its colossal form blotted out the sun and moon, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Shenron lowered its immense head, its 2 red lantern-like eyes fixed on the pair below, its voice like rolling thunder. You who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. Any wish, I can grant it. Before it could finish, Shenron's gaze swept over to Son Goku beside Bulma. Those once haughty crimson vertical pupils suddenly constricted. In Shenron's perception, within the black-haired youth below lay a bottomless abyss. Amidst the vast boundless aura, an immensely powerful force lurked. Shenron's enormous body stiffened almost imperceptibly in midair. It was created by Earth's guardian, its power ceiling tied to that deity. Yet the youth's energy was countless times mightier than the guardian's. Hovering in the sky, the majestic Shenron cleared its throat, its thunderous voice softening a little ahem. Well, is it you who wishes to make a wish? Bulma, oblivious to Shenron's unease, turned and yielded her place to Son Goku. Son Goku stepped forward facing the gale, looking directly into the dragon's enormous eyes, his tone steady. Shenron, I want the secret technique of the Yardrations. Instant transmission. Grant me this ability perfectly. Shenron was silent for a long moment, a flicker of human-like awkwardness in its massive eyes. It writhed twice in the clouds and lowered its head. I deeply apologize. This wish, I cannot grant. You can't do it. Son Goku raised an eyebrow slightly. Though he knew Shenron wasn't omnipotent, hearing the refusal firsthand was still a bit regrettable. Indeed, Shenron explained in a low voice. My power comes from the god who created me. That high-dimensional spatial art involves profound laws of energy control, which the user must comprehend themselves. I cannot forcibly implant such cultivated results into your body. It is beyond my capabilities. Bulma, hearing this, clearly couldn't help but quip. Even Shenron has things it can't do. I thought you were all-powerful. Shenron was momentarily speechless, but cowed by Son Goku's presence, it pretended not to hear. However, if you desire a tangible object or wish to resurrect someone, I can still be of service. Choose another wish, O mighty one. Son Goku was not discouraged. If that supreme spatial divine art could be obtained for free using Earth's wishing orbs, it would have been illogical. Since it couldn't grant the skill directly, he would change his approach. If you can't give me the ability, then give me the coordinates of planet Yardrat. Son Goku said after a moment's calculation. Shenron's large eyes brightened noticeably as if relieved. That is simple. So be it. The moment the words fell, Shenron's eyes blazed with two piercing beams of red light. Son Goku felt a faint warmth at his brow as the spatial coordinates of planet Yardrat surged into his mind. Mission complete, Shenron let out a long cry. It seemed unwilling to linger a moment longer before this youth with the terrifying aura. Coiling its immense body, it transformed into a beam of golden light that shot straight into the heavens. At the cloud tops, the golden light scattered, reverting into 7 ordinary stone spheres that shot off across the world with a whistling sound. The black clouds receded, sunlight once more bathed the reef, and the sea breeze grew gentle again. Son Goku slowly opened his eyes, his deep pupils reflecting a sea of stars. The ticket to the cosmos was now firmly in his grasp. That's it. Bulma leaned in, eyeing him curiously. You've got the coordinates for that planet in your head now, eh? So what next? With Earth's current tech level, we can't build a spaceship capable of interstellar flight anytime soon. That's why I kept Dr. Gero around. Son Goku gazed at the undulating sea, his tone resolute. You two genius minds will surely find a way. Bulma watched Son Goku's upright silhouette, knowing in her heart that this youth's vision had already surpassed this blue planet fixed upon the vast starry sea beyond. The divine dragon dissipated, and the deserted island returned to tranquility. Although he obtained the coordinates of the Yardrat star, Son Wukong was not in a rush to head there. Before that, he needed to extract every possible benefit from the Earth. First and foremost was the elite cheat known as the Xian Do, which could fully revive one as long as there was a breath left, as well as the super divine water that could forcibly extract the potential of the physical body. In the sacred land of Karen, deep within the boundless primitive forest, a colossal pillar rose from the ground, piercing the clouds and disappearing from sight. Son Wukong stood before the base of the tower, gazing up at the ancient structure marked by the scars of time. Beside him, the Indian warrior Bra held his son Upa, looking at the boy descending on the Nimbus cloud with awe in his eyes. This is the Karen Tower, Bra said earnestly, gripping his spear. It is said that only a martial artist with sincere heart and extraordinary perseverance can climb it using their hands and feet to meet the immortal. Only with hands and feet. Son Wukong murmured softly. With his current battle power exceeding 10,000, he could easily jump from a squat and crash onto the top of the tower like a cannonball. However, in the path of martial arts, one must still go through the necessary motions, considering it a tempering of one's state of mind. He patted the Nimbus cloud, letting it play by itself, and then approached the tower, fingers gripping the rough surface. Taking a deep breath of the cool forest air, he relied solely on the power of his physical body. Bang! A shockwave erupted at the base of the tower as Son Wukong's figure disappeared from Bra's view. He was indeed climbing, alternating his hands and feet, executing the movements flawlessly. But his speed was simply too fast. Each explosive release of muscular power created a muffled sound in midair. He moved like a flash of lightning, tearing through the air and leaving a white streak behind. 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters. The life and death trial that would take an ordinary martial artist days and nights to struggle through was merely a warm-up for him. The extreme cold high in the sky, capable of freezing one's bones, and the thin air did not even disrupt his breathing. In just a few minutes, breaking through the thick rain clouds, the half-spherical hall adorned with ancient totems at the top of the tower came into view. Son Wukong grabbed the edge of the tower's top corridor with one hand, effortlessly flipping over like a falling leaf, landing silently on the stone slab. A gentle breeze brushed his hair, and he didn't even break a sweat. In the center of the hall stood a white cat leaning on a wooden staff. Karen the Immortal still squinted, his iconic cat eyes appearing as calm as an old dog, but the claw pad gripping the staff tightened unconsciously. Having lived for 800 years, this old cat had seen it all. But Karen swore this was the most ridiculous tower climber he had ever encountered. Not only did he break the historical record for time taken, but more alarmingly the perception of his divine powers was going off the charts. This seemingly restrained boy harbored a peerless, ferocious beast within. What an incredible young man. Karen opened his eyes, appraising the calm-breathing Son Wukong. I have seen countless martial artists climb the tower. You are the fastest and the most inscrutable one yet. Karen, I have long admired you, Son Wukong said, politely cupping his fists. My name is Son Wukong. I have come to the tower to seek 2 items. Oh, you came prepared. Karen's whiskers twitched slightly, and without warning his staff thrust forward, producing a sharp sound of slicing air aimed directly at Son Wukong's throat. Son Wukong did not dodge or evade. He merely extended 2 fingers and firmly pinched the staff. No matter how Karen exerted force, the staff remained unmoved, as if it had taken root in stone. On the path of martial arts, you have reached a height that is beyond my reach. Karen retracted his staff with a sigh, completely abandoning any thoughts of testing him. Speak, what do you wish for? The super divine water used to train your movement technique is probably no different from plain water for you. Ordinary super divine water is indeed useless. What I want is the super divine water hidden deep within the ice maze, which can force out the ultimate potential of the human body. As soon as the words left his mouth, Karen's squinting eyes suddenly widened, his expression more serious than ever. Young man, do you know what that is? That is not some miraculous elixir, it is a deadly poison. Over the past few centuries, 14 self-proclaimed top martial artists have consumed it, and without exception they all died here in agony. With your current strength, there is no need to take such a risk. I am more aware of its dangers than anyone, Son Wukong replied calmly, but there was an undeniable determination in his tone. A tremendous power lies dormant within my bloodline, not yet fully integrated with my body. I need a strong remedy to break it apart and unleash that potential. Looking into Son Wukong's focused eyes devoid of distractions, Karen remained silent for a long time. Finally, he turned and walked deeper into the shrine, saying, "Follow me. Since you are resolute, I will not stop you." Passing through a dark door, they arrived at a chilling ice cave. In the center of the cave, an ancient teapot rested quietly on a stone platform. Without hesitation, Son Wukong stepped forward and poured out a cup of murky liquid. He tilted his head back and drank it down in one go. For the first few seconds, everything was calm, but then a tremendous pain surged through him, as if thousands of steel needles were piercing his bones. The toxic water transformed into a violent energy, ruthlessly destroying every cell and vein within his body. Ugh! Son Wukong groaned, sinking to one knee on the ground, his fingers scraping deep grooves into the bluestone slab. Beads of sweat like pearls rolled down, and a strange purplish-black pattern emerged on his fair skin as the toxins spread wildly through his bloodstream. Pain. An indescribable tearing sensation. This was 100 times more terrifying than the pressure in the gravity chamber, where gravity was merely external pressure, while the super divine water started its destruction from within. Maintain your focus. Don't let the pain consume your sanity. Karen shouted anxiously from the side. Son Wukong gritted his teeth, his mouth filled with the intense metallic taste of blood. On the brink of collapse, he forced himself to summon the vast chi within him to hold on, knowing that what the original young Wukong could endure, he could endure as well. Under the stimulation of the deadly poison, the Scion's abnormal genes awakened completely. The cells destroyed by the toxic water were reborn with greater resilience in the next breath, and the surging chi within him flowed accordingly, forcibly channeling this rebirth power into every limb and bone. This was a brutal tug-of-war, a long torment that lasted for a full 2 hours. When the purplish-black patterns on his body faded, transforming into a layer of foul-smelling black impurities that were expelled, Son Wukong finally stopped trembling. He slowly exhaled a breath of burning turbid air and stood up. There was no explosive aura, but his entire presence exuded an oppressive depth. The potential was fully unleashed. The final barrier between the ancient Scion bloodline and his physical body was ground away by the super divine water. You actually made it through. Karen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his eyes filled with shock. Thank you for your support, immortal, Son Wukong said, clenching his fist, feeling the explosive power flowing between his knuckles, unable to hide his exhilaration. He restrained his aura, looking at Karen beside him, and got straight to the point. In addition to the super divine water, I also need to ask for some Xiando as a backup. Karen was straightforward, asking no further questions, and turned to enter the fragrant inner room. Shortly after, the old cat huffed and dragged out 3 burlap sacks, each half his height. Take these. The current production of Xiando is quite abundant. These few sacks contain at least several thousand beans altogether, the old cat said while leaning on his staff, his tone carrying a hint of entrustment. Perhaps the future of Earth relies entirely on you. Son Wukong squatted down and untied the knot of one sack. Before his eyes lay a sea of green, with each bean plump and full. Looking at these unassuming little things, the fire in his heart was nearly uncontrollable. These were the most unreasonable cheats in the Dragon Ball world. No matter how severe the injury, as long as one swallowed a bean, they could return to peak condition in the blink of an eye. It could even fully replenish exhausted stamina, leaving one without hunger for over 10 days. For a Saiyan, this was the ultimate artifact for outrageous power-ups akin to a near-death bug. Fortunately, he acted quickly, calculating the time. That fat guy Yajirobe was probably still roasting wild boar in the wilderness and hadn't even touched the edge of Karin Tower. If he had come a few years later, there might have only been a few dozen left. He unceremoniously stored the 3 large sacks of Xiando into the universal capsule. With the Xiando safely stored, Sun Wukong had no intention of lingering. He walked to the edge of the tower room, glanced at the rolling clouds below, and placed 2 fingers in his mouth, whistling a penetrating sound. Whoosh. As the whistle sound faded, the sea of clouds below suddenly parted, and a fluffy bright yellow light surged upward, obediently hovering at his feet. The Nimbus Cloud. Sun Wukong stepped onto it, turning his back to Karin, and waved his hand. Karin, until we meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of golden light erupted. The Nimbus Cloud transformed into a dazzling meteor, tearing a rift in the clouds and vanishing in an instant. Karin leaned on his staff, squinting against the gust of wind. Staring at the dissipating golden streak, he remained silent for a long while. Go to the bottom of the ocean 1,000 meters deep to fetch an old rice cooker from hundreds of years ago. Bulma threw the electronic drawing pin on the table and rubbed her aching forehead. Her clear, large eyes were filled with sheer absurdity. She turned to look at Sun Wukong, who was sitting beside her browsing through documents, then glanced at Dr. Gero, who was engrossed in adjusting his equipment not far away. Are you sure you aren't just teasing us? Bulma sighed. Even if the Capsule Corporation has the money to burn, going through all this trouble to fetch a broken kitchen appliance from the deep sea is too ridiculous, isn't it? That is not an ordinary rice cooker. It holds the nightmares of a bygone era. Sun Wukong closed the documents, his tone resolute. As a time traveler well-versed in the storyline, every step he took was part of a plan. He did not intend to reveal the grievances between Piccolo and the Heavenly Temple. Knowing too much would only burden Bulma psychologically. That thing is very dangerous. As for what it specifically is, don't delve too deeply into it for now. Sun Wukong looked at her, his gaze radiating undeniable confidence. You just need to know that it is very important to me. Bulma swallowed her retort that was about to escape her lips. Having interacted for so long, she understood Sun Wukong quite well. This guy appeared easygoing, but he always planned 3 steps ahead in his actions, never engaging in meaningless tasks. If it's to detect specific anomalous energy, the underlying logic is indeed similar to that of the Dragon Ball radar. Bulma pulled up the holographic blueprint, furrowing her brow. Mr. Wukong, deep-sea exploration is not that simple. Dr. Gero paused his work and walked over, pushing up his thick glasses. The former chief scientist of the Red Ribbon Army was now fixated on the topographical map of the deep-sea trench, his eyes gleaming with the excitement of a tech enthusiast. The pressure at over 10,000 meters can crush a main battle tank into a lump of iron. The high salinity of the seawater will corrode the shell, not to mention the complex geomagnetic interference. Dr. Gero typed out a series of formulas on the console. We must combine radar technology with a micro-pressure-resistant shell and deep-sea propulsion systems. But even if we work day and night, it will take at least a few months. No rush, we have plenty of time. Sun Wukong stood up to stretch, his joints cracking like popping beans. Perfect. During this time, I also need to train properly. I will leave this task to you. Thank you for your hard work, Bulma. In the following 6 months, the West City remained bustling and lively. But in the gravity chamber beneath the Capsule Corporation, there was a relentless grind day and night. The indicator lights glowed with a glaring red. 50 times, 80 times. Until recently, the number had settled at a terrifying 100 G. 100 times Earth's gravity. Here the air was as heavy as mercury. Each breath took the effort of several times more than usual. Sun Wukong, bare-chested, was practicing basic punches methodically under the crushing weight. Sweat didn't even have the chance to slide down, or as soon as it appeared, it was smashed against the metal floor by gravity. Bang! A powerful whip kick created a thunderous sound in the thick air. Immediately after, the sound of muscle fibers tearing under the unbearable strain was heard. 100 times was already the limit of this flesh body. Internal organs subtly oozed blood, bones creaked under pressure, and even vision began to blur. Near death. This was precisely the effect he desired. Sun Wukong did not turn off the gravity field. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and took out a shriveled senzu bean, throwing it into his mouth and biting down hard. Pure life force surged like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly washing through every cell on the verge of collapse. The bleeding internal organs healed rapidly, and the torn muscles became more resilient as they reformed, while his depleted stamina was restored to full. The Scion's near-death breakthrough genes were fully ignited at that moment. Boom! A violent aura brimming with destruction erupted from within. Sun Wukong tightly closed his eyes, relying on his calm martial arts mindset to forcibly suppress this rage. The chi within his body transformed into a large net, tightly trapping that frenzied energy, gradually combing and compressing it, forcibly crushing it into the newly formed cells. Half a year's time swiftly passed in this cycle of internal consumption, eating beans, rebuilding. Sizzle. On this day, the alloy gate of the gravity chamber slowly rose, and the hissing sound of pressure release echoed clearly in the corridor. Sun Wukong emerged wearing a casual jacket. After 6 months of rigorous training, he had not turned into a muscle-bound monster. Instead, his figure appeared even more slender and well-proportioned. Yet with every step he took, the aura that gathered without dispersing made the surrounding air subtly distort. He picked up a combat power detector that Bulma had just upgraded, placed it on his ear, and pressed the scan button. Beep, beep, beep. The red numbers in the lens flickered wildly, moving so fast that they left afterimages finally freezing with a crisp notification sound. Gazing at this string of numbers imbued with a profound sense of destiny, Son Wukong couldn't help but let a smile spread across his usually calm face. 53,000. Now I can finally declare that iconic line with complete confidence. He wondered if Frieza, the future emperor of the universe, would be hopping mad upon discovering that his imposing declaration had been stolen. A baseline combat power of 500,000, milestone achieved. What did this level of strength signify? In the future, invading low-class warriors like Raditz and Nappa could be crushed with a single finger. Even that proud scion Prince Vegeta would be nothing more than a slightly more durable punching bag. These past 6 months of relentless training had truly solidified his foundation. Goku, you're finally out. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. Bulma, clad in a custom deep-sea diving suit and clutching her helmet, ran over with an excited look on her face. Behind her followed Dr. Gero, whose eyes were also bloodshot. After 6 months of round-the-clock searching, the unmanned submersible finally picked up something. Bulma thrust the tactical tablet into Son Wukong's hands. At a depth of 11,000 meters in the Mariana Trench, it captured that cold, dark energy signature you described. Son Wukong took the tablet, his eyes glinting as he stared at the solitary red dot blinking on the deep-sea topographic map. Thank you for your hard work, Bulma. He zipped up his jacket and strode towards the helipad. Hey, don't you dare try to play the hero alone. Bulma grabbed his sleeve, chin raised, her tone stubborn. The seabed environment is incredibly harsh. You, a martial arts fanatic, can't handle piloting a sub through deep-sea currents. This lady has to come along. Son Wukong stopped, looked at her determined eyes, and nodded with a smile. Having Bulma along would indeed make the deep-sea search much easier. Besides, as long as he was by her side, nothing on Earth could harm her. Then let's go, my personal navigator, Son Wukong said gently. The two quickly boarded the sperm whale-shaped submersible. Hours later, they were deep in the vast Pacific Ocean. The icy seawater had long devoured the sunlight. The pressure gauge outside the sub went wild, with thousands of atmospheres crushing the titanium alloy hull, eliciting faint metallic groans of protest. Bulma sat in the pilot's seat, her brow beaded with sweat as she focused intently on the attitude indicator. Son Wukong sat cross-legged in the back. The external searchlights cut through the deep-sea gloom like two sharp blades. Beep, 100 meters to target. Preparing to descend into the trench fissure. Bulma's voice echoed in the quiet cabin. The beams of the searchlights slowly moved downward, illuminating a cluster of rocks covered in strange seaweed and pale, sickly coral. Nestled within those lifeless crevices, an old-fashioned rice cooker thickly encrusted with barnacles and long rusted suddenly appeared in view. Even through 10,000 meters of water and the thick hull of the submersible, Son Wukong could clearly sense the hair-raising malevolent aura seeping endlessly from beneath that crumbling rusted metal skin. It was a nightmare that had slumbered for centuries, and the most crucial piece of his plan. Found you, Demon King. At a depth of 11,000 meters beneath the Pacific Ocean lies a world of utter silence where not even light can penetrate. The deep-sea submersible hovered at the edge of the trench, the dim glow of the dashboard reflecting Bulma's somewhat pale face. She gripped the control stick tightly, her palms slick with cold sweat. At this depth, even the slightest current could pose a threat to them. Son Wukong sat cross-legged in the back, his gaze peering through the thick pressure glass focused ahead. The searchlight swept across a stark, white deep-sea coral reef. Among a pile of rocks covered in seaweed, a dilapidated rice cooker encrusted with barnacles and unrecognizable in its original color was wedged in. Is that the thing? Bulma looked at the screen, swallowing hard, her voice tense. The radar's danger alert light has been flashing red. What on earth is inside that? Get closer and extend the mechanical arm, Son Wukong said calmly, without a hint of turbulence. Bulma took a deep breath and pushed down the control stick. The front of the submersible slowly extended, two mechanical claws carefully lifting the rice cooker into the decompression chamber as if handling a bomb. On the lid of the rice cooker was a talisman with red characters on a yellow background, which had soaked in seawater for hundreds of years, yet remained intact. The painted character on the talisman was the absolute seal left behind by Wu Taidu, who had exhausted his life. So you've endured hundreds of years in seawater? That's impressive. Son Wukong looked at the rusted iron pot in the isolation chamber. He had no intention of lifting the lid at the bottom of the sea. After all, this was the great Demon King Piccolo, a ruthless character who had once trampled the earth underfoot, and he needed a more spacious setting for his appearance. Half a day later, in the northern hemisphere, on an unnamed deserted island in an unknown sea area, the heavens seemed to sense something, and the sea surface was whipped into a frenzy by strong winds. Lead gray clouds pressed down on the sea surface, thunder rumbling as torrential raindrops poured down, smashing violently against the rocks. The deep-sea submersible was stationed in the shallow water near the shore, while Bulma remained in the cabin on standby. Son Wukong stood alone on a protruding rock in the sea. The wind howled, and the rain poured down. Yet inches from his body, the rainwater seemed to hit an invisible barrier, silently sliding away without wetting even the hem of his clothing. At his feet, the rust-covered rice cooker stood alone in the wind and rain. Without hesitation, Son Wukong bent down, grasped the weathered sealing talisman, and gave a gentle tug on his wrist. Rip! The sound of tearing paper was drowned out by the thunderstorm, but the ensuing reaction was chilling. The once silent rice cooker began to shake violently, a thick purplish-black miasma gushing out from the cracks like a geyser. This black mist imbued with a pungent stench and pure malice rapidly expanded in midair, ultimately transforming into a gaunt figure draped in a tattered cloak towering over 2 meters high. Even standing still, the surrounding rainwater was forcefully pushed away by the violent aura. King Piccolo had returned to the world. Huh. Ha ha ha. A laugh as grating as sandpaper scraping glass echoed across the deserted island. The old Piccolo slowly opened his inverted triangle eyes, the dark yellow pupils glinting with a cruel red light. He took a deep breath of the salty, fishy sea breeze, his emaciated chest heaving violently. Fresh air. The taste of freedom. Old Piccolo suddenly spread his arms wide, the gaunt, wrinkled green skin bulging with veins. He raised his hands to the sky, unabashedly releasing the resentment and arrogance accumulated over hundreds of years of imprisonment. Wu Taidu, you damned insect, you finally turned to dust. And I, the great King Piccolo, once again reign over this world. After venting, old Piccolo's gaze shifted to the black-haired youth standing before him. Kid, did you break the seal? Old Piccolo looked down at Son Wukong with a cruel smile on his wrinkled face. As a reward for releasing me, I will grant you a painless death. Your flesh and blood will serve as an appetizer. Before the words had even left his mouth, 2 scarlet laser beams shot from the Demon King's eyes. These beams, infused with terrifying heat, easily tore through the rain and headed straight for Son Wukong's forehead. He thought that in the next second this ignorant mortal would be blown to a mist of blood. However, it did not happen. Facing this deadly beam, Son Wukong casually raised his right hand, as if brushing off dust, and lightly waved in midair. Clang. The moment the 2 fierce death beams struck his finger, it was as if a baseball had been hit directly by a bat, abruptly altering their trajectory. With a whoosh, the beams were deflected at a terrifying speed, scraping past the edge of the deserted island and shooting into the pitch-black sea beyond. After a brief silence. Boom. Thousands of meters away, a blinding fireball erupted on the sea surface, illuminating half the night sky as bright as day. The terrifying energy instantly evaporated tons of seawater, sending a towering column of water skyward, unleashing a violent tsunami that crashed violently against the rocks. The howling wind roared as Son Wukong stood quietly in place, undisturbed. The Demon King of the old era is so weak that even a greeting is beyond him. Son Wukong lowered his right hand, his deep black eyes scrutinizing the once-renowned Demon King before him, a hint of mockery flickering in his gaze. He stared directly at King Piccolo's rigid face, his tone calm, yet carrying a soul-chilling pressure. Do you know? Before opening the pot, I was somewhat looking forward to it. Now it seems. Is 200 or so combat power your confidence? What nonsense are you spouting? Old Piccolo's pupils suddenly constricted. Though that last strike was not my full strength, it was certainly not something an ordinary martial artist could withstand. Not understanding is fine, Son Wukong shrugged. As the curtain falls on your life, allow me to use a line to bid you farewell. He looked at the Demon King, speaking each word clearly. Listen, well, my battle power is 530,000. The moment those words left his mouth, Son Wukong felt an immense satisfaction from the humor of a time traveler. He had preempted Frieza's line, and it fit perfectly here. Old Piccolo, of course, did not understand the concept of 530,000, but as a demon, he instinctively felt the utmost disdain. Stop with your tricks. I am the invincible King Piccolo. Old Piccolo was thoroughly enraged. A violently purple-black aura erupted from his emaciated body. The rock beneath his feet cracked under the pressure of this aura. With a roar that sounded like fabric tearing his form, instantly created an afterimage. Explosive demon wave. All the magic power that had just been revived surged into his right fist, the energy compressed to such an extent that it created a piercing shriek as it rubbed together. This punch, filled with confidence to sink the island, headed straight for Son Wukong. With the heavy fist crashing towards him, Son Wukong simply put his hands in his pockets, neither dodging nor evading, allowing the punch to land squarely on his chest. Boom. A dull thud echoed. The violent impact transformed into a visible white shockwave, tearing a vacuum around them through the rain. However, when the shockwave subsided, the cruel smile on old Piccolo's face froze into one of sheer horror. In his line of sight, the black-haired youth still stood there with his hands in his pockets. He had not been blown away, nor had he even moved an inch. That full-force killing blow left no trace on the thin fabric of his clothes, and even his steady breathing remained undisturbed. Old Piccolo felt as though his punch had not struck flesh and blood, but rather slammed against an unshakable steel plate. Crack! Before he could recover from his shock, a sound sharp enough to make one's teeth ache rang out. The terrifying recoil surged back with overwhelming force. Old Piccolo's right arm could not withstand the backlash. The bones in his forearm shattered, bending out at a twisted angle, the pale bone shards piercing through his skin. Ugh! A piercing scream drowned out the thunder. Old Piccolo clutched his blood-soaked, severed arm, staggering backwards. In his eyes, which were filled with brutality, fear finally surfaced for the first time. He came to understand that the youth before him harbored a monstrous power capable of crushing him along with his soul. It surpassed the limits of his understanding. Who the hell are you? Old Piccolo gasped for breath, purple-black blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Times have changed, Demon King. Son Wukong had no interest in savoring his prey's despair. He patted the spot on his chest where he had been struck, stepping forward, as if a ghost appearing right in front of old Piccolo. I am Son Wukong, remember my name. Before the words had even left his mouth, Son Wukong raised his right leg like a heavy battle axe, striking upwards heavily into old Piccolo's abdomen. Wow. He had deliberately restrained 99% of his strength, yet against the frail old Piccolo, it was still overwhelming. He spat out blood mixed with bits of internal organs, his body flying out like a ragged sack. Boom, boom, boom. He crashed through over a dozen massive rocks, finally embedding himself into the cliff face, creating a deep pit crisscrossed with spiderweb-like cracks. Life force drained away rapidly, and the emaciated body was on the brink of collapse. Despair. Just awakened from his seal, he was about to be crushed by an unknown youth, like a bug. No, I am not willing. The demon clan cannot go extinct. In his final moments, a frenzied madness ignited in old Piccolo's eyes. He forced all the remaining life force, inheritance, and endless resentment towards his throat. His neck grotesquely bulged, emitting a nauseating slithering sound. Puff! A massive demon egg covered in green slime, and the size of an ostrich egg, was violently expelled. The moment it left its mother, it was enveloped by air currents shooting towards the distant sky like a cannonball. My son, carry my hatred and live on. Turn the world into a hell. Accompanied by a hoarse and venomous curse, the red light in old Piccolo's eyes completely faded. The emaciated body burst apart like burnt paper ash in the torrential rain dissipating between heaven and earth. Son Wukong stood still, quietly watching the egg fly far away, showing no intention of stopping it. Everything was as expected. The short drum, which should have been born 3 years later, was forcibly induced to be born ahead of time. However, even if that little demon spent 10 or 8 years in hard training, he would still be unable to catch up. He left behind this egg because in his memories of the past life, Son Wukong held the future demon's second generation in high regard. In this universe, which was filled with fighting, Drum was one of the few reliable individuals. He was also the perfect gold medal babysitter for Son Wukong, who considered Son Gohan as his own. Son Wukong faced the sea breeze, a calculating glint flashing in his deep black eyes. When this little demon grows up and starts boasting at the martial arts tournament, should he follow the original plot, first making him doubt his life, then shove a bean into his mouth to repay kindness with kindness? After all, if you want this little demon king to willingly be a full-time babysitter, you must first defeat him. Son Wukong chuckled softly and turned to walk towards the submersible. The rain over the Pacific had ceased. The dark clouds dispersed completely, sunlight once again spilling across the sea surface, shimmering and sparkling, as if the pitch-black storm from moments ago had never existed. Bulma sat in the cockpit of the submersible, her palms slick with sweat, her fingers gripping the control stick so tightly that her knuckles turned white. The red dot on the screen representing extreme danger had flickered just moments ago, and then gone completely dark. Is it over? Bulma swallowed hard, her throat parched. She peered through the pressure-resistant glass, and there stood the black-haired youth atop a towering reef. The sea breeze whipped his orange martial arts GI, making it snap loudly, but he wasn't even breathing heavily. It was as if he hadn't just slain a great demon capable of destroying the world, but had casually swatted a mosquito. Son Goku leaped and landed steadily on top of the submersible. The hatch opened, and Bulma poked her head out into the sea breeze. She gazed at Son Goku's calm face, but her heart was still in turmoil. As one of the smartest people on Earth, she realized she could no longer fathom this youth before her. Let's go home. Son Goku's voice was gentle, carrying a certainty that everything was under control. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in a desolate canyon, fierce winds howled through the cliffs, carrying yellow sand. An enormous egg covered in green slime crashed into the dry riverbed, gouging out a massive crater. Crack! The eggshell split open, and a small green hand with sharp nails thrust out. A bald, slimy child with 2 antennae on his head struggled out of the shell. The last bloodline left by Great Demon King Piccolo. Piccolo. He breathed in the dry air heavily. The moment he broke out of the shell, he had fully absorbed all the memories of the old Piccolo before his death. But the final image in those memories made his young heart convulse violently. That demon-like black-haired youth with a single move had casually crushed all of old Piccolo's pride and resistance. That insurmountable gap was branded into his very bones. I need power. Little Piccolo gritted his teeth, his tender hands clawing bloody marks into the soil. He threw back his head and let out a beastly roar. Son Goku. One day I will repay this humiliation tenfold. The seed of hatred took root in the wilderness. Back to the nameless deserted island. Just as Bulma was about to start the submersible for the return trip, Son Goku suddenly raised his hand to stop her. He sensed a disturbance in the air's key. A ripple appeared in midair, and a red carpet adorned with ancient patterns materialized out of nowhere, hovering steadily a few meters above the sea. On the flying carpet stood a plump man with dark skin dressed in exotic attire. His eyes were vacant, yet held a profound depth, as if he had seen through the mortal world. This was the guide of the lookout, Mr. Popo. Mighty one of the mortal realm, Mr. Popo set his hands, folded, his voice utterly flat. The Guardian has sensed your presence and sent me to invite you to the lookout for a meeting. Bulma was startled and instinctively ducked behind Son Goku. This thing is from the heavens. An assistant to a god who's lived a very long time. Son Goku patted her hand reassuringly. He looked up at Popo, his face showing no particular flattery, and replied in a calm tone. Give my thanks to the Guardian. I've received the invitation, but I'm busy right now and I need to go home with my girlfriend first. Once I've taken care of things on my end, I'll visit him. Girlfriend? On hearing this, Bulma's fair cheeks flushed crimson to the roots of her ears. All the reverence she had felt for the divine messenger was swept away by this sudden surge of heart palpitations. She lowered her head, twisting her fingers together, but couldn't suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Even Mr. Popo, whose face was perpetually unchanging, showed a rare flicker of astonishment. Since ancient times, which martial artist invited by the Guardian hadn't been filled with gratitude and set off immediately. And this youth was actually making the Guardian wait just to escort an ordinary girl home. But he said nothing more. The key of the youth before him was unfathomably deep beyond the measure of ordinary men. Understood. The gates of the lookout are always open for you. Mr. Popo gave a slight bow, then guided his flying carpet into the clouds and vanished. Bulma looked at the sky and muttered, "Goku, how could you even refuse the Guardian? The Guardian has his rules and I have mine. I only follow my own plan." Son Goku took her hand and led her into the cabin. "Come on, let's go home." 2 days later, at the Slevel Laboratory of Capsule Corporation in West City. Build a spaceship capable of interstellar travel. Bulma and Dr. Gero both looked up, their faces full of astonishment as they stared at Son Goku. Son Goku pulled up a chair, sat down, and tapped the table. "That's right. This ship is crucial for my next plan." Dr. Gero pushed up his thick-rimmed glasses, his brow furrowed. "Young Master Goku, with Earth's current technology, even leaving the solar system is a challenge. The power source, life support system, protection against cosmic radiation. These are all technical barriers. That's exactly why I brought you two together." Son Goku looked at them, his tone resolute. "Bulma understands spatial folding and materials. Dr. Gero, you have top-tier experience in dynamics. Resources, funds, materials. The entire Earth's reserves are at your disposal." He stood up and sketched on the console. "And I also want you to build a training room inside the ship that can withstand 100 times gravity. During the long voyage, you'll train in there." Bulma took a deep breath, her genius mind already racing with calculations. 100 times gravity. And it has to be absolutely stable in space. That would require an extremely high-output power reactor. We could try using dark matter as the drive core. A fanatical gleam flashed in Dr. Gero's eyes. "Combined with Bulma's space compression technology, we can miniaturize the reactor. For the hull material, we can mine meteorite iron from a few near-Earth asteroids." Watching the two of them quickly slip into an academic discussion, Son Goku nodded with satisfaction. "Leave the professional matters to the professionals. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves." Son Goku interrupted them, his tone gentle. "No rush. Take your time to research." Bulma looked up relieved. "Goku, you can rest assured. They'll build it for you. But, are you going to the lookout now?" "I have to go." Son Goku walked over and ruffled her hair. "Go ahead. They'll be waiting for you at home." Bulma lifted her face, her eyes bright. Without another word, Son Goku walked out of the Capsule Corporation building and looked up at the cloudless sky. Above those clouds, an old immortal was waiting for him. Standing atop the highest building in the western capital, Son Wukong pressed his hands to his lips and let out a sharp whistle. Within just a few breaths, a streak of bright yellow light shot across the sky. A golden-tinted cloud whizzed to a halt at his feet, bobbing up and down like a fawning puppy. The somersault cloud. Only those with a heart pure to the core could stand upon it. Son Wukong's mind was brimming with schemes for the future, yet that did not hinder his untainted pursuit of the Tao. The craving for strength was itself devoid of any impurity. He stepped onto the cloud, and in an instant it transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, tearing through the wall of wind and hurtling straight toward the Korin sanctuary near the equator. High-altitude winds sliced like blades, all repelled by the thin layer of chi enveloping Son Wukong's body. Seated on the cloud, he watched the mountains and rivers blur beneath him as he pondered his next moves. The somersault cloud was fine for travel, but unsuitable for aerial combat. Relying solely on raw physical bursts to stay aloft left too great a vulnerability when old force waned before new force arose. The urgent priority was to master the sky dance technique. With a base combat power of 500, my chi is already overflowing. Once I grasp the knack of releasing it outward to counter gravity, flying will be as easy as drinking water. Son Wukong's eyes gleamed with certainty. Amid his racing thoughts, the ancient pillar piercing the heavens came into view, Korin Tower. The somersault cloud halted steadily at the edge of the shrine, and he stepped onto the stone pavement. In the center of the shrine, the 800-year-old white cat dozed by the water tank. Startled awake by the footsteps, Korin scrambled up. Upon recognizing the visitor, his fur bristled like a hedgehog's. "You again? Didn't you come just 6 months ago? Why are you back?" Korin tightened his grip on his wooden staff, his feline eyes brimming with wariness. 6 months ago, this boy was an unfathomable black abyss. Now, he couldn't even sense the edge of that abyss. "Don't be nervous, Korin. I'm not here for you this time." Son Wukong drew the Nioi bow from behind his back and weighed it in his hand. "Just borrowing a path. I need to go up and see that one." Korin followed his gaze to the endless sea of clouds above. "The Temple of the Gods. Young man, that's not a place just anyone can go. Without the gods' permission. He invited me." Son Wukong grinned, walking to the pinnacle of the tower at the shrine center. There an inconspicuous groove awaited. He inserted the Nai bow and murmured, "Extend Nai bow." A dull hum resonated from the rod as a deep vibration surged through it. The next moment, the red staff shot upward like a frenzied dragon, tearing through the thick clouds with unrivaled ferocity straight into the 9 heavens. Son Wukong leaped, gripping the rapidly ascending shaft. The wind at his ears turned into a piercing whistle as pressure and temperature plummeted. Yet shielded by his endless aura, these extreme conditions had no effect. After piercing countless layers of clouds, the sky above suddenly brightened. A massive island hovering in midair with a hemispherical base appeared before him. Its edges were lush with verdant trees, and the Nioibo lodged perfectly into a docking hole at the island's bottom. Son Wukong released his grip, performed a nimble somersault in midair, and landed silently on a square paved with white bricks. The air here was thin, yet the temperature was as warm as spring. Exotic flowers and rare herbs grew all around, and an unsettling stillness reigned. Son Wukong, you have finally arrived. An aged yet authoritative voice echoed across the empty square. Son Wukong looked up. On the steps ahead stood an old green-skinned man draped in a white robe and leaning on a wooden staff, his face etched with wrinkles. Beside him was the dark-skinned, white-eyed Mr. Popo, the current god of Earth. Son Wukong clasped his hands behind his back, sizing up the old man. First meeting, though, you must have sensed me earlier down in the ocean depths. The god tightened his grip on the staff, veins pulsing on his green skin. You killed that demon on the deserted island. Had he not spat out a demon egg before death, preserving a sliver of his bloodline, I would already be dead. Suppressing his anger, the god's voice was thick with worry. You had the power to easily suppress him. Why did you allow that seed of evil to continue growing? Because this planet is too comfortable. Son Wukong strolled slowly toward the steps, the soles of his shoes clicking against the stone. A flock without wolves, only degenerates. Leaving that little demon king alive is a whetstone for Earth's martial artists. Flowers raised in a greenhouse cannot withstand the storms to come. Nonsense. The god slammed his staff on the ground. You are gambling with the fate of all humanity. You have no idea how terrifying a demon can become once it matures. The god paused, his murky eyes fixed on Son Wukong. Besides, you are not of Earth, are you? You come from a warrior race in the distant stars, the Saiyans. At these words, the air froze. Even Mr. Popo's white eyes flickered with shock. Son Wukong halted, a glint of interest in his eyes. Oh, you know that. Seems the ancient texts in the temple have some substance, even recording a nearly extinct name like Saiyan. The records are clear. The god sighed, his brow furrowing deeper. Born for battle, leaving nothing but desolation in your wake. You are an anomaly, stranded here with destruction lurking in your very bones. Freeing the demon king, inciting conflict. To me, this is the awakening of your Saiyans' vile nature. Think what you will. Son Wukong shrugged indifferently. God, your vision is too narrow. What if I told you that in a decade or so, cosmic monsters far more terrifying than demons will descend? Any one of them could crush your temple to dust with a finger. Instead of worrying about that newborn demon king, you'd better fret over the mess to come. The god's face blanched. He could sense the youth wasn't lying. That unwavering tone couldn't deceive him. For eliminating the threat to Earth, I should have invited you here to thank you. The god took a deep breath to steady himself. But your coming here surely isn't for mere gratitude. Tell me, what do you truly want? There is indeed a matter I need your help with. Son Wukong raised his hand, pointing at the heavy stone door at the temple's deepest end, etched with ancient totems. The hyperbolic time chamber. Son Wukong fixed his gaze on the god, his tone calm, yet brooking no refusal. I need its unique environment for training. Across Earth, only that place can elevate me further. As for whether you'll allow it, I think the Temple of the Gods is in no position to refuse me now. Impossible. The god refused outright, his body trembling. That is a forbidden ground accessible only to the gods of past ages. The power within you is too savage. Once you enter such an extreme environment, who knows what uncontrollable monster you might become. Seeing the god's stubborn resistance, Son Wukong sighed. These self-righteous guardians always measured everything by their pitiful understanding. Since words failed, fists would have to reason. Boom. Without warning, a terrifying aura heavy as a mountain erupted from within Son Wukong. The entire temple, suspended in the 9 heavens, shuddered violently, as if struck by a magnitude 12 earthquake. The hard white stone slabs of the square cracked under the strain. Countless fragments were torn into the air by the aura, then crushed to dust. The god and Mr. Popo, caught off guard, were hurled backward by the immense force, slamming heavily into the stone pillars behind them. Lord God, it seems you still haven't recognized your place. Son Wukong stood at the center of the aura, his robe fluttering, his voice icy. I speak to you politely out of respect. I crushed Piccolo Daimao, and I can dismantle your temple just as easily. The survival of Earth hangs on a single thought of mine. The aura retracted instantly, and stone dust rained down. Son Wukong walked past the pale, slumped god, heading straight for the stone door. Open it, he said without looking back. The god stared at the tall silhouette, his eyes filled with bitterness and awe. Before such absolute power, the dignity of a god was a mere joke. Mr. Popo. The god set down his staff wearily, his voice hoarse. Open the door. Led this Saiyan to his trial ground. A heavy stone door ground with a dull mechanical bite behind him, sealing the Jingshan Shiguangwu spiritual time room shut. As the last sliver closed the outside world, its colors, the wind, even the faintest susurration of air, was instantaneously and utterly cut away. Son Wukong raised his eyes. There was no horizon here, no color, even the notion of space blurred. Apart from the solitary living quarters behind him, his retinas recorded nothing but an oppressive expanse of pure white and void. The air thinned as if it sought to drain the lungs. The moment he stepped out of the shadow of the living quarters, the temperature spiked. Waves of searing heat slammed into him, each breath scorched like fire. gravity 10 times that of Earth pressed upon him. Though modest compared to the hundredfold chambers of certain capsule firms, this gravity carried an uncanny viscosity. It did more than crush flesh. It was like an invisible net choking consciousness, magnifying instinctual solitude and despair in an absolute silence. Air pressure, gravity, extremes of ice and fire, and this sensory stripping that could drive a man mad. Sun Wukong shrugged off his jacket and flung it onto the step. Bare-chested and sinewy, he strode into that lifeless white fanatic light kindling in his eyes. Worse than in the original, but truly a crucible to temper the very source of life. He sat cross-legged some dozens of meters from the quarters, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. The true ascension of combat power, of deliberate cultivation, had begun. By day the heat drew the moisture from the earth. At night the temperature plunged without warning below freezing. Even the blood sang with the sting of frost. He did not marshal chi to fend off the swings. Instead he stripped away all the defenses of his body, letting the extreme environment scour every inch of flesh. As his body teetered on the brink of collapse again and again, the Saiyan gene's primordial will to survive finally awoke. Cells were reborn amid tearing. Each resurrection hungrier, each time tougher. But in a white purgatory where even coordinates of time lost meaning, the most torturous thing was never the flesh, it was the unraveling of the mind. Earth's martial traditions emphasized the cultivation of the heart. Now that discipline revealed its edge. The more extreme the outside, the clearer his mind became. The thick chi within him became an invisible hand meticulously crushing and combing the feral frenzy and brutality born of Saiyan recombination, refining it into newborn bone and blood. With no day and night to mark time, hours became absurd. Sun Wukong forgot fatigue. He seemed to solidify into a corpse-quiet statue fused utterly with the void. How long passed he did not know before his physiological limit alarm forcibly broke his meditation. The extreme remaking of flesh exacted a horrific toll. His stomach convulsed as if cut by knives. A hunger that rose from the marrow of cells, so absolute it threatened to swallow reason, made even lifting his eyelids an ordeal. Sun Wukong opened his eyes slowly. His cheeks had hollowed, his lips cracked and bleeding, yet those dark eyes shone with startling brightness. Unable to rise, trembling fingers fumbled in the coarse cloth pouch at his waist and drew out a plump Shindo Senzabine. He had no strength to chew, he swallowed it whole. Soon a vast and pure vitality flooded him like rain after a drought, surging into his parched limbs and bones. Bleeding organs reknit in an instant, deflated muscles billowed again into resilient form. Hunger vanished and was replaced by deep satiety. Exhaustion blew away, he was revived to full strength. He exhaled long and low, casually wiping the blood crust from his lips, then closed his eyes once more and let his body harden into a cold statue, sinking farther into that boundless void. At the same time outside, on the plaza of Tianshan Hall, the stone door had been closed barely half a day, but to Tianshan every minute was an agony. Tianshan sagged onto the white marble steps, his staff of authority cast aside. He stared up at the calm firmament, his gaze terrifyingly hollow. "Bobo, did I make a mistake?" Tianshan's voice was hoarse, fatigue leaking through his words. Bobo stood quietly beside him, her jade-like eyes full of compassion. "Tianshan, you had no choice. That Saiyan's power already exceeds what this planet can bear." "Saiyan." Tianshan closed his eyes, remembering the ancient records of that warlike people. They are inherently brutal, delighting in slaughter and conquest. Unreasonable brigands of the cosmos. Yet that boy seems different. Tianshan's eyes snapped open, his clouded pupils flickering with turmoil. He acts tyrannically, yet spares the innocent. He released a Moang demon king, but only as a whetstone for Earth's martial artists. He clenched his withered fist until his nails bit into the flesh. If the era he spoke of truly approaches, if there are monsters, even he finds troublesome. Tianshan's body trembled faintly. Then Earth may indeed have no means left to resist. Bobo stepped forward and gently returned the wooden staff to Tianshan. "Since fate has been placed in his hands, all we can do is trust him." Bobo's voice was even. "He is strong, yes, but I do not believe he desires to destroy this world. Besides, his girlfriend is an earthling." Tianshan took the staff, rose shakily, and cast a long look at the closed stone door. Meanwhile, in the lower realm, a wind-blast grassless canyon lay desolate for years on end. Bang! A rampaging tyrannosaurus-sized beast cried out a keening wail and toppled, its massive form slamming the ground and making the earth tremble. Its skull bore a front-to-back, charred-edged bloody hole. In the whirlwind of sand, a green-skinned boy in tattered cloth slowly withdrew two smoking fingers. Hatching only days before, and by the ruthless cell division speed of the Mosaic demon race, the body that should have been an infant had already erupted into the size of a 7- or 80-year-old child. The Moang's son, Duandi. He panted heavily, purple-black blood dripped from the backs of his hands tipped with long, sharp nails. This was the 10th feral beast he had slain alone today, each encounter flirting with death. Staring at the fallen colossus, Duandi intended to unleash a triumphant roar. But as his mouth opened, a shadow stamped into the depths of his soul by his bloodline rose without warning. The black-haired youth who had stood in a storm without so much as a ruffle to his clothes. By aura alone, he snapped his father's right arm and finished him with a casual kick. Duandi's roar lodged in his throat and became a pained, muffled sound. His legs went weak with an uncontrollable tremor, the genetic terror that surfaces when faced with an absolute apex predator. Cold sweat soaked through his garments. "No, I must not be afraid. I am noble Mozu. I have come for vengeance. He bit his lip until blood flowed, forcing the pain to drown the suffocating quake within. He spun and climbed onto a huge sun-scorched rock sat cross-legged. If the fear could not be dispelled, he would crush it and turn it into the fertilizer of strength. Duandi clenched his eyes shut and forced himself to recall his father's brutal death, letting that impotent despair ravage his body. He compressed and distilled that emotion until it crystallized into a destructive, vengeful, machi demonic energy, which battered madly through his meridians. The wild wind lifted his purple headscarf. This sapling of the old hatred of Moza child was undergoing a terrifying metamorphosis toward monstrousness. Back at Tianshan Hall on the plaza, the sun rose, and the moon set. To the outside world, only a day had passed. Tianshan and Bobo kept their vigil at the door without leaving each other's side. As the appointed hour approached, a cold sweat beaded in the palm that gripped the staff. Rumble, deep mechanical gears turned behind the thick stone door. Tianshan instinctively took a half-step back, muscles coiling to the limit. He did not know what unparalleled demon might emerge from beyond that door. The pressure valve opened, and a murky, blistering gust sprayed from the seam. When the mist cleared, Son Wukong stepped out with a measured gait from the shadow. He still wore the martial uniform he had entered in, though the fabric was torn and frayed from the harsh forging. His body had not swollen into the hulking mass Tianshan had imagined. Instead, it looked longer, more balanced, toned. Yet as a deity, Tianshan's intuition screamed beneath that frame slumbered a vast, despairing ocean of power. Your power now. Tianshan's voice trembled. Son Wukong halted, raised his right hand, and glanced at the palm, its flesh and proportions even and composed. The year's torment had been more savage than expected. Yet under the Jingshin Shiguang's merciless retreat, tempering the Saiyan blood, had been repeatedly wrung dry, driving his present combat ceiling to its absolute apex. Son Wukong gave no answer. He simply closed his 5 fingers. Without emitting a trace of chi, the space within several meters around him emitted a thin, unbearable creaking, as if unable to bear the strain. 3 million. A leap of an utterly despairing magnitude. This was the same order of combat power Son Wukong had at his battle on Maikisi when confronting Frieza in the original tale. And the golden legend named Chaoji Saiyan Super Saiyan lay only one final opportunity away. Thank you for the venue, Tianshan. Oh, I am very satisfied. The cold wind of the divine temple rustled the martial arts robe as Son Wukong did not linger, turning to walk towards the edge of the square. Without further pleasantries, he waved his hand behind him towards the deity and Bobo stepping out of the divine temple. Before the sensation of weightlessness could spread, the vast surge of energy within him firmly supported his body like a rock. Without calling upon the nimbus cloud, he walked in midair as if strolling on a smooth, wide asphalt road, step by step entering the void. Sky dance technique. For someone with a battle power of 3 million, manipulating the airflow to float was a trivial matter that required no effort to learn. His Bodis instincts had already taken over everything, while the violent air currents high above his feet were like tamed sheep. The deity leaned on his wooden staff, staring at the figure that quickly became a small black in his line of sight, ultimately vanishing into the depths of the cloud, letting out a long sigh. Bobo. The deity wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice hoarse. This earth has given rise to a true dragon that we can only look up to. As the thick stratosphere was penetrated, the fierce winds at high altitude howled past like blades. This sensation of traversing the void solely on physical strength, completely breaking free from the pull of gravity, made Son Wukong unable to resist stretching his arms against the wind. Below his gaze, the azure arc of the earth was slowly unfolding, with the rolling mountains and vast oceans resembling a miniature sand table. In his past life, he had fantasized countless times in the depths of the night that one day he could break free from the shackles of gravity and ride the winds. Now this daydream not only materialized into reality, but the exhilarating feeling of standing atop the vast world was 100 times more intense than any ephemeral dream. Feeling the oceanic power within him, a ripple appeared in Son Wukong's dark eyes. In this era where even Raditz had not appeared, a battle power of 3 million was undoubtedly a terrifying number capable of overturning the balance of the universe. Finally, I have enough confidence to do more things. Son Wukong whispered softly in his heart. He did not allow this power to create a false sense of arrogance, for he knew that there were still more unreasonable monsters to face ahead, whose battle powers were exceedingly overwhelming, while he had to train earnestly. However, after being cooped up in the time chamber for a whole year, what filled his mind now were the delicious foods steaming in West City, and the quirky blue-haired girl who loved to cuddle in his arms. I wonder if Bulma has eaten on time. A gentle smile flickered in Son Wukong's eyes at the thought of Bulma. First stop home. Boom. Above the cloudless azure sky, a white sonic boom cloud suddenly erupted in a circle hundreds of meters in diameter. Son Wukong's figure shot through the sky like a meteor, piercing the daytime, accompanied by the deafening sound of thunder tearing through the horizon towards West City. West City. This prosperous modern metropolis still maintained its high-speed rhythm, with hovercars weaving between buildings and neon signs flashing dazzling glimmers even in daylight. Son Wukong gracefully landed at the Capsule Corporation. He took the dedicated passage down, quickly arriving at the underground laboratory. At this moment, the laboratory was in chaos, resembling a den that had been ransacked. Abandoned blueprints and calculation drafts were strewn across the floor, leaving hardly any space to step. A few micro-mechanical arms in the corner buzzed softly, tirelessly cutting and assembling a piece of special alloy that emitted a faint glow. At the large control console in the center, Bulma was wearing an obviously oversized white lab coat sprawled over the keyboard, soundly asleep. The faint dark circles under her eyes silently told the story of her relentless work during this period. To develop the cross-domain spaceship and the 100-fold gravity chamber he requested, this heiress had practically turned the laboratory into her bedroom. Swoosh! The laboratory sensor door slid open, and Son Wukong tiptoed to her side. Looking at the slightly innocent sleeping face of the girl, a soft smile unconsciously appeared on his face. He intended to find a coat to drape over her, but glancing down at his own tattered martial arts robe that had suffered in the time chamber, he had to give up. Just as he was about to reach out to brush aside a messy strand of blue hair from her cheek, Bulma drowsily smacked her lips, seemingly sensing the movement beside her. Rubbing her sore eyes, she looked up in confusion. Their eyes met. The air in this messy laboratory fell silent for 2 seconds. Bulma jumped up suddenly like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She grabbed a nearby scrap paper to cover most of her face, her voice shifting pitch from shock. Wukong, you're back. But why did you walk without making a sound? Oh no. I haven't even washed my face. My hair is a mess. I'm so ugly. Close your eyes and don't look. Seeing her flustered and panicking, Son Wukong couldn't help but chuckle. He stepped forward directly, pulling down the obstructive paper and gently pinching her slightly weary face. What do you think I haven't seen before? He said with a hint of playful laughter in his voice. Besides, even if my Bulma didn't wash her face for half a month, she'd still be the prettiest on this planet. There's nothing to hide. Smooth talker. Bulma feigned disgust, but her cheeks quickly flushed with 2 rosy clouds. Her body honestly lunged forward, diving directly into his embrace. Though he had only been to the Divine Temple for a few days, her incessant work had magnified the sense of emotional dependence infinitely. Bulma buried her face in his chest, her nose filled with a faint bitter scent from the fabric heated by high temperatures and the clean fragrance unique to this young man. You? Bulma looked up from his embrace, poking his firm chest with her hand. Did you get what you wanted from that Divine Temple, eh? Son Wukong smiled, wrapping his arms around her waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. The distance between them suddenly closed, almost feeling each other's warm breath. Yes, my battle power has increased a lot. Son Wukong lowered his head, staring intently into her glistening eyes. But why have you turned into this after such a short time? Bulma's heart skipped a beat from his gaze. I'm just trying to get the spaceship done as soon as possible. She mumbled defiantly, her cheeks burning hot. And you coming back just to pick on me? The rest of her words were completely swallowed back. Suddenly Son Wukong leaned down, accurately capturing her soft lips. This was a warm yet restrained first kiss. His large palm gently cradled the back of her head, while the other arm wrapped tightly around her slender waist, gently, yet firmly locking her in his territory. Bulma's mind went blank, originally wanting to push his hand away from her chest, but at this moment, she weakly clutched the shabby martial arts robe. Submissively, she closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering, welcoming this intimate encounter that made her blush and heart race amidst awkwardness and confusion. In the quiet laboratory, even the sound of their breathing intertwined became exceptionally clear, and the ambiguous warmth rapidly rose between them. After a long while, Son Wukong slightly withdrew, resting his forehead against hers. Looking at her flushed face and sparkling eyes, his smile deepened. Forget about that for now. He gently rubbed her heated cheek with his thumb, softly coaxing. Come with me to take a shower and have a nice meal. I was locked in the time chamber for an entire year, and all I could think about was you and the delicious food in West City. A whole year? Bulma, still dazed from the previous dizziness, widened her eyes like saucers upon hearing this. Did you not just go to the Divine Temple the day before yesterday afternoon? All said and done, it hasn't even been 2 days, eh? It's a long story, Son Wukong said with a smile, taking her hand, their fingers interlocking tightly. Let's eat while we talk. The night's scenery of the western capital was resplendent, the lights in the revolving restaurant swaying gently, casting a soft glow. On the table, seafood and premium snowflake wagyu beef had been piled into a small mountain. Son Wukong's hands moved so fast they left afterimages as he voraciously swept through the food on his plate. The Scion's black hole-like appetite and the whirlwind vigor with which he devoured his meal were etched into his very bones. Bulma rested her chin on one hand, the exquisite cheese lobster before her having long gone cold. She hadn't touched her utensils, her gaze fixed intently on the young man who was currently wrestling with a king crab leg. Are you saying? The flow of time inside that room and outside is 1 to 365. Bulma frowned, the mind of a genius scientist racing at full throttle. That's completely indefensible in physics. Unless the door leads to an independent higher dimensional space, but stabilizing a place like that would consume enough energy to drain dozens of stars dry. Son Wukong swallowed the wagyu in his mouth, grabbed the oversized juice beside him, and chugged it all down. Seeing Bulma's serious expression, he grinned. Come on, Bulma, a place where gods live. How can there be scientific logic to explain it? He casually pulled a napkin to wipe his mouth and leaned back in his chair. His eyes watched the neon lights outside the window, but his mind drifted back to that vast white void. That place is a cage that can drive a person mad. Son Wukong's voice leveled off. Bulma's heart tightened. She leaned forward, her tone filled with sympathy. The conditions there must have been terrible, right? You guessed it, Son Wukong said with a smile. The air was so thin, every breath felt like my lungs were on fire. The day was hot enough to melt iron, and the night cold enough to crack bones. The worst part was the gravity there, sticky like glue, not just crushing the bones, but clamping down on the nerves. Bulma's eyelids twitched as she listened. She reached out and grabbed Sun Wukong's hand. She couldn't imagine how that man had endured that entire year on that despairing white wasteland. Feeling the warmth on the back of his hand, Sun Wukong turned his hand over to hold her soft palm, gently stroking it with his thumb. Relax, I'm back safe and sound, aren't I? I suffered a bit, but this time it was absolutely worth it. He clenched his empty fist, and a muffled explosion rang through the air. My combat power now exceeds 3 million. Bulma wasn't sensitive to martial arts data, but she clearly remembered that back when Sun Wukong's power level had just crossed 10,000, he could dismantle an entire heavy-armored division with his bare hands. 3 million. Was he going to sweep across Earth? Since you've become this strong, I'll have to speed up my projects too, Bulma said seriously. There's been a major breakthrough with the interstellar spaceship. Also, the current 100 times gravity chamber is definitely not enough for you anymore. They'll get a higher grade one out as soon as possible. You can count on me for all the logistical support. Sun Wukong looked at the girl's proud little face, feeling a warmth in his heart. He chuckled and tapped the empty plate with his fork. Bulma, it's great having you around. But we can put all that aside for now. Let me feast to my heart's content first. They'll take another 10 portions of everything I just had. Wukong, how can you freeload so shamelessly? Bulma shot him a glare, but the corners of her mouth curled up as she turned to call the waiter for more food. The next morning, deep beneath the Capsule Corporation building, a dull hum of electric motors reverberated through the gravity chamber. The red numbers on the control panel locked firmly at 100 times. Sun Wukong stood shirtless in the center, his muscles taut and solid as cast iron. In the past, 100 times gravity would have left him breathing heavily. But now he stood perfectly straight. With a slow exhale, he steadily assumed his stance and stepped forward with his left foot. A sharp crack rang out. The specially alloyed pressure-resistant floor beneath his foot had been brutally shattered into a web of cracks. The air density under 100 times gravity was immense. Even waving an arm felt like stirring through mud. Yet Sun Wukong began to throw punches, just basic jabs, hooks, and sidekicks. Each strike sent explosive shockwaves through the air. The force of his punches overflowed, punching shallow craters into the distant walls, causing the entire gravity chamber to shake violently, as if struck by an earthquake. The speaker in the corner crackled with Bulma's exasperated voice. Wukong, ease up a bit. The shock absorber valve data is about to max out. If you keep this up, the basement's load-bearing structure won't hold. Sorry, you'll be more careful. Sun Wukong withdrew his fists, looking at the mess around him and rubbing his forehead in resignation. He could feel that his current body was like an iron barrel packed with explosives. The foundation he had built in the time chamber was too deep. 100G was no longer of much use to him. Above ground, the research center was also operating at full speed. After witnessing Sun Wukong's destructive power, the sense of urgency for Bulma and Dr. Gero was at its peak. The two genius minds clashed fiercely in the lab. Dr. Gero, the energy circuit is still too conservative, Bulma said, staring at the screen. This insulation layer can't withstand his instantaneous burst load. The materials have to be changed. Miss Bulma, I can change that, but your spacefold engine on the ship is squeezing the coolant pipes. This plan of yours, I must modify it. Gero's raspy voice was stubborn. In the lab, the two refused to yield to each other. Though the arguments were constant, the development progress shot forward like a rocket. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. One afternoon, the deformed door of the gravity chamber hissed open as the pressure released. Dr. Gero rushed in, frantically clutching a tablet. Sun Wukong had just finished 10 hours of basic physical training, sweat streaming down his back. Young Master Wukong, take a look at this. Gero pushed up his thick glasses, his gaunt face brimming with excitement, his eyes bloodshot. Sun Wukong grabbed a towel to wipe his face. You look thrilled. Did you get results? Yes. It's a perfect work of art. Gero tapped rapidly on the screen, pulling up a model diagram in deep blue. The core tests for the spaceship are complete. Sun Wukong nodded, his gaze shifting past the screen. Any progress on the gravity chamber? Yes. Gero cleared his throat, his face full of fervor. Miss Bulma used mechanical pressurization to develop a gravitational wave oscillation system. Gero rubbed his hands together excitedly. Theoretically, the new machine can directly reach 500G or even higher. It doesn't just push down, it compresses space from all directions. As long as you can withstand it, the machine can warp space itself. A look of delight flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he prepared to praise him. But there's more. Gero mysteriously swiped to the last page, and 3 tall dark silhouettes appeared on the screen. 3 metallic humanoid skeletons gleamed devoid of skin, their scarlet electronic eyes radiating coldness. These are the first-generation SP combat robots. Gero tapped the tablet proudly. I've loaded them with combat data from you and Krillin. They have infinite stamina and are built to withstand punishment. Saying this, Gero broke into a grin. From now on in the gravity chamber, you won't have to spar with thin air. As long as you don't kill them, they'll be the best training partners. Looking at the 3 steel monsters on the screen, Sun Wukong felt the blood begin to boil within him again. Inside the hangar beneath the Capsule Corporation building, a thick smell of machine oil permeated the air. Across the entire Earth, the only one who could make the heiress of the wealthiest family wear a tank top and wrestle with a tangle of wires under an operating console was likely this silver-gray spaceship before them. Bulma's fingers flew across the keyboard. Strings of space jump parameters scrolled wildly on the screen until with a sharp pop, a green pass appeared. Done. Bulma let out a long breath, wiping the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, only to smear the black grease from her fingertips all over her fair face, turning her into a mess. She spun her chair excitedly, looking at Son Goku, sitting on a nearby shipping container. Goku, I have to admit, Dr. Gero was a genius in the energy field. The ship is fully prepped. Now we just need to input the coordinates for planet Namek, and we can take off anytime. Son Goku, chewing on some beef jerky, jumped down from the container upon hearing this. He walked over to Bulma, pulled the towel from around his neck, and naturally wiped the grease from her face. You've worked hard. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. Since the ship is almost ready, don't stay up all night down here. Go upstairs and get a good night's sleep. His movements were gentle. Bulma leaned into his muscular forearm, rubbing against it like a cat, and yawned. I really am about to crash. What about you? Going to the gravity chamber again. Resting tonight. Goku flicked her forehead lightly. I have an errand to run. As Bulma stepped into the elevator and the floor indicator stopped at the living quarters, the smile in Goku's eyes slowly faded. Calculating the days, the cooling period for the Dragon Balls he had intercepted after the Red Ribbon Army's downfall was finally over. Leaving the hangar, Goku did not alert anyone. With a muffled thud, the concrete beneath his feet cracked into two shallow craters. He launched himself into the air, turning into a streak of white light that tore through the night. Guided by the Dragon radar, the Dragon Balls scattered across deep seas, volcanic craters, and even primeval forests easily fell into his hands one after another. At 5 in the morning, in a desolate valley hundreds of kilometers from West City, 7 gleaming pristine orbs were tossed onto the grass. The red stars inside the orbs resonated, emitting a low hum as the golden glow flashed brighter and brighter. Time to work, Shenron. Goku stood with his hands in his pockets, his tone as casual as ordering around the convenience store owner downstairs. With a thunderous roar, the starry night sky was suddenly shrouded by pitch-black clouds. Lightning bolts raged deep within the clouds, and the entire valley's gravitational field seemed disturbed, with gravel floating against all reason. Accompanied by a dragon's roar that shattered the heavens, a pillar of light erupted from the Dragon Balls, expanding in midair into an eastern dragon, whose body blotted out the sky. Shenron coiled at the center of the thunderstorm, its eyes like two red lanterns looking down upon the ground. When it recognized the man below, the one who had once scared it nearly out of its wits, its massive vertical pupils contracted sharply. Yet within seconds, the wariness on Shenron's face froze. In its perception, Son Goku, standing on the grass, now had not a single trace of ki fluctuation. Gone was the oppressive pressure that had made its scales stand on end, and now he looked like an utterly ordinary mortal. Shenron's pupils, once narrowed to pinpricks, slowly dilated, and its tense whiskers began to drift lazily. So it's you. Shenron's voice echoed through the valley. But this time there was less reverence and more of an arrogant condescension, as if looking down at an ant. Mortal, it seems you have lost the power you once prided yourself on. No matter, the one who gathers the 7 Dragon Balls follows the same rules. State your wish, whatever it may be. Shenron deliberately lowered its massive head, opening its huge maw to exhale a hot sulphurous breath. It clearly wanted to reclaim its lost dignity, to make this mortal feel the true might of a god. The fierce wind whipped Goku's clothes, but he didn't even blink. Looking at the arrogant dragon's face nearly pressed against his own, Goku couldn't help but burst out laughing. He rubbed his chin, a hint of mischief flashing in his eyes. Shenron, do you think you're tough again? Huh, could it be? Shenron puffed out 2 clouds of smoke in confusion. Without warning, the pressure of Goku's 3 million battle power instantly locked the entire space of the valley. With a crack, the floating gravel was crushed to dust. The rolling black clouds seemed to hit a pause button, frozen solid in the sky. Even the lightning mid-strike was arrested. Gah! Shenron's majestic divine voice broke as if an invisible hand had gripped its throat. Its red lantern-like eyes bulged outward wildly. Its once imposing body now seemed drained of its backbone, trembling like a quail in the winter wind. In sheer terror, Shenron abandoned all pretense of godhood. Its massive head slammed onto the grass with a thud, its whiskers scattered messily, and the entire dragon cowered into a quivering green mound. Sorry, great warrior. My mind just went blank. I spoke too loudly. Shenron's voice trembled with a sob, the instinctive fear of facing an absolute higher power. It felt that if the man before it wished, even with a flick of a finger, he could erase both it and the earth without a trace. Goku looked at the dragon, now so cowardly it seemed ready to dig a hole and bury itself, and curled his lip in disdain. He reached out and tapped Shenron's cold, wet nose. Don't be nervous. Actually, I kind of preferred your arrogant attitude from before. How about you go back to that? Shenron, go back. It wouldn't dare, even with a million chances. Great warrior, please don't toy with this humble deity. Shenron said, on the verge of tears, rubbing its enormous head humbly on the ground. Please state your wish as soon as possible. Alright, I'm done messing with you. Goku's playful look faded, and he became serious. This wish is simple. He stepped forward, lowering his voice, and whispered a request precise down to the millimeter to Shenron. Hearing the wish, Shenron was visibly stunned. It blinked its large eyes in bewilderment, as if unable to believe that this was all the other wanted. What? Was my description not clear enough? Goku raised an eyebrow. Clear. Very clear. This wish is indeed simple. Shenron's scales bristled with fear as it quickly closed its eyes, unleashing a blinding red light. After a moment, the red light faded. A small, unmarked, dark crimson velvet box materialized floating in Goku's palm. He didn't open it. Instead, he casually slipped it into his pants pocket and nodded in satisfaction. Service was acceptable this time. You may withdraw. With a whoosh, Shinran, as if granted a pardon, skipped all formal farewells. Its massive form turned into golden light and fled back into the Dragon Balls. The 7 Dragon Balls shot across the sky like meteors, scattering to all corners of the world with unprecedented haste. The black clouds dispersed, and the cold moonlight once again bathed the desolate valley. Goku turned, and with a burst of air beneath his feet, shot up like a cannonball, streaking straight back toward West City. The night wind rushing past lifted his black hair. He patted the small box in his pocket through the fabric, his smile brighter than the starry sky above. Planet Namek. Here I come. At the break of dawn, while the western capital still slumbered, the open launch site of Capsule Corporation had been completely cleared. A teardrop-shaped spacecraft, its surface exuding a matte silver-gray metallic luster, stood silently on the launch gantry. It bore no bulky thrusters, nor visible seams resembling an artifact that had transcended its era. Beneath the spacecraft, Dr. Gero, clad in a white lab coat, clutched a data terminal tightly in his hand. His gaunt cheeks twitched faintly from overwhelming excitement, his eyes behind the thick lenses fixed unwaveringly on this masterpiece of his labor. Young Master Son, the core is fully stabilized and all redundant data has been purged. Dr. Gero stepped forward, his voice hoarse. You've worked hard, Doctor. Son Goku nodded, slightly turned, and stepped into the hatch. The airlock sealed, completely shutting out the external wind. Inside the cockpit, Bulma was already seated before the main console. She had changed into a sleek light blue spacesuit that accentuated her graceful curves, her slender fingers dancing rapidly across a holographic keyboard. Anti-gravity engine preheated. Coordinate system has broken free of Earth's gravitational pull. Bulma turned to Son Goku, made a gesture, then pressed a red start button. Hold tight, I'm eloping with you. There was no deafening roar, nor searing exhaust plume. Under the power core designed by Dr. Gero, the teardrop spacecraft rose silently from the ground, like an ethereal azure afterimage. A dozen seconds later, the spacecraft smoothly pierced the atmosphere. On the screen, the azure Earth shrank rapidly. Bulma unbuckled her seatbelt, leaned toward the screen, her eyes gleaming with wild excitement. After being cooped up for so long, we've finally escaped. My dad keeps nagging me to take over the company, but I'm not doing it. Son Goku leaned back in the co-pilot's seat, gazing at the mother planet that had shrunk to a sapphire, and smiled. So this is eloping. I could never afford the ransom for the heiress of a fortune. Cut the nonsense. Bulma shot him a glare. Navigation is locked. Autopilot engaged. You can report to your gravity room now. At the bottom of the spacecraft in the gravity room, red warning lights flickered in sync with a dull, oppressive rhythm. The numbers on the control panel were locked at a terrifying 300 G. What did 300 times gravity mean? A heavy tank placed there would be instantly flattened into a metal disc by its own weight. For blood to flow normally, the heart would need to exert power akin to a nuclear reactor. An ordinary person standing there would suffer lung, alveoli explosions, and skeletal collapse from a single breath. Bang! A teeth-grinding thud erupted in the center of the gravity room. Son Goku, stripped to the waist with a muscular build, had sweat just seeping from his brow before being slammed to the floor by the crushing gravity. Before him, 3 first-generation S-series sparring bots covered in bionic muscle with memory alloy frames launched a relentless assault in a tactical formation. Now that's what I'm talking about. Feeling the tearing force of 300 G, Son Goku grinned, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. The Saiyan combat instinct was fully ignited. As SP-01 swung a whip kick capable of cleaving an aircraft carrier, Son Goku didn't dodge. He simply raised his left arm to block. Boom. The immense recoil nearly cracked the reinforced alloy floor beneath him. His thick arm muscles trembled violently from the impact, the raw, bone-jarring pain exhilarating him. But these machines felt no pain. As Son Goku blocked the kick, SP-03 silently crept behind him, its icy blue hand blade aimed at his back. Simultaneously, SP-02 lunged from the ground, locking his legs in a vice grip. They've even integrated such advanced chain combo tactics. Dr. Gero really put in the effort. Facing the coordinated assault, Son Goku surged forward instead of retreating. He chose not to overpower them with explosive energy, but savored the pure physical combat. Twisting his torso against the 300G horror, he swung his right fist like a cannonball, smashing it brutally against the attacker behind him. With a screech of tortured metal, SP-03's chest armor caved inward grotesquely. The entire machine flew backward, crashed into the metal wall, and slid to the floor, its eyes red lights dying out amid a shower of sparks. Then Son Goku's leg muscles bulged, forcing open the leg lock. He followed with a powerful knee strike, slamming it into SP-02's chin. The force snapped its bionic neck, freezing SP-02's movements. Its system lit up with overload warnings, and it collapsed limply. Son Goku let out a long breath and casually pressed the stop button on the wall. The gravity field deactivated, and the suffocating pressure receded like a tide. He rolled his neck, hearing the crisp pops of his vertebrae, feeling the refined power coursing through his limbs, and nodded with satisfaction. This intensity is real training. Son Goku glanced at the nearly wrecked sparring bots. Thanks to Dr. Gero adding self-repairing memory metal to their frames, though they were now powered down and shattered, a few days in the repair bay would let them regenerate, becoming tireless punching bags again. Grabbing a towel and draping it over his shoulder, Son Goku stretched his slightly sore shoulders and walked out of the gravity room. Time for a shower and dinner with Bulma. Half an hour later, dressed in loose black loungewear, Son Goku shuffled in slippers into the mid-level observation dining room. As he entered, a rich aroma of seared meat wafted over. On the large table, over a dozen perfectly grilled sizzling Wagyu steaks were neatly arranged. Bulma, wearing an oversized white shirt with her damp hair casually pinned up, approached with 2 glasses of fresh juice. Perfect timing. Eat up, you'll lose muscle if you don't refuel after intense training. She pushed the juice toward him with a smile and sat down across from him, chin resting on her hand. Son Goku didn't waste words. He picked up his knife and fork and devoured the meal ravenously. Just as he finished his 5th plate, the holographic communicator on the dining room wall suddenly flashed red with a beeping sound. Bulma paused and pressed the answer key. The screen lit up and static crackled through the channel before a crisp, somewhat brash female voice came through. Hey, Bulma, is the signal connecting? Geez, who wrote the firewall on this beat-up ship of yours? It's like a porcupine. I had to borrow a buddy from the patrol force, some octopus-looking guy, and almost fried a supercomputer to hack in. Hearing the voice, Bulma sighed and covered her forehead. Sis, what are you up to now? I'm in deep space. Oh, why are you hacking my encrypted channel? Son Goku paused mid-chew. Sis. His mind quickly recalled the sci-fi novelist who roamed alien worlds and hung out with the Galactic Patrol, Tights. Don't give me that. Tights' voice was boisterous on the other end, brimming with gossipy excitement and big sister authority. Mom and Dad said you've grown bold running off on an interstellar trip with some wild boy. You used to mess around, but at least you stayed on Earth. Now you're eloping into space. Sis. His name isn't Wild Boy, or it's Son Goku. And if we're talking about messing around, I can't hold a candle to you. Bulma's face flushed as she rushed to defend him. I'm just gathering material for my novels. You're already protective of him after one comment. Tights cut her off in a rapid-fire tone. Bulma, send me your coordinates right now. They'll bring some Galactic Patrol friends to meet you. Your big sister has to vet him. Beep. Beep. Without finishing, Tights had decisively cut the connection. Bulma stared at the blank screen, scratched her cheek awkwardly, and looked at Son Goku. My sister's always been like that, loud and brash. She's used to hanging out with alien patrols and speaks without thinking. Don't take it to heart. Take what to heart? Son Goku put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, his eyes warm with amusement. You abandoned a fortune to follow me into deep space. It's only natural for a sister to worry. But since my sister-in-law has come calling, there's no reason to hide. He stood up, walked to the main console, and pulled up a nearby star chart. The screen soon displayed an artificial celestial body ahead in the star sector, converted from a cluster of abandoned asteroids densely packed with ship signal anchor points. Let's agree to meet at the Wanderer space station ahead. Son Goku turned and raised an eyebrow at Bulma. Hey Goku, stop calling her that. Bulma's face reddened further, and she grabbed a cushion from the table to throw at him, though her eyes brimmed with sweetness. But fair warning, my sister's curious. Tone down your skills a bit, don't scare her. Son Goku caught the cushion, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry. Right now my specialty is acting like an ordinary person. From the porthole, the Wanderer space station resembled a steel beast welded together from countless wrecked warships silently crouching at the edge of a dim nebula. There was none of the orderly architecture found on Earth. Massive alloy rings and thick conduits were crudely fused together. On the periphery, garish neon signs flickered and holographic projections cast bizarre advertisements into the vacuum. Alien ships of all shapes, some as dilapidated as trash cans, others wildly exaggerated, buzzed like a swarm landing and taking off from the pads. Before the main console, Bulma's fingers danced across the control panel. Under her command, the teardrop-shaped ship weaved like a nimble fish, dodging 2 erratic cargo vessels and gliding smoothly toward the landing pad in Sector C. Jets of gas erupted as the landing gear locked firmly onto the metal deck. The ship's flawless, streamlined silhouette immediately drew numerous covetous glances the moment it appeared. In this cosmic black market, discerning eyes were never in short supply. The heavy alloy hatch slid open. A peculiar odor, a mix of heavy machine oil and cheap spices, flooded in through the airlock. Bulma, wearing a space jacket emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo, its tailored cut perfectly accentuating her figure, stepped out and immediately coughed, choked by the stench. Cough. Did they build the air filtration system with their feet? This smells worse than the exhaust fumes in West City during rush hour. Bulma fanned the air in front of her, nose naturally taking Sun Wukong's arm. Sun Wukong, dressed in a neat black casual training outfit, looked around with interest. It's a black market, rough around the edges, but it's got plenty of character. As the two stepped off the landing pad, 3 aliens with green spines and worn combat suits swaggered over, blocking their path. The leader, a thug missing half an eyebrow, tossed a high-energy beam dagger in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the ship and the pair. Newcomers, huh? Nice ship. Looks like a pricey custom job. The thug leader grinned, revealing yellow teeth, and exhaled a puff of smoke. But seems you don't know the rules. Landing pad C is my turf. If you want to park safely, ITLL cost you 20,000 star coins for protection. Otherwise, if your ship loses an engine or something, you'll be drifting in space, waiting to die. Faced with such blatant extortion, before Sun Wukong could speak, Bulma let out a derisive laugh. Extorting protection money from us. Bulma, hands on her hips, shot back without hesitation. Got eyes. You could sell the 3 of you and still not afford a single screw from this ship. Protection fee. I should be charging you an admission fee. You bitch. You're asking for it. Enraged at being humiliated publicly, the thug leader lunged forward. He took a big step, the dagger in his hand, erupting into a pale blue laser blade. With a scorching whistle, it stabbed straight for Son Wukong's chest. He'll start with your pretty boy. Son Wukong didn't even blink. He casually raised his right hand. Slap. A dull soft thud. The thug leader saw a blur and felt his dagger-wielding wrist clamped in an unyielding grip. The dagger, capable of slicing through starship armor, stopped less than half an inch from Son Wukong's chest, unable to push forward another millimeter. The thug leader's face turned red as he strained with all his might to press down, but the hand holding him was as immovable as a steel pillar welded into the cosmos. Son Wukong looked at him and tightened his 5 fingers. Crack. A sickening crunch of bone accompanied a piercing scream. The thug's wrist was instantly twisted into a grotesque angle, and the laser dagger clattered onto the deck. Quite a set of lungs you've got. Seems like you've been at this racket a while. Son Wukong released his grip, letting the man crumple to his knees, clutching his broken wrist, his tone mild. Still want that protection fee? No. No more. We were blind. Spare us, sir. The thug leader's face was twisted in agony, realizing he had bitten off more than he could chew. Biting back the searing pain, he tremblingly cleared the path, kicked his 2 dumbfounded underlings, and scurried away into the crowd. Good thing they know when to back off. Bulma snorted lightly, pulling Son Wukong into the main street. The wide metal corridor was bustling with noise. Blue creatures with long antennae, scaled reptilian beings, and merchants of all kinds moved along the sides. Stalls were cluttered with damaged laser guns, alien specimens, and wreckage from ship engines. Bulma dismissed the junk with a glance, but stopped in front of a stall filled with mechanical parts. Boss, how much for this piece of superconducting raw ore? Bulma picked up a dull silver metallic block, weighing it in her hand. Natural superconducting or had excellent conductivity, perfect for optimizing the gravity room circuits. The stall owner, an old alien with 3 eyes, saw Bulma's refined attire and immediately put on a friendly smile. Young lady has a good eye. This is natural ore mined from the depths of the Dragon Nebula. You won't find another piece like it in the station. For you, a special price, 50,000 star coins. 50,000. Bulma chuckled, running her fingertip over the metal surface. Boss, if you're going to rip someone off, at least make it reasonable. The oxidation layer is this thick. Internal elemental decay is severe. The purity is barely over half. I'd have to refine it, and the solvents alone might cost more than this rock. Bulma tossed the metal block back onto the stall, pulled out a 10,000 star coin bill, and flipped it between her fingers. 10,000. They'll take this scrap off your hands as consumables. Take it or leave it. There are 2 more stalls ahead, I'll go have a look. With that, she made as if to take Son Wukong's arm and leave. The 3-eyed old man was clearly stunned by her professional analysis. Seeing a big spender about to walk away, he quickly pressed down on the coin. Hey, don't go. 10,000 it is, let's call it making a friend. Watching Bulma happily store the ore into a capsule, Son Wukong couldn't help but smile softly. This girl, even tens of thousands of light years away, never let herself get shortchanged. But in the moment he turned, Son Wukong's gaze swept over a dark corner of the street. There, a few burly mercenaries had been watching them like hyenas. Boss, a couple of plump, naive little birds. The one-eyed mercenary licked his lips, lowering his voice. See that chick? Tossing 10,000 star coins around like pocket change. Their ship parked in Sector C. The hull is so shiny it could be a mirror, but it doesn't even have a basic point-of-fence cannon. Pure sightseeing setup and no escort ships following. The 4-armed mercenary leader spat a glob of phlegm, sneering. Doesn't even know not to flash their wealth out here. Walking around the black market without a shred of caution. A fat sheep delivered to our door. We can't waste this. But boss. A subordinate hesitated. That guy back at the pad crushed Nick's hand bones with 1 move. He's probably a pro. Could be trouble. Scared of what? The 4-armed mercenary patted the pulse gun at his hip, a cruel glint in his eye. That pretty boy might have a strong grip, but he's still a sheltered flower who's never seen real blood. Bones hard. Can they be harder than this? Let's go follow them. The burly men smirked, reaching for their weapons, trailing the pair like hyenas catching the scent of blood. There's a fork up ahead. Son Wukong kept walking, his tone calm. You find a navigation bot to locate the bar. He'll deal with the tail. Hurry up. Don't keep my sister waiting. Bulma rolled her eyes, clearly aware of the tail, and walked toward the navigator on her own. Seeing Son Wukong willingly separate and head toward a secluded corridor, the mercenaries were overjoyed. The 4-armed leader signaled, and they quickened their pace, preparing to corner him in a dead end. But before they could take a third step, Son Wukong stopped, slowly turning around. His gaze pierced through the crowd, landing precisely on the 4-armed mercenary's face. The 4-armed mercenary's feet felt nailed to the floor. A dry heave clawed at his throat, his eyes bulging and bloodshot with terror. The moment their eyes met, an indescribable shudder shattered his mental defenses. It was like a worm in the mud looking up to find itself under the gaze of a colossal beast perched in the clouds. Not just him, but the mercenaries behind him felt like ducks with their necks squeezed, drenched in cold sweat, their legs turning to jelly. Go! Get out of here! The 4-armed mercenary, pale as a ghost, shoved his way through the crowd, with his men scrambling into an underground passage, as if staying 1 more second would mean annihilation. Son Wukong withdrew his gaze, his heart utterly unruffled. Bulma found your sister? He asked, strolling back to her side. Yeah, found her. The interstellar wreck bar, Sector B. Tights is waiting for us there. Bulma pulled up a holographic map. Sector B of the space station was far superior to the smoke-filled, chaotic landing pad. The holographic lights here were dimmed to a soft glow, and along the streets one could even see alien plants cultivated using artificial gravity. Inside a semi-open bar called Star Rec, heavy metal music pulsed with a strong rhythm. At a booth in the corner by the bar, Ties was idly stirring a blue specialty drink in her glass. She had a head of short golden hair, and her eyes and brows exuded the free-spirited air of an artistic worker. On the sofa across from her sat a figure completely out of sync with the bar's vibe. He wore a white tight-fitting uniform, his head was round as an egg, and he didn't even have a nose. The most striking feature was his pair of bright yellow eggshell-like eyes on his face. I say, Ties, are you sure your sister hasn't lost her mind? The short alien crossed his arms, propping his legs cockily on the table. Roaming the universe with an earthling who doesn't even have a galactic identification code. What's the difference between that and seeking death? If it weren't for your sake, this super elite wouldn't waste patrol time in this filthy place. Save it, Jocko. Enough with the bragging. Ties rolled her eyes, ruthlessly exposing his secrets. Wasn't it last month on Sirius that your ship broke down and the shield shattered? If I hadn't rushed over to fish you out, you'd still be floating around like a piece of space junk, super elite. Ahem. That was an unavoidable mechanical failure. The galactic patrolman, named Jocko, blushed, craning his neck to salvage his dignity. And I had already prepared a strategic plan for a solo emergency landing. There was no need for your concern. As the two bickered, the virtual bead curtain at the bar's entrance was pushed aside. Ties lifted her head sharply, her eyes lighting up as she immediately stood and waved. Bulma, over here. Bulma spotted her sister at once, took Son Wukong's hand, and walked quickly over. As soon as the sisters met, they embraced in a big hug. You little rascal, you actually ran off. When the old man told me, I thought Head had too much to drink. Ties pinched her sister's cheek, then cast a scrutinizing gaze at the Son Wukong beside her. He was tall and slender with a handsome, enduring face. The black martial arts uniform he wore bore no visible brand, but the fabric was of excellent quality. Yet aside from that, Ties couldn't sense any of the sharp, domineering aura typical of a universe-level powerhouse from this man. He stood there breathing evenly, muscles relaxed, his gaze like that of a fresh graduate who had stumbled into a bar. The boy next door. Could this be the monster her father claimed could punch a testing machine to pieces? So you're Son Wukong. Not bad looking. Ties circled around him with her arms crossed, her tone carrying a hint of assessment. You've got some nerve daring to whisk my pampered little sister off into the universe. And the old man didn't even put out a warrant for you. Faced with this obvious intimidation, Son Wukong showed no sign of intimidation. He casually pulled out a chair, gallantly letting Bulma sit first, then pulled out another to sit across from Ties, a gentle smile on his lips. Whisking her away. Hardly. I'm heading to Planet Namek, so I thought I'd bring her along to see the sights, consider it a vacation. Son Wukong spread his hands, his tone natural. As for Dr. Briefs, we got along quite well. Before I left, he stuffed me with a bunch of his latest capsule inventions as gifts. The answer was watertight, stating his purpose and implying his father-in-law had already given his blessing. Ties raised an eyebrow, about to press further to probe his background. Suddenly Jocko beside her shot to his feet. He planted one foot on a chair, one hand on his hip, and traced an exaggerated arc through the air, with the other pointing directly at Son Wukong. Hey, you earthling. Stand up straight and listen. I am the Galactic Patrolman, upholding cosmic justice, the super elite. Before Jocko could finish, his voice cut off abruptly. He dropped his flamboyant pose, leaning forward, his huge yellow eyes locked on his Son Wukong's face. Wait. Black spiky hair, that wild facial structure. As if struck by a terrifying realization, Jocko leaped backward, as if zapped, instantly drawing a laser gun from his hip and pointing it at Son Wukong with extreme caution. You're a Scion. A Scion. Isn't that the Frieza forces? Ties was also stunned. Having roamed the universe for years, she had naturally heard of that infamous warrior race. But that's not right. Jocko held the gun, his large eyes filled with confusion as he scanned Son Wukong from head to toe. Aren't Scions all bloodthirsty madmen? But you don't have any dangerous aura at all. You're as calm as an ordinary person. And where's your tail? Faced with Jocko's rapid-fire question, Son Wukong merely smiled faintly and gave a casual reply. I can't explain the specifics myself. I grew up on Earth since I was a kid. As for the tail, I had it removed long ago. A Scion raised on Earth. Jocko was half convinced, but he didn't lower his gun, maintaining his bravado. Even so, Scions are dangerous. Since I've run into you, I must conduct a thorough. Looking at the classic noseless, big-head, giant yellow-eyed figure before him, a strange ripple stirred in Son Wukong's heart. This was indeed the Dragon Ball world spanning the universe. He didn't get angry, instead he casually picked up the menu on the table, flicked his wrist, and bypassing Jocko's gun, handed it to him. Officer Jocko, you've worked hard. Meeting is fate. How about you take a look at what you'd like to eat? Today's on me. His movements were fluid, his tone calm, like the enthusiastic owner of a street-side food stall. However, the originally arrogant Jocko, the moment his eyes met the motion of the menu being handed over, his pupils abruptly contracted into pinpricks. As a veteran of the Galactic Patrol, Jocko's combat power might be negligible, but his dynamic vision was exceptional, capable of capturing ultra-high-speed moving objects. Yet from his perspective, that hand of Son Wukong's extending the menu seemed to vanish. In the trajectory of that hand, there was no prelude of muscle exertion, no sign of accelerated blood flow, not even the faintest breeze from cutting through the air. Jocko felt his scalp tingle, his combat instincts screaming alarms. He knew that if this tailless Scion wished, that menu could slice through his throat in the blink of an eye, and he wouldn't even have the reaction time to pull the trigger. Gulp. Jocko swallowed hard, his leg propped on the chair, trembling uncontrollably. You. He stammered, cold sweat beading on his smooth forehead. He slowly withdrew the hand holding the gun, silently holstering it, and even wiped his sweaty palm vigorously on his pant leg. Then this super elite respectfully took the menu with both hands, and like an obedient elementary school student sat back down in his chair with his legs together. Thanks. I'm suddenly not hungry. Just give me a glass of water. Jocko's voice was weak, his eyes fixed on the menu, utterly afraid to look up. Tai, seeing Jocko's pathetic state, inexplicably kicked him under the table. What's wrong with you? Where's that nerve you had pointing a gun at him? Why are you stammering? Jocko winced in pain, screaming inwardly, this is no gentle, ordinary person. This kind of monster would make even a patrol inspector break out in cold sweat. What kind of figure has Tai's sister gotten involved with? I just pointed a gun at him, and my head is still on my neck. Thank the Kaishin. Son Wukong caught every micro-expression on Jocko's face, let out a soft laugh, without exposing him, and turned to Tai's. If you still have concerns, sister, feel free to speak your mind. He leaned back, his tone casual. With me here, no one in this universe can touch a single hair on her head. The understated yet undeniable confidence in his words made Tai's pause, and the way he called her sister was incredibly smooth. Bulma, sitting beside him watching Son Wukong effortlessly dominate the scene, felt as sweet as honey in her heart. She couldn't help but secretly pinch his calf under the table, scolding him for being glib, but her face was full of pride. Having navigated the interstellar world for years, Tai's was a master at reading people. She glanced at the silent quail like Jocko, then at Son Wukong's calm and composed demeanor, and vaguely guessed that this cheap brother-in-law was far from simple on the surface. All right. Seeing how this girl looks at you, you've completely charmed her. They'll let you off the hook. Tai's was someone who could let things go easily. Since even Jocko had backed down, she wouldn't press further. She snapped her fingers, heartily summoning the bartender. But let's get this straight. Today's meal is on you. This writer is about to run out of money. No problem. Son Wukong smiled. Eat your fill. The light in the corner of the Star Wreck bar was dimmed low, the acoustic force field filtering the cacophony of alien languages into a soothing white noise. On the table, a spread of bizarrely shaped alien delicacies emitted enticing aromas. Jocko, who had been drenched in cold sweat from Son Wukong's presence moments ago, was now shamelessly gnawing on a tentacle resembling a giant squid. He ate with blue sauce smeared all over his face, his earlier wariness completely forgotten, muttering indistinctly about how this dump was a ripoff. Son Wukong held a glass of interstellar fruit wine potent in alcohol content, his gaze shifting between Tights and Jocko, a hint of nonchalant teasing in his tone. Sister, you spend all your time traveling the cosmos collecting material with only this. A super elite by your side. You two are inseparable. Is there some special feeling between you in private? Tights, who was drinking, choked violently and coughed repeatedly. Cough, cough. Wukong, your train of thought is way too bizarre. Tights scrambled for a napkin to wipe her mouth, pointing at Jocko, who was still ravenously devouring the squid tentacle with a look of utter disgust. Me? With him? Don't be ridiculous. This guy is a walking comedian. Aside from using his patrol status to save me some docking fees or providing negative inspiration for my sci-fi novels, he's basically useless. When real danger comes, he runs faster than a rabbit. Even with my poor taste, I wouldn't fall for an alien otaku obsessed with cosmic justice. Hey, Tights, what do you mean runs fast? That's a strategic retreat when facing a formidable enemy. Jocko dropped the tentacle, roughly wiped his face, and retorted with righteous indignation. Besides, I, the super elite, bear the heavy responsibility of maintaining peace in the Milky Way. I'm a proud bachelor. Feelings only slowed down my draw speed. Watching the two of them expertly air each other's dirty laundry, Bulma laughed heartily. Son Wukong also realized that this pair was indeed just a duo of frenemies. After dinner, Tights acted as a guide, taking the two for a stroll around the space station. The Wanderer space station is chaotic, but some places are quite interesting. Tights pointed at the huge glass dome above. Like the floating garden over there. The plants are all unique specimens rescued from destroyed planets. But we need to go through this industrial corridor first to get to Sector A and check out some ship parts. The group walked and stopped, and the moment they stepped into the industrial corridor, the atmosphere shifted. Neon lights flickered erratically, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of heavy oil and rusted metal. Hey, you lot having a stroll after a good meal? A sarcastic voice suddenly emerged from the shadow of an abandoned container. Leading them was the four-armed mercenary who had been intimidated by Son Wukong's glare earlier on the landing pad. But this time he wasn't alone. A dozen heavily armed accomplices surrounded them, brandishing dark high-energy pulse rifles, blocking their path front and back. I was outnumbered before, so I let you off easy. The four-armed mercenary spat, grinning maliciously as he aimed his rifle at Tights. Now hand over the key to that droplet spacecraft and leave all your valuables. As for these two Earth girls, they'll be good for some fun for the boys. A robbery, daring to rob a super elite. Seeing the situation, Jocko's big yellow eyes lit up. He felt that his chance to redeem his glorious image had finally arrived. He jumped onto a waste oil drum, spread his legs apart, placed one hand on his hip, struck what he thought was a cool pose, and pulled out his laser gun, shouting, "Listen up. I am Jocko of the Galactic Patrol. You scum of the galaxy, drop your weapons immediately, or else." Bang! The four-armed mercenary, disregarding any code of honor, stepped forward and swung his heavy metal gun stock with brutal force. The poor super elite didn't even have time to scream. Like a baseball hit for a home run, he was sent flying over 10 meters. He crashed into the metal wall with a clang, slid down, and passed out cold. Jocko. Tights paled in fright, instinctively retreating behind Bulma. How what a pathetic excuse for a patrolman. Just a clown. The four-armed mercenary contemptuously withdrew his rifle stock, his greedy gaze sweeping over Bulma. Sweetheart, now it's your turn. Before he could finish, his pupils contracted sharply, because he noticed that the black-haired youth's figure had suddenly become blurry. Some people just have to ruin the mood. An icy voice sounded without warning from behind the four-armed mercenary's ear. Before he could react, before any of the mercenaries present could even see the movement, a series of sickeningly dull thuds exploded in the narrow corridor. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if a hurricane was rampaging through the crowd. The dozen heavily armed mercenaries were sent flying backward, as if struck head-on by a speeding train. Some were smashed into load-bearing walls, leaving human-shaped craters, the others shattered ventilation ducts, and were pinned by steel frames. The leading four-armed mercenary fared the worst. Son Wukong simply grabbed his arm and bent it down, accompanied by the crisp crack of dislocating bones. Both arms hung limp and dislocated. He collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, the pain blinding him, too weak even to scream. From Son Wukong's disappearance to the fall of all the mercenaries, it was merely the blink of an eye. When Bulma and Tights came to their senses, Son Wukong was standing in the midst of the scattered, defeated mercenaries. One hand in his pocket, he casually brushed off his sleeve, as if he had merely kicked aside a few stones blocking his path. The corridor was terrifyingly silent, broken only by the crackling of electrical sparks. Tights' mouth hung wide open as she stared at the mercenaries embedded in the walls, her mind going completely blank. Since when did Earth have such a formidable fighter? No wonder Jocko was so terrified in the bar. Tights swallowed hard, her voice trembling. Bulma proudly linked her arm, with Son Wukong's, lifting her chin slightly. See, sis, isn't my taste in men way better than those unreliable novel inspirations you find? This isn't just better, he's a walking nuclear bomb. Tights slapped her forehead, her gaze towards Son Wukong shifting. It was the fervor of a sci-fi author encountering a rare specimen. Hey Wukong, are there any more on Earth with your level of power? Can you introduce me to one? If I use a real person as a prototype for my new book, it'll be a galaxy-wide bestseller. Seeing the sparkle in Tights' eyes, Son Wukong had an idea. In the original story, Bulma ended up with Vegeta. Now that Bulma was his wife, Vegeta, far away, was about to become a bachelor, and Trunks would never exist. This sister-in-law before him seemed like a very suitable compensation. Probably not on Earth, because I'm not originally from Earth. Son Wukong tapped his chin, lightly looking at Tights with a half smile. But if you're really interested, I do know someone. Who? Is he handsome? Is he as strong as you? Tights' eyes shone like searchlights as she fired off a series of questions. A guy with an incredibly high pride. The classic image formed in his mind, and a glint of amusement flickered in Son Wukong's eyes. He's a prince of my race. Though he's not very tall, and his hairline is a bit concerning. He has an unyielding, fierce spirit. His combat power probably isn't ranked in the universe right now, but in terms of potential, he's top tier. Son Wukong paused, his tone turning playful. So sis, are you interested in this kind of fallen noble prince? If the opportunity arises, I don't mind introducing you. Tights stroked her chin, her mind already weaving a script about its Sundara prince and a female writer's love story, her expression growing more excited. Sounds very dramatic. And a prince. Deal. Remember this, don't stand me up. Even if we don't date, snagging him as a free bodyguard and a novel protagonist prototype is a steal. Bulma rolled her eyes. Though she had no idea who this prince was, her intuition told her that if her loudmouth sister ever met that alien prince, the future of the universe would definitely be anything but peaceful. Alright, stop trying to set me up with your weird kin. Bulma pointed at the unconscious Jocko lying by the waste oil drum. Let's get Jocko back to his patrol ship first. We still need to go to planet Namek. Son Wukong chuckled softly, walked over, and like picking up a chick, grabbed Jocko by the scruff of his neck and dragged him towards the landing pad. After settling the still unconscious Jocko, Son Goku and Bulma were ready to depart. At the landing pad, Tights waved her electronic notepad, her eyes gleaming with anticipation for the perfect creative material. Goku, don't forget what you promised. If you actually encounter one, be sure to find a way to notify me. My new novel's protagonist is counting on him. Tights shouted at the two on the gangway, not even bothering to inquire about her sister's well-being. Bulma helplessly pressed her forehead and shot her sister a disdainful glare. Just try not to cause trouble in the universe, and take the time to go back to Earth so Mom and Dad can see you. That's the real priority. With that, she pulled Goku into the hatch. Accompanied by the soft hiss of the airlock, closing, a faint blue halo ignited beneath the teardrop-shaped spacecraft. The ship lifted off gracefully, departing the Wanderer space station and plunging into the deep sea of stars. Inside the cockpit, Bulma entered the coordinates for planet Namek and pressed the warp initiation button. The view outside the window transformed, dramatically shifting from a dark curtain dotted with stars into a rapidly stretching iridescent hyperspace tunnel. Goku, planet Namek's location is too remote. Bulma sighed as she looked at the stellar navigation chart, and the magnetic fields of the surrounding celestial bodies are chaotic, making a straight-line approach impossible. According to the current route, we'll still be traveling through space for several months. Goku leaned back in the co-pilot's seat and smiled at her worried expression. No rush, he said gently. We haven't really explored this starry expanse yet. Let's treat it like a vacation. In the days that followed, the teardrop ship indeed did not rush headlong like an ascetic. Goku understood well that cultivation required a balance of intensity and relaxation, and relationships also needed nurturing. Bringing his wife along, he couldn't have her stuck waiting outside the gravity room every day. Thus, the journey transformed into an interstellar honeymoon. The ship frequently dropped out of the warp tunnel to make brief stops in uncharted star systems. They parked near the binary star system of Lyra, sitting side by side in the transparent observation dome atop the ship, pouring red wine to admire the violet auroras stretching millions of kilometers. A few days later, the ship landed on a planet composed entirely of water. Goku dove directly into the deep sea, caught a giant bioluminescent sea creature, and cooked a seafood barbecue for Bulma on the beach. When bored, they would pilot the ship into a diamond asteroid belt, weaving through interstellar debris like a treasure hunt. Accompanied by Goku, Bulma fully unleashed her girlish nature. She witnessed countless wonders she could never have imagined on Earth, transforming her initial unease about the unknown into eager anticipation each morning upon waking. Of course, amid the sightseeing, Goku did not neglect his daily training. Inside the gravity room, the environmental parameters were steadily maintained at 300 times Earth's gravity. He did not increase the multiplier further. The Scion's physique had reached its current limit, and continuing to rely solely on high-pressure compression would yield diminishing returns. Instead of focusing on muscle tearing, he now concentrated entirely on internal refinement. He sat cross-legged, cast aside distractions, and began to meditate, using calmness and reason to gradually soothe the violence and bloodlust inherent in Scion blood. Exiting warp tunnel. Engaging conventional engines. Months later, as the prompt sounded, the ship vibrated slightly, and the streaks of light outside the window receded like a tide. Directly ahead, a planet radiating a pinkish-blue aura floated silently in the void. "We've arrived." Bulma pulled up a scan, frowning slightly. "This place is really desolate. The surface is covered in bizarre rock formations with pink gas and strong magnetic interference." "Bulma, find an open highland to land," Goku said, looking at the planet. The ship pierced the clouds and landed smoothly atop a massive rock pillar weathered into sharp, blade-like shapes. The hatch opened. The wind carried dry dust, and the gravity was similar to Earth's. But the spatial structure of this planet gave a peculiar sensation, as if the air was filled with invisible threads of energy. Bulma, holding a detector modified from a miniature radar, sighed helplessly as she stepped off the gangway. "No good, the magnetic field here is too strange. The bands are completely jammed, and the screen is full of gibberish." She looked up at the endless labyrinth of stone pillars around them, tugged anxiously at Goku's sleeve, and said, "There's not even a direction to go. Where are we supposed to find your instant transmission? We can't just fly around aimlessly." "Aimless flying is too much trouble," Goku chuckled, tossing a towel into the cabin and walking to the edge of the rock pillar. "Since we can't find the door, we'll just knock ourselves and have them come out to receive us." "Knock? What door?" Bulma was utterly bewildered. Goku smiled without answering, closing his eyes slowly. The next moment, a low rumble emanated from within his body, which had been as still as dead water. A blinding light erupted along with a violent aura. Goku unleashed the dormant power of millions in battle strength, which had been silent for months, channeling it through the planet's peculiar spatial magnetic field. It was like dropping a heavy bomb into a calm lake. The thick clouds in the sky were forcibly pushed aside by an invisible hand, scattering rapidly in all directions. The hard rock pillar beneath his feet emitted a strained cracking sound, and fissures spread from under his soles. This immense energy transformed into an irresistible storm, instantly covering the entire planet. For the inhabitants of this planet, this energy was like a blazing sun smashing directly into their minds, deafening and overwhelming. "Goku, such immense energy could easily pierce through the crust." Bulma watched the sand and dust swirling like a reverse waterfall around them, knowing the scale of what he had done. "Relax, Bulma, I'm holding back." Goku smiled slightly and cut off the emitted aura. The wind and sand ceased, and the clouds gathered again. Within half a minute, ripples like water waves suddenly appeared in the air. With a series of short, sharp sounds, several figures materialized. 5 or 6 aliens, reaching only up to Goku's waist, with large heads, round eyes, and wearing robes with peculiar patterns, appeared out of thin air on the rock pillar platform. As soon as they appeared, their legs trembled weakly, and they were drenched in sweat, staring at him with the terrified look of facing an apocalyptic disaster. Then the air rippled again. A middle-aged Namekian dressed in a wide robe like a leader teleported to the front. His face pale, he bowed his head in a humble posture. "Distant, powerful one." Though he didn't speak aloud, a voice filled with fear and reverence echoed directly in their minds. "Our planet is a peaceful race, never actively seeking interstellar conflict. If you have come to conquer, we are willing to submit. Please spare my people." "Don't worry, Chief Supa, we are not space pirates, nor are we here to cause destruction." Hearing Goku call his name directly, Supa looked up sharply, his round eyes filled with shock. In this universe, even the Frieza Force didn't know the name of the leader of this remote planet. Goku took in Supa's astonishment, but offered no explanation. This mysterious omniscience was precisely the weapon to intimidate them. "My name is Son Goku, and this is my girlfriend Bulma." He bowed slightly, his tone calm. "I disturbed you all with that display just now for no other reason than to learn your secret arts, but I didn't know where to find you." Learn the secret arts." Supa wiped the cold sweat from his brow, let out a bitter laugh, and felt his defenses crumble once more. "You possess power as vast as the sea of stars, and can foresee the future. My meager skills are such that I can barely breathe standing before you. I am unqualified to teach you." However, Supa swallowed hard and quickly added, fearing to anger this formidable being, "Our clan has a true wise one. the great elder Pibara. He may be able to answer your questions. On a weathered giant rock pillar, Supa looked at the two before him with a respectful demeanor. The great elder's temple is on the other side of the planet. If you two don't mind, I can take you there directly. Directly there. Bulma's azure eyes lit up. Is that the instant transmission you mentioned, Goku? Supa nodded, stepped forward, and placed his rough, sucker-covered hands on their shoulders. You might feel a bit dizzy the first time. Please try to relax, Supa cautioned, pressing his other two fingers together against his forehead. Witnessing this iconic gesture in the flesh, Son Goku could hear his own heart accelerate. Before Bulma could brace herself, the air began to ripple. Bulma felt her stomach churn as the scenery before her stretched into streams of light. Her vision and sense of balance failed. Before she could cry out, the intense sensation of weightlessness abruptly receded. The feeling of solid ground returned. Bulma stumbled forward. Goku caught her waist with a swift motion. Ugh, this kind of jump that doesn't even need a wormhole. It's utterly illogical. It's incredible. Bulma gagged, clutching her chest, pale but exhilarated. Unlike Bulma's physical discomfort, Goku remained expressionless, yet his heart was equally stirred. In that instant, he experienced this divine technique. One moment, it was the wasteland, the next, the temple's botanical incense filled his senses. This is instant transmission. The coolest technique in the Dragon Ball world, he thought to himself. Suppressing his excitement, he surveyed his surroundings. They stood in a massive stone temple with a soaring ceiling. Natural ores embedded in the walls emitted a soft white glow. At the center of the hall, a short, plump Namekian elder with two white mustaches floated in midair. Great Elder, Supa said, quickly stepping forward and bowing. This is Son Goku, a martial artist from Earth, and his fiancée. He wishes to learn the secret arts from you. Elder Pibara slowly opened his eyes and landed lightly on his feet. His clear gaze settled on Goku. The hall was exceptionally quiet. Pibara observed for a long time, a hint of admiration surfacing in his aged eyes. Young one, the Saiyans are a warlike race, but your ki is very calm. How did you achieve this? Pibara stroked his white beard, his voice unhurried. You flatter me, Great Elder. Goku stepped forward and gave a slight bow. I grew up on Earth. Their martial arts are not for killing, but for cultivating the mind and surpassing oneself. Pibara nodded approvingly. No wonder you've tamed your bloodline. What do you wish to learn? Instant transmission, Goku stated directly. Pibara was not surprised. He sat down on a cushion and patted the empty space beside him. Many cultivators across the universe only use ki as an explosive. They constantly compress and detonate it for destructive power. Pibara raised his hand, tracing a line in the air with his withered fingertip. But here we call ki spirit. It is the life force's flowing network. Goku sat cross-legged, listening intently. His internal ki circulated, corroborating Pibara's theories. To master instant transmission, the first step is the control of ki. Pibara opened his palm, and a small pebble at his feet floated upward, defying gravity. Once your ki leaves your body, your spirit becomes its hands and eyes. You need to make your ki as dexterous as fingers without any destructive intent. Pibara looked at him. This is the foundation. Many powerful aliens have sat here for years, unable to make a single leaf float perfectly intact. Watching the floating pebble, Goku smiled. For him, this kind of ki control was nothing difficult. He calmly raised his right hand and lifted his index finger. In the corner of the temple, hundreds of discarded stone bricks trembled slightly. Then in unison they rose into the air. Under Goku's control, the hundreds of bricks rapidly arranged themselves midair. The process was fluid, without any collisions. In just a few breaths, a structurally sound, exquisite stone chair was assembled before the astonished gazes of Pibara and Supa, landing softly behind Bulma. Bulma, your legs must be tired from standing so long. Have a seat, Goku called out. Then he looked back at Pibara, resting his hands casually on his knees. Great Elder, can I skip the basics? Pibara looked at the stone chair and smiled serenely. It seems this old man has met a prodigy today. Pibara nodded slightly, his expression solemn. Since your ki control is already so perfect, the preliminary training is indeed unnecessary. Let us begin directly with perceiving the rhythm of space. Pibara closed his eyes. Space is a web. When your ki merges with this web, distance is no longer an obstacle. You must learn to sense another ki in the distance as a coordinate. Then fold space so the two coordinates align, using your ki to construct a tiny wormhole. Goku nodded, closed his eyes, and slowed his breathing. In the Great Elder's perception, the man was vanishing at an astonishing rate. His aura was being assimilated by the planet's vast natural magnetic field, blending into the environment without a trace of dissonance. The Elder and the youth entered a deep meditative state, and the hall fell into silence. Feeling left out, Bulma grew restless. She stood up and began to wander freely around the temple. The walls were carved with ancient patterns, and the glowing ores pulsed at a peculiar frequency. Bulma leaned in to observe, her professional instincts kicking in. She pulled out a portable analyzer, donned her goggles, and began collecting spatial data and electromagnetic wavebands, staring at the flowing data streams, immersed in her world of scientific research. A week later, on the plain outside the temple, the water droplet-shaped spaceship sat silently. Its hatch was wide open, and Bulma sat on the gangway, cross-checking the final set of data. Collection complete. They'll verify the experimental results once we're back on Earth. Bulma stretched, rubbing her sore neck. She looked up towards the temple and muttered, I wonder how Goku's training is going. He hasn't had a drop of water in a week. Can training really replace meals? She stood up, intending to get a glass of ice water. Pop! A faint sound of displaced air sounded behind her. Then a scent of the temple's faint incense enveloped her without warning. A muscular arm reached out from behind and naturally wrapped around her waist. I still need to eat, a familiar amused voice whispered by her ear, but I felt someone secretly thinking of me. Bulma turned her head. Goku had somehow appeared out of thin air behind her. You? Bulma's azure eyes widened in astonishment. She looked back at the distant silhouette of the temple, then at the man so close to her. Did you learn it that quickly, Bulma? Goku reached out and gently tapped her nose. From now on, no matter how far away, if you ever think of me, I can appear right before you. Bulma's heart skipped a beat. The fatigue of days vanished in an instant. She turned around and hugged him tightly. Feeling the girl's genuine warmth, Goku gently stroked her hair. During that week, he had constantly felt the spatial network in his meditation, enduring initial confusion and countless failures until he finally captured that hidden rhythm deep within space. It felt like obtaining the key to a door to anywhere. With just a thought, he could ignore distance. The first coordinate he had tested this divine technique with was Bulma's key. He lifted his head, his gaze passing over Bulma's shoulder towards the starry sky. Having learned instant transmission, he could now extend his reach through the spatial grid deep into the galaxy. The countless stars were no longer unreachable physical coordinates, but doors that could be opened at any moment. Let's go, Goku said, patting her back. Where? Bulma asked, looking up from his embrace. First, let's get something good to eat. Goku smiled. In the recuperation chamber of the Waterdrop spaceship, the climate control system hummed softly as it blew warm air. The holographic dining table was laden with a sumptuous feast, sizzling prime marbled steak, exquisite sashimi of alien sea fish, golden and glistening seafood, fried rice, and several bottles of potent liquor. After a week of sleepless, motionless waiting, Son Wukong finally indulged his appetite. The Saiyant's legendary capacity for food manifested once more as nearly every dish vanished into his stomach. Wukong, slow down. No one's going to steal it from you. Bulma rested her chin on her hand, watching his voracious feasting with a smile. She reached for a napkin and gently wiped the sauce from his chin. Son Wukong downed a large gulp of ice-cold beer, let out a long sigh of contentment, and leaned back comfortably on the sofa. With a full stomach and a satisfied spirit, his mind began to wander. Gazing at the simulated starry ceiling, a thought struck Son Wukong. He had mastered instant transmission, and his combat power had genuinely broken through the 3 million mark. If he disregarded the deities lurking in the shadows, the only being in the universe at this point in time who could definitively overpower him was Frieza, whose base form was a mere 530, but could skyrocket to over 100 million upon transformation. Since instant transmission ignored distance, what if he traced Frieza's signal right now, paid him a surprise visit, and launched a decapitation strike before the tyrant could even leave his first form? Without a moment's hesitation, Son Wukong closed his eyes and extended his ki, once more following the rhythm of spatial grids toward the most chaotic star region near the galactic center. However, after more than 10 minutes, Son Wukong opened his eyes with a hint of resignation. He had failed. The universe was too vast, teeming with life like grains of sand in a desert. The prerequisite for instant transmission was a clear perception of the target's ki. Though he knew of Frieza's existence, he had never laid eyes on the tyrant himself and had no idea what his ki felt like. Without a definite anchor, fishing for a tyrannical emperor of the cosmos in this boundless sea of stars was no easy feat. It seems taking shortcuts isn't an option. Son Wukong took a sip from his glass and shook his head inwardly. Just as he was about to retract his perception, a nerve twitched. In a star region not too far from planet Yardrat, he keenly detected a peculiar mass of ki. It was not particularly strong, barely over 1,000 points. Yet the texture of this energy struck Son Wukong as oddly familiar. It was wild, savage, and brimming with a violent, destructive urge. Most crucially, when his spiritual sense touched this ki, the Saiyan blood that had been calm within him stirred with a faint resonance. Guided by this bloodline connection, a vague silhouette naturally formed in his mind. Tall, arrogant, with wild, untamed hair that cascaded down to his calves. A Saiyan, with long hair. Son Wukong raised an eyebrow, and a name instantly clicked in his mind. In the current universe, aside from Vegeta and the bald Nappa, the only long-haired Saiyan who could trigger a bloodline resonance with him was the one with the lowest power level, the one who had died early in the original story, his biological older brother Raditz. While this is an unexpected find, Son Wukong set down his glass and stood up. What's wrong? Bulma asked, puzzled. I didn't find who I was looking for, but I accidentally sensed a relative stranded out here. Son Wukong ruffled Bulma's hair and said softly, keep the ship here. I need to go handle some family matters. With that, he pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. Before Bulma could ask further, he vanished with a soft pop. Tens of light years from planet Yardrat on the low-grade vegetation planet K-89. In a muddy swamp, dozens of 6-legged indigenous creatures lay scattered in death. Their green blood stained the puddles a murky hue, and the air was thick with the pungent stench of gore. Raditz sat atop the largest carcass, tearing into a half-raw hind leg with vigorous bites. His signature long hair was caked with mud, and his aged battle armor was torn in several places, giving him a thoroughly disheveled appearance. Damn Vegeta, always sticking me with these backwater planets where the natives are tough and the pickings are slim. Raditz grumbled between mouthfuls, tapping his scouter with a fist. Not even a decent mineral vein. This trip was a complete waste. As he vented his frustrations, a voice, dripping with condescension, sounded from behind him without warning. Quite the hardship, isn't it? A proud Saiyan elite reduced to a galactic scavenger. Who? Raditz's hair stood on end. Without turning, driven by a lifetime of survival instinct, he hurled the chunk of meat backward like a projectile while lunging forward like a panther spinning midair into a defensive stance. But when he saw the black-haired youth standing by the swamp's edge, he froze as if struck by lightning. Raditz's gaze locked on his son Wukong's face, his eyes bulging with sheer disbelief. The black spiky hair, the chiseled features, the bone-deep familiarity. Bardock. Dad. Raditz blurted out instinctively, then shook his head violently. No, Dad died with planet Vegeta when that meteor hit. Could it be? You were that brother sent to Earth back then. Kakarot. Staring at his biological brother whose face was smeared with mud and shock, son Wukong's tone carried a casual, teasing edge. Pleasure to meet you, my cheap brother. But let me correct you. On Earth my name now is Son Wukong. Son Wukong. Don't insult me with that low-class planet name. After a brief moment of astonishment, the shock on Raditz's face was swiftly replaced by arrogant condescension. He eyed Son Wukong with undisguised contempt. You carry the blood of the mightiest warrior race in the universe. As long as you're a Saiyan, your name is forever Kakarot. Raditz snorted, his gaze falling on Son Wukong's bare lower back. Where's your tail? You've even lost the noble tail of a Saiyan. What a disgrace. What couldn't make it on Earth and came crawling to your big brother for shelter? He cracked his knuckles and strode forward. Perfect timing. There aren't many Saiyans left. Come with me and serve the great Lord Frieza. With your bloodline, you might at least make a decent cannon fodder for him. Before he could finish, Son Wukong's side. There was no combat stance. Raditz didn't even see how the figure before him vanished. Thud. A dull, heavy impact rang out. Raditz felt as if a starship at full speed had slammed into his abdomen. His eyes bulged, and a mix of stomach acid and chewed meat spewed from his mouth. His tall frame bent like a shrimp and crashed heavily into the muddy swamp, sending a spray of muck into the air. Son Wukong slowly lowered his right leg, walked to the edge of the pit, and looked down at the convulsing Raditz. Raditz, to be honest, I really hate hearing you babble on about Lord Frieza and cannon fodder. His tone was casual. Being a dog for so long. Have you forgotten who you are? Raditz clutched his stomach, each breath laced with the taste of blood. He struggled to lift his head, and for the first time, unmistakable fear crept into his eyes as he looked at Son Wukong. What in the hell was that speed and power? He was an elite warrior, and he couldn't even react. What kind of monster are you? Raditz gritted his teeth, sweat and mud streaming down his face. I don't have time for your nonsense. I knocked you down just so you'd shut up and listen to a story. Son Wukong crouched down, meeting Raditz's eyes at ground level. Did you know? Planet Vegeta wasn't destroyed by a meteor. It was your precious Lord Frieza, terrified of the Super Saiyan legend, who blew our homeworld to cosmic dust with his own energy sphere. Raditz's eyes shot wide open. Bullshit. How could Frieza? Believe what you want. When Bardock flew solo at Frieza's ship to die, you were probably off on some planet playing janitor. Son Wukong stood up, ignoring Raditz's crumbling expression. I'm not killing you because you still have Saiyan blood in your veins. But the way you're acting now, like a lapdog, it's just pathetic. He stepped forward, grabbed Raditz by his mud-caked hair, and when the Saiyan tried to struggle, delivered a precise chop to the back of his neck. The Saiyan warrior who had terrorized the cosmos for years rolled his eyes back and went limp, completely unconscious. Son Wukong dragged the inert Raditz, pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, and with a soft pop vanished from the desolate swamp. Son Wukong dragged the inert Raditz, pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, and with a soft pop vanished from the desolate swamp. Son Wukong dragged the inert Raditz, pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, and with a soft pop vanished from the desolate swamp. Son Wukong dragged the inert Raditz, pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, and with a soft pop vanished from the desolate swamp. Son Wukong dragged the inert Raditz, pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, and with a soft pop vanished from the desolate swamp. Deep within the spaceship in the medical bay, a pale green, highly concentrated regenerative fluid bubbled and churned. Raditz, wearing a respirator and connected to a web of tubes, floated suspended within the cylindrical glass chamber. He was trapped in a nightmare. Beneath a dark crimson sky, countless Saiyan warriors plummeted from the heavens. A diminutive demon seated upon a floating throne merely extended a single index finger, and a sphere of annihilation energy pulverized the entire planet Vegeta. Amidst the despairing wails of the shattered planet, Raditz saw Vegeta's eternally contemptuous face and heard Nappa's coarse laughter. Finally, it all coalesced into the image of a black-haired youth who had shattered every ounce of his pride in the mud. No. Raditz's eyes snapped open, and he thrashed violently within the healing fluid. With a sharp hiss of escaping air, the glass hatch slid open, and the green liquid gushed out. Raditz crashed onto the metal floor like a discarded sack, retching up the residual fluid in great heaves, greedily gulping down air. Enough, stop vomiting. That healing fluid is incredibly expensive. A crisp voice rang out in the chamber. Raditz jerked his head up, baring his fangs like a cornered beast. At the control console, Bulma, clad in a loose set of pajamas, was tapping away at the keyboard without even turning her head. There are clean clothes on the table. Go take a shower and change. Clean up that alien mud of yours. Earthwoman. As his memories flooded back, Raditz erupted in fury. Even if he couldn't defeat Kakarot, surely he could crush an Earthwoman. He let out a roar, preparing to spring up from the floor. Bulma finally swiveled her chair around, coffee cup in hand, and rolled her eyes without a hint of courtesy. Save it. Stop your shouting. If Goku hadn't said you were his older brother, I would have tossed your stinking savage carcass into space as garbage long ago. Raditz froze the strength he had just mustered, dissipating midair. I've already thrown that broken scouter of yours into the shredder, Bulma said, pointing towards the door. After you shower, go to the gravity chamber on the lower deck yourself. Your brother is waiting for you. Don't keep him waiting long. Staring at this Earth woman who possessed no combat power yet dared to order him around, Raditz's teeth ground in frustration. But at that moment, an incredibly terrifying aura seeped up faintly from the ship's lower levels. That aura carried an absolute, overwhelming pressure. Raditz swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing his anger. He grabbed the black tracksuit from the table roughly and strode towards the washroom. Over 10 minutes later, showered and changed, Raditz followed the corridor and arrived before a massive alloy door on the ship's lowest deck. He pressed the release button. With a hiss, the moment the door slid open and Raditz had barely stepped 1 foot inside, a tangible, terrifying gravity slammed down upon him like a mountain. Raditz had no time to react. He was instantly flattened against the floor with a resounding thud. His cheek pressed against the icy metal, his entire skeletal structure groaning under the unbearable strain. Even the air in his lungs was forced out in an instant. He struggled to roll his eyes, catching sight of the flashing red numbers on the display: 150 G, 150 times gravity. In this extreme environment, Raditz witnessed a sight he would never forget. That man named Kakarot, bare-chested, was performing steady one-handed handstand push-ups. Sweat evaporated into white mist the moment it seeped from his skin, superheated by his Bodis temperature. His breathing was as even as if he were strolling through a park. Hearing the commotion at the door, Goku engaged his core, flipped upright with effortless grace, and casually pressed the shut-off switch on the console. The gravity dissipated instantly. Cough, cough, cough. Relieved, Raditz lay on the floor, coughing and gasping wildly. Goku picked up a towel, wiped the sweat from his face, and walked over to Raditz. You've been in the healing pod for 3 days. Is your head clear yet? Raditz pushed himself up from the floor with both hands, slowly rising to his feet. He looked at this younger brother, several years his junior, at a face identical to their father's. The deep-seated inferiority from years of Vegeta suppression, coupled with the humiliation of being crushed by the gravity, suddenly erupted within him like a volcano. Why? He had clawed his way through life from the very pits of death, never ceasing his pursuit of strength. This man, a low-class warrior discarded like trash to earth, what right did he have to possess such despair-inducing power? Don't talk to me in that condescending tone. Raditz roared, his eyes bloodshot. He exploded into motion, compressing his entire power level of 1,500 into his right fist, and with a piercing sonic boom, he smashed it towards Goku's face. Goku didn't even dodge. Facing the ferocious onslaught, he lazily raised his left hand, index and middle fingers together, and as Raditz's fist closed within half an inch of his nose, he gently tapped it. With a soft thud, the kinetic energy of Raditz's mountain-shattering punch was instantly neutralized, not even stirring a single strand of hair on Goku's forehead. Your power is too scattered, relying purely on instinct. At this rate, you might not even be able to beat Earth's native martial artists in a few years. Goku's voice was utterly flat. He pressed his joined fingers down, striking the joint of Raditz's wrist. A sharp crack echoed as Raditz's right arm dislocated and hung limply. Before he could even scream, Goku's right leg became a blur, sweeping precisely into the back of Raditz's knee. Raditz's legs buckled, and he crashed heavily to his knees before Goku. In mere seconds, an absolute, unchallenged domination. Goku, relying purely on his understanding of martial arts mechanics, had completely shattered all of Raditz's resistance. You rely too much on the scouter. You judge strength only by numbers, and think fighting is just about who has the bigger energy blast. Goku turned to face him. That's why you're a bottom-tier fighter at power level 1500. Frieza never taught you how to control your ki because he doesn't need warriors who think. He just needs an obedient mongrel. Frieza? At the sound of that name, Raditz shuddered, a flicker of fear in his eyes quickly drowned by an overwhelming wave of humiliation. He recalled what Goku had said to him by the mud puddle. You said, Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta. Is that true? Raditz looked up, his voice hoarse. But why? We Saiyans were always loyal to him. In the eyes of a sovereign so high and mighty, a dog's loyalty is worthless. It's the dog's fangs that keep him up at night. Goku walked to the cooler, pulled out a bottle of water, and unscrewed the cap. Saiyans are a race that breaks through their limits at the brink of life and death. Frieza feared us. He feared the legend of the Super Saiyan. So he personally blew planet Vegeta into fireworks. And you and Vegeta, proudly flaunting your elite warrior titles, have been loyal lackeys to your father's murderer all these years. Goku's words were like poison-tipped daggers, piercing the most vulnerable part of Raditz's heart with surgical precision. Raditz stared fixedly at the metal floor. His mind raced, desperately searching for a counterargument. But the myriad details of his past in the army, the looks aliens gave him like a monkey, Vegeta's contempt, the suspicious storm surrounding his father's death, all converged into this bloody, undeniable truth. The taste of a shattered faith was more despairing than any physical torment. That bastard Vegeta always treated me like garbage, and Frieza played us for fools. Raditz's shoulders began to tremble violently. He slowly lowered his head, his good hand digging into the metal floor, nails tearing and drawing blood. Mom and Dad are dead, our home is gone. And I've been working like an idiot for the enemy. A roar of anguished fury like a trapped beast echoed through the gravity chamber. Raditz snapped his head up, his savage features twisted by an extreme mix of hatred and regret. He looked at Goku, all arrogance gone, replaced by a burning, bone-deep thirst for vengeance. Kakarot. Raditz ground his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He slammed his forehead heavily against the metal floor with a dull thud. Teach me. The two words were forced from his throat, carrying a desperate finality. Teach me how to get stronger. I will kill Frieza with my own hands. I will crush Vegeta beneath my feet. I will make them see what a warrior they discarded as trash can truly do. Looking at the pure unadulterated will to survive and the fire of vengeance burning in Raditz's eyes, Goku nodded. This was the true essence of a Saiyan. By fully unleashing this resentment suppressed for 20 years combined with systematic gravity training and key guidance, Raditz could absolutely unleash astonishing potential. I can teach you. Goku tossed the empty water bottle into the trash and turned to walk out of the gravity chamber. A Saiyan's training is about breaking to rebuild. Getting beaten is part of the routine. Starting today, forget that pathetic identity of yours. Reaching the door, Goku paused and turned his head slightly. At 5:55 in the morning, the corridor on the lower deck of the spaceship was so quiet that one could hear the sound of breathing. Raditz stood outside the gravity chamber door, his body tense. After soaking in the green repair liquid in the medical pod for a whole night, his dislocated joints and broken ribs had long healed. The Saiyan's bizarre ability to resurrect as long as they were not dead was indeed quite useful. But he couldn't feel any joy at all now. Staring at the tightly closed metal door, Raditz's palms were clammy with cold sweat. In the past, when he followed Frieza, he feared losing his head. Now he was genuinely intimidated by his younger brother Son Wukong, who was inside that door. At 6 o'clock sharp, the door opened. Son Wukong was sitting cross-legged on the floor, dressed in a black training outfit. The parameters of the gravity chamber had not been adjusted and remained at Earth standards. Close the door after you come in, Son Wukong said without opening his eyes. Raditz took a deep breath and steeled himself to walk inside. The door closed behind him, and the sound of the lock clicking echoed like a hammer against his heart. Kakarot, you said you would teach me how to get stronger yesterday. Raditz clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with determination. Where do we start? Teach me that technique to cross space. Or the more powerful ki blast. You have an interesting way of thinking. Son Wukong opened his eyes, got up, and moved to the control panel, pushing the gravity lever to 50G. Bang! Raditz felt his internal organs suddenly drop, his legs buckled, and he dropped to one knee on the floor. The 50-fold pressure descended upon him, causing his muscles and bones to creak under the strain. This was nearly the limit of what he could endure while remaining conscious. Even taking a deep breath felt like his lungs were being pierced like a bellows. Before you learn to kill, first learn how to walk. Son Wukong turned around, moving with lightness under the 50-fold gravity, as if strolling through a garden. When you worked under Frieza, you relied solely on brute force and combat power values. The gates were wide open. Against the weak, you would directly crush them, and against the strong, aside from waiting for the full moon to transform into a great ape, you had no other options. He stepped in front of Raditz and poked at his solid chest with a finger. Your ki is like a leaky old furnace. When you throw a punch, most of the power is wasted on sound and light effects, and leaking energy. From today onward, throw away everything you used to do. Son Wukong took 2 steps back, spreading his feet slightly, and adopted a perfectly ordinary turtle school stance. Hit me. When you can force me back even half a step under this 50-fold gravity, then we'll move on to the next lesson. Looking at his younger brother, who was full of flaws, Raditz gritted his teeth, and under the heavy pressure slowly straightened his back. Without wasting words, he channeled all his remaining strength into his legs and charged forward like a rampaging rhinoceros, his fist the size of a sandbag aimed directly at Son Wukong's face. Boom. A muffled sound echoed in the gravity chamber. Raditz didn't see how his opponent received the blow. He only felt as if his punch, heavy as 1,000 pounds, struck a cloud, the force completely deflected. Immediately after, his wrist tightened, and an irresistible force twisted up his arm, sending him flying away. Raditz flew back at a speed even faster than how he charged forward, crashing hard against the special alloy wall. He clutched his stomach and slid down to the ground, feeling as though he would vomit his bile from the pain. Too rough, Son Wukong shook his head. You have no idea which muscle is exerting force. You are just blindly exerting strength. Stand up and continue. Raditz wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, his eyes red from strain, and charged at him once more. For the next 2 months on the lower deck of the spaceship speeding back to Earth, one could always hear the dull sounds of muscle collisions and Raditz's various cries of agony. By mid-second month, the one-sided beatings finally came to an end. In the gravity chamber, Raditz sat cross-legged on the floor. Although his posture was honest, the scene was far from peaceful. Tick, tick. Large beads of sweat fell from Raditz's chin, splashing onto the floor. His eyes were tightly shut and his cheeks twitched violently from the pain. The layer of crimson fury around him surged like a runaway wild horse, desperately trying to break through his skin and erupt, sizzling the surrounding air. Try to draw back your ki. Son Wukong, sitting on a nearby chair, supported his chin with one hand, his tone akin to that of a merciless supervisor. Ki is life energy, not explosives. The more you try to suppress it like a high-pressure cooker, the more it will rebound and surely shred your insides to bits. I can't control it. Raditz nearly ground his back teeth to dust. He felt that what flowed through his veins was not blood, but magma. Earth martial arts emphasize a calm mind, but the Saiyan genes were inscribed with violence and aggression. Previously, when he worked for Frieza, he simply unleashed his ki and flattened half a planet. Now Kakarot was actually asking him to retract that violent energy thread by thread back into his body and infuse it into his flesh. This was no different from asking a Saiyan about to transform into a great ape to sit down and thread a needle. It was pure torture. Crack. The special alloy floor beneath Raditz cracked with several spiderweb-like fissures due to the leaking energy. Calm your mind, Son Wukong approached him, and feel the direction of this power flowing in your blood. Raditz took a deep breath, forcing all his mental energy deep into his body. Accompanied by a series of dull bone-cracking sounds, the layer of furious red light on his body was finally sucked back in like a receding tide. The cost was evident. He collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air, as if he had just been pulled from water. For a Saiyan to transform into a Super Saiyan, aside from meeting the combat power threshold, the most crucial condition was having a substantial amount of S cells within. A calm mind was the perfect breeding ground for S cells. Raditz certainly couldn't achieve a state of tranquility, but if he could, Son Wukong began calculating in his mind. In the original story, Son Wukong spent his entire life competing fiercely with Vegeta. He didn't want to live that way. Wouldn't it be better to spend this time enjoying a more comfortable life with Bulma? But since Raditz had turned over a new leaf and was earnestly training, Son Wukong's eyes lit up as he looked at his older brother slumped on the ground. Then let him replace the original Son Wukong as Vegeta's lifelong rival. They were all remnants of Saiyans who had suffered under Frieza, and Raditz's pride was by no means lesser than Vegeta's. The rivalry with the proud prince could all be handed over to this convenient older brother, while he quietly played the role of a big shot in the background watching the show. This arrangement was simply perfect. With that thought, Son Wukong's gaze towards Raditz changed, revealing a hint of playfulness. That noon, in the spaceship's dining room, Bulma sat at the dining table looking at the long-haired man across from her, who was stuffing synthesized meat patties into his mouth, finding it quite curious. At that moment, Raditz was sweating profusely, even his hand holding the fork was trembling. It wasn't because he was tired, but because he was trying to control his ki. He had to focus all his attention on controlling the raging energy within him, and this forced suppression of his energy made him feel oddly tense. A 2-meter tall, muscular man carefully held a fork to cut the meat patty, creating a rather comical scene. However, this special training was indeed showing immediate results. Previously, when Bulma was near him, she always felt he was a powder keg about to explode, which was quite nerve-wracking. Now all his energy was forcibly locked inside his body, without a bit leaking out. What are you looking at? Raditz noticed her gaze chewing on the meat and lowered his voice with effort, fearing the noise might shatter the glass. Just seeing if you are about to burst. Bulma rolled her eyes and casually pushed a glass of green nutrient liquid towards him. Drink it. Since you are training so hard, your nutrition needs to keep up. I don't want to keep fishing you out of the medical pod. The repair liquid is very expensive. Raditz stared at the strangely colored liquid, his facial muscles twitching. Instinctively, he wanted to resist, but when he looked up, he met Bulma's expression that indicated he wouldn't get another meal if he didn't drink it. His tense muscles stiffened for a moment, and in the end, he still raised the cup and gulped it down. At this moment, he truly had no temper left towards the sister-in-law. The wind in West City carried a faint scent of the sea, and the dome of the Capsule Corporation headquarters slid silently open on both sides. Hot air gusted as a silver-gray teardrop-shaped spacecraft descended steadily onto the lawn. The low roar of its engines shattered the serene afternoon stillness of the courtyard. The hatch opened. Bulma, wearing a short-sleeved top and shorts, hopped down the ramp in her white sneakers. She stretched languidly and took a deep breath. After spending nearly a year in space, her heart could only settle back in a place when her feet touched the soil of Earth. Soon after, heavy footsteps echoed from the shadows within the hatch. Thump, thump. A towering man over 2 meters tall with hair flowing past his knees emerged, carrying 2 large metal cases. The gardening robot trimming the shrubs flashed red lights frantically and let out a piercing alarm. The man's gaze was too fierce. Even if he deliberately restrained himself, the aura, utterly incompatible with the peaceful environment, still made the surrounding blades of grass tremble slightly. Mrs. Briefs came out of the house holding a tray of freshly baked cookies. Seeing this fearsome presence in the yard, she wasn't afraid at all, though instead her eyes lit up. Bulma, did you hire such a masculine bodyguard from outer space? Mrs. Brief smiled as she approached, offering the tray. Big guy want a cookie? Raditz stiffened all over. His eyes turned cold, and he was about to lash out, but his peripheral vision caught the black-haired youth following behind him down the ship. His murderous intent was doused like cold water caught in his throat. Thanks. This Saiyan warrior who once roamed the universe with impunity now moved like a rusty machine. He stiffly picked up a cookie and shoved it into his mouth, chewing as if gnawing on wood. Son Goku couldn't help but laugh at Raditz's pained expression. All right, Raditz, put the stuff down and go train in the underground gravity room. Son Goku said casually. Raditz, relieved, put down the cases and disappeared into the Capsule Corporation buildings without looking back. Half a month later, Papaya Island, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. The registration hall was packed. Under a coconut tree in the corner of the square, Krillin rubbed his bald head and stood on tiptoe to look around. Yamcha beside him tossed a coin, looking relaxed. Master Roshi, wearing a floral shirt and sunglasses, was intently staring at the legs of passing girls. That Goku guy, he won't miss registration, will he? Krillin fretted. After he won the championship 3 years ago, he disappeared with Bulma. Relax, he'll definitely come with his personality, Yamcha said, catching the coin head tossed. I want to show him the fruits of my 3 years of hard training in the ring. Then you might get eliminated in the first round again. A voice tinged with laughter came from behind them. Krillin and Yamcha shivered and spun around. Son Goku stood calmly a few steps away wearing a well-tailored casual outfit. Bulma held his arm radiant and beautiful. Son Goku had grown significantly taller, shedding the immaturity of his younger days. Standing there quietly, he seemed to merge with the surrounding air, perfectly composed. Goku! Krillin exclaimed. Master Roshi took off his sunglasses and leaned in to look him up and down, clicking his tongue in amazement. Good lad, I haven't seen you in 3 years, and I almost didn't recognize you. Master Rose's eyes sharpened. Master Roshi. Son Goku greeted. Since you're here, hurry up and register. Time's almost up. Yamcha urged. I'm not competing this time. I'm here as a spectator, Son Goku said, turning sideways. But I brought someone to register and want to introduce him to you. Everyone's gaze shifted to a spot over 10 meters away. Leaning against a lamppost was a tall man. Everyone's attention had been so focused on Son Goku that no one had noticed him standing there. Seeing Raditz's physique, the atmosphere under the coconut tree dropped to freezing point. Raditz had changed into a martial arts uniform from Earth, his exaggerated muscles like rock poured into a mold. He crossed his arms, coldly scanning these martial artists with battle powers around 100. Even though he locked all his ki inside, the aura of someone who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood still made Krillin's back crawl. Gee, Goku. Krillin broke into a cold sweat, instinctively assuming a defensive stance. Who is he? This aura. It's more than 10 times scarier than Jackie Chun from last time. Yamcha's relaxed expression vanished, his muscles tensed. Raditz snorted coldly and strode over. Looking at these earthlings on high alert, he grinned, revealing a cruel smile. Even though Son Goku had subdued him, he was still an arrogant scion at heart. I am Kakarot's older brother, Raditz said haughtily. Kakarot. Krillin was baffled. Kakarot is my birth name. He is Raditz, my biological older brother, Son Goku explained to everyone. Biological older brother. Krillin and Yamcha's jaws nearly dropped. Apart from their different hairstyles, the two bore no resemblance. Alright, go register quickly. Son Goku pulled out a completed form and shoved it into Raditz's hand. After leading Raditz through registration, he called him to a secluded corner beside the hall. Kakarot, are you really not competing? Raditz frowned, looking at the number plate in his hand. You want me to fight these earthlings with battle powers under 200? One punch from me could kill someone. I'm having you register to experience martial arts, not to be a butcher. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Son Goku's smile faded, his eyes turning cold. In this tournament, you are absolutely forbidden from using ki. Test what you've learned these past months. Raditz's eyes widened. Even without using ki, just my physical body alone is beyond their reach. Don't talk big. Son Goku said bluntly. You've made some progress these months, but deep down you still rely on brute force. Earth's martial arts excel in technique and using leverage. You might just get tripped up. He poked Raditz in the chest. Observe carefully in the ring. Learn to dismantle techniques with minimal effort. If I sense you releasing your ki in the ring. Son Goku's voice was calm. As soon as the match is over, I'll throw you into the 100 times gravity room and train you harshly for a month. Raditz couldn't help but shiver. What? Can't do it. Raditz took a deep breath, a flash of provoked ferocity in his eyes. I can do it. It'll show them that even with just this body, scions are the strongest in the universe. Watching Raditz stride toward the arena, Son Goku nodded. It was time to put a little pressure on the Earth's martial artists. Boom. The deafening cheers surged like a tsunami, almost tearing apart the sky above Papaya Island. On the open arena of the world's first martial arts tournament, the dull thuds resembled the violent beating of war drums, each sound striking heavily at the hearts of the audience. Tens of thousands of spectators were flushed with excitement, their hoarse shouts intertwining into a boiling sea of fervor. This was undoubtedly the most primal and blood-pumping melee slaughter in the history of the competition. But above the boiling venue, the VIP box of Universal Capsule Company exuded an air of absolute calm. Cool air quietly circulated as Sun Wukong leaned against the leather sofa, his gaze fixed through the one-way glass at the imposing figure of the tall man below. Bulma took off her sun hat and handed him a chilled grape, watching the wild fight below with a twitching eyelid. Wukong, are you sure letting Raditz take the stage is wise? Does he really understand the meaning of restraint? Bulma looked worried. He has such a volatile temper. I hope he doesn't accidentally dismantle his opponent. Sun Wukong popped the grape into his mouth and patted her shoulder. He wouldn't dare cause trouble right now. Just watch, this is a necessary path for him to shed his brute strength, and it will also serve as a lesson for the martial artists of Earth. At that moment, Raditz was experiencing one of the most frustrating days of his life. To strictly obey Sun Wukong's order of not using his energy, he had turned himself into a punching bag that only endured blows. In the quarterfinals, fighter Pamput faced Raditz with a flashy combination of punches. Raditz didn't even suffer a scratch, but Pamput ended up breaking his own hand, rolling on the ground in pain and forfeiting on the spot. However, in the semifinals, facing the slippery Krillin, Raditz was in for a tough time. Krillin didn't engage him, he didn't, always targeting blind spots. Raditz, despite his immense strength, appeared particularly clumsy, taking a few kicks to his left knee and another elbow to his back. Krillin even stepped on his shoulder to flip into the air, delivering a heavy punch to the back of his head. Although it felt like a mere tickle, the continuous mockery made Raditz lose his balance, nearly causing him to stumble. Isn't Raditz a bit clumsy? Krillin won't eliminate him, will he? Bulma asked. Sun Wukong took her hand, his voice steady. Don't worry, he's thinking about how to fight differently now. Bulma nodded, somewhat understanding, and turned her gaze back to the arena. On the stage, Raditz clenched his teeth, forcing himself to close his eyes. He stopped fixating on Krillin's agile movements and instead calmed himself to recall the method of releasing strength that Son Wukong had taught him, feeling the shift of his center of gravity. Krillin slid forward again, attempting a sweeping kick. Raditz did not endure it as before. Instead, he slightly lowered his shoulder in accordance with the opponent's force, turning just enough to block Krillin's path. Then, utilizing Krillin's forward momentum, he awkwardly leaned in with his shoulder. Bang! The mere collision of flesh made Krillin feel as though he had struck a solid iron wall, sending him flying out of the ring and directly eliminated. Raditz himself, having lost his footing from the force, fell onto the bluestone floor. Fighting without energy, relying solely on technique, Raditz got up, brushed off the dust, and a glimmer of realization flashed in his eyes. Although he had been quite embarrassed moments ago, the feeling of controlling his muscles was somewhat addictive. He couldn't wait to try it out in the finals. His opponent in the finals was a first-time contender, the Tianjin fan fighter, who immediately assumed a death-defying stance upon entering the arena. No words were wasted, it was a direct, close-quarters combat. Tianjin fan unleashed a barrage of afterimages with his phantom fist, surrounding Raditz with several illusions, fists, and feet raining down like a hailstorm. This time Raditz did not just endure the blows, thanks to the insights gained from battling Krillin, he began to attempt capturing his opponent's movements during the rapid exchanges. His steps remained chaotic, but he could barely keep up with Tianjin fan's rhythm. He sidestepped a heavy punch, raised his elbow to block a whip kick, and even managed to counter with a kick of his own, forcing Tianjin fan to increase his attack frequency with his four-demon fist. The two became a blur of intertwining afterimages on the stage, the dull sounds of their collisions echoing incessantly. Tianjin fan grew increasingly alarmed. He realized that Raditz's combat skills had transformed completely since the semifinals. The body that once relied solely on brute force was becoming agile at a visible speed. Seeing that close combat was becoming challenging, Tianjin fan decisively created distance, bringing his hands close to his forehead, unleashing a bright flash. Solar flare. Taking advantage of Raditz being blinded by the intense light, Tianjin fan leaped into the air, his fingertips glowing red, a beam of orange light descending like a meteor. Dodon ray. A violent explosion raised a large cloud of dust in the arena, and everyone assumed that the long-haired giant would be either dead or severely injured. As the wind dispersed the dust, it revealed Raditz standing firm. A hole had been blasted in the martial arts uniform on his chest, but thanks to the Scion's resilient physique, he only bore a faint red mark on his skin. How is this possible? He withstood the Dodon ray with just his body. Tianjin fan exclaimed in horror while suspended in midair. Is it over? Now it's my turn. Raditz grinned widely, his legs suddenly exerting force, causing the bluestone floor beneath him to crack. He stepped forward with a much more practiced gait, sliding into Tianjin fan's inner circle. His right hand blocked instinctively, while his left hand transformed into a knife hand, accurately striking Tianjin fan's neck. Tianjin fan let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground unconscious. Victory! The entire audience erupted in astounding cheers. Raditz accepted the prize check of 500,000, lifting his head to look towards the VIP box. Son Wukong raised his cup and gave him a slight nod. As night fell, the atmosphere in the contestants' resting area became heavy. Krillin, Yamcha, and the just-awoken Tianjin fan huddled together, questioning their lives under the overwhelming intensity of Raditz. Outside the box, Son Wukong prepared to head to the lounge. Under the dim yellow lights of the corridor, he adjusted Bulma's hair, saying, "I will go backstage to brief a few things and be back soon." Okay. Bulma smoothed out the wrinkles on his clothes, smiling. Go ahead, Wukong. What are we having for dinner tonight? You decide. Son Wukong turned and walked towards the closed wooden door. The door to the resting room was pushed open. The moment he stepped into the room, the calm and composed Wukong from just a moment ago was replaced by a palpable pressure belonging to a strong warrior. Behind him followed Raditz, who had just achieved a great victory. Everyone stood up in unison. Wukong, who exactly is Raditz? Krillin swallowed hard, his voice trembling. We are known as Scions, a warrior race famous throughout the universe. Son Wukong pulled out a chair to sit down, his gaze sweeping over the group, his tone calm. Out there are countless beings with strength like his. If you think that being dominant on Earth is something to be proud of, when a true crisis arises, you may not even qualify to be cannon fodder. The resting room fell silent. However, since everyone has talent, I wouldn't mind lending you a hand. Son Wukong stood up, pointing at Raditz behind him. Starting tomorrow, those who wish to make a breakthrough should go to the West City Capsule Corporation. They have gravity devices that can significantly enhance your combat power. As for sparring partners, apart from customized combat robots, Son Wukong chuckled, my brother has just endured several months of beatings, so I think he would be very willing to share his experience with you. Raditz cracked his knuckles, the joints popping, and presented a friendly smile to the crowd. The night wind of Shiji-Do could not reach the underground laboratory of the Wanning Jianan Company. Burma, dark circles beneath her eyes, slammed a cup of ice-filled espresso down onto the workbench. She stared at the man before the dressing mirror, preening, and could not help rolling her eyes in exasperation. Under the bright lights, Son Wukong smoothed a voluminous, heavy black robe embroidered with dark red cloud patterns that radiated an indistinct wickedness. I ask you, Wukong, Burma ground her teeth, I spent 2 whole days using the lab's finest nanofibers and shielding coatings just to make you this mystically theatrical outfit. What ridiculous comics have you been reading lately? Son Wukong ignored her, reached back, and picked up the single-hold spiral orange mask on the console and snapped it over his face. It fit perfectly. The moment the mask settled, the easygoing young man who normally wore a casual smile was gone. Standing there was a creature without any breath of humanity. The mask's built-in throat mic deepened and roughened his voice. Good work, Burma. Since we're going to be that fellow's life coach, the ceremony must be full. The craftsmanship is quite good. Son Wukong pressed 2 fingers to his brow and without further explanation said, let's go. Time to give our future golden nanny a lesson she'll never forget. Cut the theatrics and be back for dinner. Burma waved a hand, indulging her man's odd taste with surprising tolerance. Save me extra portions of the roast. With a soft bang, a gust scattered the blueprints on the table. The man who was Son Wukong had already vanished from the spot. Northwest wasteland. Winds whipped sand like knives across the cracked rock. Duan Di gasped, one hand braced on a split boulder, his body caked in mud. Moments before he had lashed out like a crazed beast, unleashing an overload of chi barges that pulverized dozens of stout stone pillars into dust. Not enough. Still far from it. Veins bulged on Duan Di's dark green face as an unwilling snarl ripped from his throat. That unfathomable monster Son Wukong pressed on him like a mountain. He hid in this no man's land, squeezing every last drop of strength like a lone wolf. His power surged rapidly, and the sensation of growing stronger drove him into a frenzy. Suddenly the hairs on his body stood on end. With no sign of an approaching presence, a teasing, unfamiliar voice spoke at the hollow of his neck, unbidden. Oi, in the dead of night. What green creature is digging in the mud? Who? Duan Di's scalp prickled. He spun around, power exploding through him, and a whip-like kick wreathed in violet chi tore through the air. Whoosh. He connected, yet Duan Di's eye twitched. There was no solid impact. The figure in the red cloud black robe rippled and dissolved like a shimmer, an afterimage. Asking for death, Duan Di shoved both hands flat and unleashed a dozen savage chi blasts toward the front as if they cost nothing. The ground thundered. Flames flooded the air and tore away a swath of frozen earth. Did I hit it? Duan Di sneered, only to feel 2 measured pats land on his shoulder. Easy with the temper, Lord Demon King. You almost singed off Faye's new clothes. The voice came from right behind him. Duan Di whirled in alarm and saw the strange man with the orange spiral mask hovering midair, hands in his pockets, even solemnly dusting the cuffs of his sleeves. Whoever you are, die right now. Duan Di snapped, utterly losing himself to rage. He lunged wildly. Straight punches, sweeping blows, knife hands, chi blasts. Duan Di hurled every killing technique he had ever learned, the ferocity of his strikes grinding the surrounding rubble to dust. The next 5 minutes became a nightmare he would never shake. No matter how desperately he attacked, the masked man, who called himself a Fae, never once drew his hands from his pockets. The other only tilted his head, shifted his body, or stepped back half a pace, and precisely avoided each blow. Absolute domination born of unparalleled speed and flawless perception of chi. Off by a hair, a touch to the left. Nice strength. Too bad you can't hit anyone. Scary stare, but all you do is stare. Duan Di came to a halt, heaving, his eyes rimmed with blood. The proud son of a demon king now resembled a toyed with child, straining with all his might, yet unable to touch even the other's hem. That offhand contempt hurt more than a broken bone. What do you actually want? Duan Di glared, his pride ground to dust. Watching Duan Di near collapse, Son Wukong decided it was time. Had my fun, now it's my turn. His voice went cold, and before the words finished he vanished and reappeared before Duan Di like a specter. No wasted motion. A crisp, straight thrusting kick struck Duan Di's abdomen. The blow carried little apparent force, yet its precision was merciless, shattering the chi he had just condensed. Duan Di felt his strength drain. He was flung back like a fired projectile. He carved a long furrow in the earth, smashed through 5 stone mounds, and finally slammed into the mire. Son Wukong stepped lightly and landed at the edge of the pit. Looking down at Duan Di writhing in hatred below, he for once abandoned his mockery. You have made Son Wukong your lifelong nemesis, filling your mind with vengeance and thoughts of ruling the world. Son Wukong said flatly, his voice spreading across the night wind. Duan Di half propped himself up and stared at the orange mask. You. How do you know? Hatred is indeed useful. It forces you to squeeze out potential. But if all you do is lock yourself away like a mad dog obsessing over grudges on this planet, you will waste yourself. Son Wukong raised a hand and pointed to the deep night sky overhead. Look up, Duan Di. Beyond this world, monsters stronger than Son Wukong are everywhere. With your current combat power, if you meet a real heavyweight from the cosmos, you would not even qualify as an opponent. Duan Di froze. The fire in his eyes was cleft by a sliver of bewilderment. The universe. Monsters stronger than Son Wukong. Put away that narrow, murderous intent aimed only at revenge, and use your head to figure out how to grow stronger. Before Duan Di could reply, Son Wukong delivered a clean knife hand to the back of his neck. Thud. Darkness swallowed Duan Di's vision. He passed out cold. Son Wukong removed his mask and exhaled. He glanced around, picked up a flat stone, and with a finger like a blade carved the word worthless into it before tossing it beside Duan Di's head. Get to leveling up, golden nanny. Son Wukong murmured to himself, pressing 2 fingers to his brow as his figure blurred into a residual image and vanished into the desert wind. On the desolate northwestern plains, even the wind was scorching hot. The gravel on the ground was bleached white by the blazing sun. Piccolo, like a dehydrated fish, lay prone in the searing sandpit, his lungs heaving like a pair of bellows. His green skin was crisscrossed with bruises. Over the past half-month, this esteemed son of the great Demon King Piccolo had truly tasted what it meant to be in a living hell. Every day, that mysterious masked man in the red cloud robe would appear at random and mercilessly beat him like a punching bag. At first, Piccolo thought it was pure torture, but after enduring 2 weeks of brutal punishment, he finally figured out the logic behind this training. Each of the cloaked man's attacks precisely disrupted the energy Piccolo had just gathered. This forced him to lock his energy deep within his body, forming a high-density internal defensive cycle, not daring to let a single wisp leak out. Aside from taking the beatings, Piccolo had also tried to fight back, but every attempt failed to even touch the hem of his opponent's garment. Any energy wave or physical strike landed on nothing but air. At noon that day, Piccolo sat cross-legged amidst the ruins, eyes closed, focusing entirely on the flow of cells and energy within his body. A faint whoosh sounded overhead. The great Demon King's reactions are as slow as a stone. A foot clad in a cloth shoe descended straight toward his head with immense force. Piccolo rolled aside to dodge, glaring fiercely at the cloaked figure in midair. "Oh, you actually dodged." Son Wukong hovered in the air, deliberately provoking him. "Great Demon King, you keep clamoring to avenge your father, but what difference is there between you now and an insect at my feet? You're asking for death." Piccolo gnashed his teeth. "Hit a nerve. Hurt your little heart." Son Wukong crossed his arms, continuing to strike at his pride. "Look at your flawed techniques. You can't even touch me. Unless you could become as huge as a mountain and crush all my dodging space with one slap. Pity an insect can never become a mountain." These words struck Piccolo's contemplative mind like a heavy hammer. As huge as a mountain. Seal off all space. Piccolo froze. The Namekian instincts buried deep in his bloodline were awakened by Son Wukong's deliberate words. "Fine. Since I can't hit you, I'll crush you with sheer size." A ruthless glint flashed in Piccolo's eyes. Instead of releasing his energy, he pressed it deep into his bones and muscles. With a furious roar, Piccolo naturally formed hand seals, and his body began to glow with a strange luster. Then his overtwhelmed turtle frame started to swell violently. Bones, elongated muscles bulged, and in just a few breaths Piccolo grew to 7 or 8 meters, standing like a green demon god on the plain. His 2 arms, thick as vats, swept through the air like heavy iron gates, slamming together towards Son Wukong in midair. All escape routes were sealed. Son Wukong raised an eyebrow midair. Though the giant form was clumsy, it was indeed a powerful weapon, but not against him. With a thunderous boom, the 2 enormous palms clapped together, sending sand and dust flying. Piccolo gasped for air, staring between his hands, thinking his foe had been crushed into pulp. Yet the sensation in his palms was as hard as gripping divine iron. Quick thinking. Using your racial trait to expand your striking range and forcibly compensate for the speed gap. The voice came calmly from beneath the red cloud robe. Piccolo was startled. He slowly opened his hands to see the detestable figure holding up his millstone-sized palms, with both hands not even short of breath, his clothes without a single wrinkle. But bigger size means bigger openings. As the words fell, Son Wukong turned into a blur. Before Piccolo could retract his arms, a solid kick landed on his massive abdomen. Piccolo spat out a mouthful of bile. His giant body deflated like a punctured ball, shrinking back to normal size as he collapsed weakly to the ground. Son Wukong landed lightly before Piccolo, looking down at the ashen-faced Demon King. His voice returned to a calm tone. "Giant form is a decent trump card, but before a true master, it's just a clumsy, slow target. True evolution isn't about expanding your body outward, but compressing inward, refining vast energy into a qualitative change." Piccolo clutched his stomach, staring at the face hidden beneath the hood, and gritted out, "What are you trying to say? You know nothing about the foundation of the Namekian race." Son Wukong put his hands in his pockets. "You created the Dragon Balls, but only used them to fulfill trivial wishes." Piccolo froze. "The Dragon Balls? Since Shenron can grant wishes, why haven't you thought of asking the dragon to unlock all the potential buried in your bloodline?" Son Wukong watched Piccolo's pupils contract. "Break the shackles of your genes, make your body as hard as steel, let your muscles expand to the limit without losing speed. That's the path you should walk." Before Piccolo could digest this, Son Wukong dropped another bombshell. "Besides, your energy is too coarse and incomplete." Son Wukong pointed a finger at the blue sky above. "You feel something empty inside, don't you? If you get the chance, go up there and take a look. Go see that old man in the temple. Maybe then you'll understand who you truly are." Piccolo's breathing became erratic. Potential. Incomplete. Someone in the sky. This Afei not only overpowered him physically, but also spoke words he couldn't comprehend, as if he knew everything. Piccolo felt his identity as the Demon King's son was as transparent as paper before this man. Watching Piccolo wallowing in self-doubt, Son Wukong knew today's lesson was enough. Remember, don't make revenge your only goal, and don't always think about destroying the world. Sometimes, accompanying a child as they grow up can be quite interesting. Son Wukong turned around, his cloak flapping in the wind. "Oh, and one more thing for you." He tilted his head, a hint of teasing in his voice. "This green skin does get a bit monotonous after a while. When you finally break your limits, maybe orange would suit you better." With that, Son Wukong pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. The plane fell silent once more. Only Piccolo remained slumped among the ruins, the words Dragon Ball, Sky, and Orange echoing wildly in his mind. That heart, once filled solely with vengeance, had been forcefully cracked open, revealing a door to a new world. That heart, once filled solely with vengeance, had been forcefully cracked open, revealing a door to a new world. The night was deep. The clamor of West City was completely sealed off by the special glass of Capsule Corporation. The main light in the bedroom was off, leaving only the warm glow of a floor lamp. A faint popping sound of displaced air. Son Goku materialized in the center of the room. He tore off his distinctive black robe adorned with red clouds and the mask that concealed his features, tossing them onto Bulma's immaculate vanity. Playing the part of a reclusive master is exhausting, Son Goku muttered, rubbing his stiff neck as he collapsed into the soft leather sofa. Keeping up that aloof demeanor and spouting profound nonsense. My facial muscles are about to cramp up. Still, that Piccolo fellow had a surprisingly tough backbone. After enduring a fortnight of relentless beatings without yielding, he finally saw the light. The effort wasn't wasted. A crack had been forced open in that green-skinned brat's potential. Click. The door handle turned, and the bold aroma of black pepper grilled meat wafted in ahead of her. Finally decided to come home. Bulma entered with a tray, shot a look of feigned annoyance at Son Goku sprawled on the sofa, and said, "Go wash your hands. I made your favorite grilled meat." "Yes, ma'am." Son Goku grinned, springing up like a carp. He splashed some water on his face at the sink, barely drying it before grabbing a sizzling bone-in steak from the plate and tearing into it ravenously. Bulma leaned against the counter, handed him a glass of juice with ice, and casually tapped the monitor panel on the wall. "You've been out every day lately. Krillin and the others are nearly being tortured to death by your brother." The screen lit up, showing the newly built hemispherical gravity chamber in the backyard. Son Goku glanced up, an eyebrow arching slightly. The bright red number in the upper right corner was fixed at 30 times Earth's gravity. These top Earth martial artists had barely managed to adapt to 10 times gravity after half a month of grueling effort. Raditz, that bastard, had casually tripled the intensity without a word. The gravity chamber was now an utter nightmare. Yamcha lay sprawled on the floor like a starfish, desperately trying to push himself up with arms trembling like sieves. The moment he relaxed, he was slammed back onto the alloy floor, a pool of sweat gathering beneath him. Krillin, being shorter, had less surface area, but he wasn't lying down. He was forced to his knees by the crushing gravity. His knees struck the floor with a dull thud, his teeth grinding audibly as his body curled up like a cooked shrimp. Even taking a deep breath had become a luxury. Tien Shinhan was in the best shape, but even he was at his limit. His skin was flushed, purple veins bulging, all three eyes blurred with sweat as he clung to the ground, barely maintaining a half-squat stance. In the midst of them, Raditz paced around with his hands clasped behind his back like a heartless overseer. Giving up already. He walked over and nudged Yamcha with his toe. "Stop playing dead. Get up. What kind of pathetic state is this?" Hearing his own grating voice echo through the chamber, Raditz felt immense satisfaction. Who knew what he had endured under Son Goku's hand just a few months ago? After years of suffering, he was finally the one in power. He couldn't beat his younger brother, but now he could indulge in the joy of being a tyrannical instructor over these earthlings. "Big brother Raditz." Krillin knelt, struggling to lift his reddened face, forcing words through clenched teeth. A little warning next time. My insides feel like they're about to burst." Raditz stopped, looking down at the kneeling Krillin with a sneer. "A warning?" He suddenly stomped his foot heavily on the floor, making Krillin flinch. If you ran into Frieza's army in space, would they broadcast an announcement before opening fire? Would an enemy spare you just because you fell, eh? Raditz roared. "Life on Earth is too easy. A little pressure and you're already crying. Keep your ki tightly suppressed inside your body. Use your muscles to bear at your bones to push." Outside the screen, Son Goku swallowed the last bite of meat, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and chuckled. That cheap big brother had literally copied the very words he had used to scold him. On the screen, Tien Shinhan heard the roar, bit his lip hard, and forcibly cut off his externalized ki. The moment the buffer vanished, the 30-fold weight slammed down. Tien Shinhan's knees hit the floor with a heavy thud, but he didn't utter a sound. He just gripped his thighs tightly, beginning to endure the crushing pressure with pure physical strength. "Hey, three-eyed freak, you've got some spine." Raditz snorted. "If any one of you doesn't finish running 10 kilometers today, none of you get dinner." With that, Raditz turned his back to the monitor, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Watching these top Earth martial artists all kneeling before him, this feeling of absolute control was more soothing than soaking in the most advanced healing fluid. "Interesting," Son Goku remarked with a smile. Under this relentless high-pressure grind, their combat power was bound to skyrocket exponentially. Throwing these people into the meat grinder early for tempering. Earth finally had some decent warriors. "Are you full, Goku?" Bulma approached, reaching to take the empty plate, but her wrist was caught. Son Goku exerted a slight force. Bulma gasped and tumbled into his arms, settling firmly on his sturdy thighs. "Oh, you're all sweaty. Stop fooling around." Bulma's cheeks flushed, and she gave his chest a light punch, though without any real force. Son Goku didn't let go. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, buried his face in the crook of her neck, and deeply inhaled the familiar scent of her shower gel. "Let me hold you for a bit." Recharging. His voice was low and husky, his hot breath brushing against Bulma's earlobe, causing her to tremble slightly. Bulma hummed softly, but her eyes softened like water. She naturally looped her arms around his neck, her fingertips gently combing through his slightly prickly short hair. The atmosphere grew thick. Son Goku lifted his head, his gaze falling on Bulma's moist lips. His Adam's apple bobbed. He raised a hand, cupped her chin, and tilted it upward. Before Bulma could speak, he leaned in and kissed her. Lips met, carrying the inherent Saiyan dominance. He parted her lips with ease, greedily savoring her sweetness. Bulma's mind went hazy. Her eyelashes fluttered a soft, tender whimper escaping her nose. Her body went completely limp and her arms instinctively tightened around his broad back. The temperature in the room soared. It wasn't until Bulma was nearly breathless that Son Goku reluctantly pulled back half an inch. Seeing her glistening eyes and slightly reddened lips, he let out a low chuckle, his chest vibrating. He pulled her closer, his chin resting affectionately on the top of her head. With the warmth of her soft body in his arms and Raditz's booming voice from the monitor, Son Goku squinted contentedly, plotting his next move. The sunlight in West City was somewhat blinding. Sun Wukong lay by the luxurious open-air pool atop Capsule Corporation's headquarters, took a large gulp of iced watermelon juice, and heaved a heavy sigh. Living off a wealthy partner was indeed pleasant. With a base combat power of 3 million and a girlfriend who was a world-class billionaire, he could easily dominate this novice village called Earth. Piccolo had been pinned down in the mud and had his worldview reshaped. Krillin and the others had entered the gravity chamber to engage in hellish self-improvement, and even the future troublemaker Raditz had turned over a new leaf. In the short term, Earth was as secure as a fortress. Yet this life made Sun Wukong feel a twinge of unease. His current capital was enough to dominate early weaklings, but if thrown into the cosmic arena of later stages, he wouldn't even make a splash. No matter how much money was poured into upgrading the gravity chamber's hardware, it could at most boost his power by another million, far from breaking through the critical threshold of becoming a Super Saiyan. Should he follow the original path? Sun Wukong stroked his chin and shook his head inwardly. According to the lore, transforming into a Super Saiyan required extreme rage, commonly known as sacrificing one's dearest friends and family. But this process was utterly unfeasible for him. As a transmigrator with a modern soul, he had some camaraderie with Krillin and the others, but not to the extent of having grown up inseparable enough to be heartbroken over their loss. If Krillin were killed before his eyes, he would at most let out a few howls, never able to summon the pure fury from the original story. As for Bulma, she was his absolute redline. If anyone dared to touch a single hair on that wealthy woman's head, he would obliterate the entire planet before even thinking about transforming. Insufficient emotion had to be compensated by a massive breakthrough in power. Sun Wukong ran through all the resources of the 7th universe in his mind. The only one who could forcibly raise his power ceiling was the chubby figure at the end of the Yellow Spring, North Kai. That old man possessed the Kaioken, a top-tier cheat that allowed Ki to multiply explosively. If he could acquire this technique, he might forcibly push his stats to break through the critical point of his bloodline. As for how to get to Kai's planet, would he really have to die and run the Serpent Road? He knew its entrance was right behind King Yema's desk, but the problem was he couldn't sense the latter's key. King Yema is a workaholic who stamps hundreds of thousands of documents daily. His key must carry the resentful aura of an eternal office slave. Sun Wukong mused with his eyes closed. He'll try sensing him first. If that fails, he'll ask Cammy for a pass. What are you thinking about? Your heart is racing. Bulma keenly noticed his distraction. She looked up from his arms, her big, beautiful eyes staring at him suspiciously. Nothing much. Sun Wukong smiled and tidied the stray hair at her collar. I was just thinking about whether to visit the underworld. Go where? Bulma was startled, gripping his arm tightly. Why would a living person want to go to the land of the dead? Don't worry, I just need to pull some strings and take care of something. He gently patted the back of her hand, his tone light. I want to seek advice from an old master to see if I can break through my bottleneck. All right then. How long will you be gone this time? Bulma knew his stubborn nature. Once he made up his mind, not even 9 oxen could drag him back. She could only sigh. Hard to say. Maybe a few days, maybe a few months. Wukong. Bulma carefully smoothed the wrinkles on his chest, then glared at him fiercely. I'm warning you, if you dare to flirt with any pretty female ghosts in the underworld, I'll smash all your training equipment into scrap metal. Sun Wukong chuckled and planted a heavy kiss on her smooth forehead. Don't worry, no one can compare to you. He released her, stood up, and stretched his limbs. He closed his eyes, unleashing his full sensory perception. His consciousness pierced the barriers of the living world, spreading like an invisible net, extending wildly into the vast emptiness. Minutes later, in the endless darkness, he precisely captured a massive, dense energy source that pulsed with irritability and agitation. This feeling was all too familiar, exactly like his own days as a wage slave in his past life. No doubt about it, it was definitely King Yema. Lucky me got it on the first try. Sun Wukong grinned. He turned to Bulma on the sofa and pointed at his wrist. If you miss me, just press the communicator. He'll be back anytime. With that, Sun Wukong pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. Whoosh. With a faint crackle of displaced air, he vanished from the room, heading straight for the underworld at the intersection of Yin and Yang. In the Yellow Springs Yama Palace. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Sun Wukong's ears were filled with the shouts of demon guards escorting souls and the heavy thuds of stamping. Looking around, waiting souls for judgment were packed densely, each with a halo over their heads, jostling like sardines on the path of the dead. Before a massive rosewood desk, King Yema, whose body was as huge as a mountain, was sweating profusely while revising towering piles of documents. Beside him were stacks of life and death registers taller than a person, and the intense workload kept him from even lifting his head. He suddenly stopped writing, his large nose twitching vigorously. Then his eyes, as big as brass bells, locked onto Sun Wukong, who had appeared out of thin air before his desk. His stamp hovered in midair, and King Yema was completely stunned. The smell of a living person. Who are you? How did you get into the Yama Palace? His voice boomed like thunder, shaking dust from the hall's rafters. Several old ghost souls waiting in line were spun around 3 times by the shout their halos ask you. Security. Where's security? Check the life and death register quickly. Did this kid take a wrong turn? The surrounding oxhead and horseface guards snapped out of their daze, drawing their spears and pitchforks as they noisily surrounded him. King Yema, don't be alarmed. I'm just passing through. Son Wukong paid no attention to these underworld workers. As several spears thrust toward him, he didn't even bother to dodge. With a slight flicker of his form, the weapons passed through his afterimage. Due to their excessive force, 2 oxhead guards crashed into each other, their weapons clattering to the floor as they tumbled like rolling gourds. Insolence. The Yama Palace is no place for you to come and go as you please. King Yema roared in fury, reaching out with a hand as large as a palm leaf. Without a word, Son Wukong lightly tapped the edge of the wide desk with his toe. Crack. King Yema's massive hand slammed down, not only missing its target, but also breaking the corner of his beloved rosewood desk. Son Wukong soared into the air like a swallow, leaping directly over the king's mountain-like head and landing steadily behind him. Thud. He pushed open the heavy, towering rosewood door. Behind it lay a massive path paved with yellow scale-like stone slabs winding endlessly into a boundless sea of clouds. The abyss below was unfathomable, with a faint pungent smell of sulfur wafting up. That was the blood pool hell of no return. A single misstep would mean falling into eternal damnation as a lost soul. 1,000,000 kilometers. Son Wukong landed steadily on the giant serpent's head. Gazing at the seemingly endless serpent road before him, he twisted his neck, producing a series of cracks. His form turned into a streak of light, plunging straight into the vast sea of clouds. The serpent path stretched endlessly, its 1,000,000 kilometers of bluestone paving winding through the mist-shrouded clouds of the yellow springs like a serpent that could never reach its own head. An ordinary martial cultivator arriving here after death would need over half a year just to run its length, and all the while guard against slipping into the blood-soaked hells churning beneath. 1,000,000 kilometers. Back in my day, that truly would have broken a man's legs, Son Wukong said with a faint smile. Boom. A tempestuous aura erupted around him, violently carving a vacuum channel through the clouds for miles. He shot forward as a searing streak of light, cleaving the air itself. Meanwhile, at the midpoint of the serpent path, a resplendent palace hung, suspended in midair. Princess Sheiji reclined lazily upon her couch, fanned and massaged by attendants. Your Highness. A traveler approaches from the front. A horned maid tumbled in, eyes alight with excitement. A living human. His vital energy is exceptionally robust. Princess Sheiji's crimson tongue flicked across her lips. After centuries of isolation in this barren wasteland, today had finally yielded a rare treasure. Quickly, sweep the grand hall spotless, and lay out our most precious Persian carpet. Activate every illusion formation. She hastily straightened the golden hairpin atop her head and assumed an air of regal poise. It's been centuries since a living soul graced these halls. I shall welcome this distinguished guest with utmost grace. Her words trailed off unfinished. Outside the hall, a deafening sonic boom detonated. It struck like thunder, bursting overhead, shaking the entire palace to its foundations. Crockham. A hurricane-force gale laden with devastating pressure waves slammed into the palace like a rampaging ox. The princess's famed illusion array shattered instantly, brittle as parchment, obliterated without resistance. Then the twin gilded gates were torn from their hinges and hurled deep into the hall's center. The exquisitely carved roof was ripped clean away, spiraled off into some unknown dimension. Several maids were flung skyward by the blast. Princess Sheiji clung desperately to a massive pillar, her ornate gown plastered across her face. The gale whipped her meticulously coiffed hair into a tangled nest as she couldn't even open her eyes. When the storm finally subsided, she tremulously peeled the fabric from her face, numb, dazed, utterly stunned. Her once golden palace now stood as a skeletal ruin, walls gaping open to the wind, even the pillar she'd gripped stripped bare of its lacquer. Where was he? She hadn't caught so much as a glimpse of a single limb. The white streak had vanished into the cloud sea's distant horizon. What celestial being is this rushing toward reincarnation? Princess Sheiji collapsed onto the rubble, her golden hairpin clattering to the ground. Her legs shook uncontrollably. Meanwhile, at the serpent path's terminus, on a tiny asteroid, no larger than a basketball court, yet bearing 10 times Earth's gravity, North Ko drove his beloved vintage red convertible, leisurely circling its palm-sized domain. Barbados, do you know why the clouds are racing today? North Ko rested one hand on the steering wheel, stroking his 2 long whiskers. Because they're rushing toward rebirth. Wahaha, cough. Barbados, the gorilla riding shotgun, obligingly clapped his hands. Suddenly North Ko shuddered violently, his laughter choking off mid-throat. An overwhelming presence surged toward him, a force so terrifying it made his very soul tremble, hurtling forward with utterly irrational speed. Phythus, what kind of monster is this? North Ko jerked the wheel in panic. Crunch. The Crimson Classic veered wildly, plowing headlong into a roadside flowerbed. Thick black smoke billowed from its crumpled hood. North Ko scrambled out the window hat askew. Before he could steady himself, a figure crashed down onto the grassy surface of Kaishin Star like a meteor. The turbulent air settled. Son Wukong brushed dust from his martial robe and rose upright. To him, Kaishin Star's tenfold gravity felt no different than weightlessness. He glanced at North Ko, fuming beside the overturned vintage car, and rather than assert dominance, offered a courteous greeting. My apologies, Lord KO. I overshot my stop. Hope I haven't disturbed you. His tone remained calm, composed, like a responsible adult handling a minor traffic incident. Before North KO could utter a curse, Son Wukong reached into his pocket, withdrew a capsule emblazoned with the Universal Capsule logo, and tossed it onto the grass. Pop! A puff of white smoke dissipated, revealing a sleek crimson luxury convertible gleaming flawlessly on the lawn. This latest model is compensation for your vehicle's repairs. It features fully automated seat massage. Care to test it? North KO swallowed his retort mid-sentence. His eyes widened, riveted on the dazzling machine, drool nearly dripping from his lips. This was infinitely more impressive than his antique relic. Yet he was after all a deity. Clearing his throat twice, he clasped his hands behind his back and adopted a stern demeanor. Humph. None of that. No matter how formidable your power, if you've come to Kaishin Star, you seek something from me. Rules must be upheld. Unless you can tell me a joke so funny, I burst into laughter. Otherwise, we speak no further. Son Wukong silently mused, just as the classics foretold. A pun-based riddle. Easy. He cleared his throat and raised a single finger with solemn gravitas. Lord KO, may I ask, in how many steps does one place an elephant inside a refrigerator? Huh. North KO blinked, scratching his chin. What sort of joke is that? 3 steps, obviously. Open the door, put the elephant, and close the door. Correct. Now, second question, how many steps to place a giraffe inside? Still 3, simple. North KO smirked triumphantly. Wrong, it takes 4. Step 1, open the door. Step 2, remove the elephant. Step 3, insert the giraffe. Step 4, shut the door. Gall. A ripple of fat trembled across North KO's face. Barbados the gorilla scratched his head in bewilderment. Son Wukong wasted no breath, launching directly into the third riddle. All forest animals convene for a grand assembly. Every creature must attend. Which one is absent? How should I know? The lion. The tiger. North KO's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Wrong, the giraffe. Because it's still locked inside the refrigerator. North KO clapped a hand over his mouth, shoulders convulsing, face flushing crimson. Final question, Son Wukong declared, expression unchanging, delivering the coup de grace. Now imagine a river ahead, filled with man-eating crocodiles. How do you cross it? Fly across. North KO's voice quavered. Wrong, you simply swim. Because all the crocodiles have gone to the animal assembly. Wah! Brilliant. Oh my belly. The crocodiles went to the meeting. Wah! The relentless chain of absurdity utterly breached North KO's defenses of dignity. Clutching his abdomen, he rolled helplessly across the grass, his signature sunglasses flying off as he pounded his thighs with peals of unrestrained laughter. After several minutes of helpless mirth, North KO wiped tears from his eyes, gasped for breath, and slowly climbed back to his feet, retrieving and repositioning his glasses. Seeing his mood perfectly primed, Son Wukong let his smile fade. He stepped back half a pace, bowed deeply, and clasped his fists before his chest in the formal salute of a devoted martial cultivator. Lord KO, please forgive my earlier indiscretion. In truth, I have come solely to study under your guidance. To study. North KO paused, scrutinizing Son Wukong. From the terrifying aura he'd sensed moments before, this youth clearly needed no master. Son Wukong met his gaze unflinchingly. I have heard you possess the divine technique, known as Kaioken. I humbly request your instruction, and earnestly beg your wisdom. North KO studied the young man before him. Power, unfathomable generosity, extravagant humor, impeccable, and reverence profound. His favor swelled to its absolute peak. He cleared his throat once more, folded his hands behind his back, and assumed the full bearing of a supreme master. Given your sincerity, I grant your request. From any perspective, the North King Star does not seem like a place that could give birth to unparalleled martial arts. Here there are only small patches of grass, a vintage convertible, and a gorilla that can only clap its hands. But at this moment, this asteroid, which constantly drifts with cold jokes, is enveloped in an atmosphere as heavy as lead. The King Kai fist can indeed multiply your chi exponentially. The North King stood with his hands behind his back, rarely abandoning his comical demeanor, and his facial features were tightly knit in seriousness. But the essence of this technique lies in pushing the limits of the physical body to the extreme. Your heart will race like an out-of-control engine, and the blood flow will be so fast that it could burst your veins. He meticulously explained the principles and techniques of the King Kai fist to Son Wukong word by word, fearing to miss any crucial detail. If your physical foundation isn't strong enough, bang. The North King made an exaggerated explosion gesture, gritting his teeth. You'll end up like a balloon that has been blown up, bursting into a puddle of blood. Son Wukong sat cross-legged on the grass, propping his chin with one hand, listening intently. He certainly knew how domineering this technique could be. Even the founder of this King Kai fist standing before him had not fully mastered it due to the backlash from its overwhelming power. In the eyes of an ordinary person, this was a thoroughly reckless technique. But Son Wukong grinned, a hint of uncontrollable excitement flashing in his dark eyes. The backlash of the King Kai fist was indeed deadly, yet what he lacked the least right now was the capital to endure it. The unreasonable, beastly physique of the ancient Saiyan bloodline, combined with the formidable body he had honed over the years in the gravity chamber. Moreover, since the Son Wukong in the original story could master it skillfully, there was no reason for him to fail. Son Wukong slowly clenched his fists, feeling the force of friction between his knuckles. The violent combat power brought by the King Kai fist was about to become the hardest hammer in his hands. He intended to use this overwhelming sense of impact to smash open the realm that had only existed in legends for thousands of years among the Saiyans. I understand as long as I can keep breathing I won't die. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, stood up from the grass, brushed off the grass clippings from his pants. Lord King, Kai, let's get started. Half an hour later, the North King finished explaining the last points of the technique and was about to patiently advise again. Like an overprotective mother, you can first try to sense the flow of chi and blood starting from 1.5 times. This initial stage is the hardest, and you must not rush. 2 times, King Kai fist. Before he could finish his warning, a deep and powerful roar erupted from Sun Wukong's throat. Virum. With a sudden explosive high-frequency resonance in the air, the aura within Sun Wukong surged dramatically. The normal aura he had previously emitted suddenly recoiled, transforming into a glaring crimson. His muscles tensed and bulged, straining against his loose martial arts uniform. A layer of radiant red outline light tightly traced the edges of his body, resembling a blood-soaked war god. This kid can achieve a 2-fold increase on his first try. The North King's eyes widened behind his sunglasses, his jaw nearly dropping to his feet. But before he could shout, Sun Wukong's next move made the divine being's flesh tremble. 4 times, King Kai fist. Virum. The deafening tremor rose again, yet Sun Wukong's voice remained steady. The color of his skin had been completely infused with the deep red aura, and the extreme heat caused the surrounding air to begin to twist and boil violently. 8 times, King Kai fist. A pungent smell of blood and char filled the air, and the deep red aura grew even more ferocious. 10 times, King Kai fist. As these words were forcefully uttered, Sun Wukong abruptly tilted his head back and let out a sky-splitting roar. Boom. Huh. Amidst the piercing sound that was sharp enough to nearly rupture eardrums, the gravitational field of King Kai Star experienced a complete collapse. Centered around Sun Wukong, the special turf within 100 meters was crushed into powder by an invisible, terrifying pressure. Even more astonishing was his form, as outside the layer of violent, deep red aura, a dazzling golden light was forcefully squeezed out, tightly enveloping the crimson glow within. Under the terrifying load of 10 times the pores on Sun Wukong's body oozed fine blood chi, transforming into a layer of horrific red sweat that rose in vapor. A terrifying combat power of 30 million was fully locked within this dark red body, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The incredibly hard soil below let out a mournful cry under the unbearable load, sinking down significantly, and a massive deep pit covered in cracks was forcefully created. Crazy. You crazy kid. Stop now. The North King was so frightened that he stumbled backward, grabbing the equally stunned gorilla Baburis, his voice nearly cracking. 10 times the load. You can't handle that. Your blood vessels and muscles will be completely torn apart in just 2 breaths. Snap. The black sunglasses on the North King's nose finally couldn't withstand the suffocating pressure, cracking into a multitude of fine fissures and shattering all over. However, at the very center of the pressure storm, Sun Wukong slowly straightened his back in the deep pit. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, yet the scene of muscles bursting and blood vessels exploding did not occur. The potential of the ancient Saiyan bloodline was fiercely resisting the destructive backlash of the tenfold pressure. Is this the feeling of the tenfold King Kai fist? It's so thrilling. Sun Wukong ignored the terrified North King. He slowly closed his eyes, immersing his entire being deep within his blood. The timing was right. The extreme pressure that broke common sense was about to welcome its most violent qualitative change. The suffocating sensation brought by the tenfold load felt like an inverted deep sea, transforming into countless invisible hammers of immense weight. They surged along the boiling blood, striking with the force of 1,000 thunderous roars, resolutely aiming for the fateful door named Super Saiyan locked deep within his genes. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of Sun Wukong's heartbeat at this moment was as dull as an ancient war drum. This sound drowned out the howling winds on King Kai Star, even causing the entire asteroid to resonate with this frequency. Sun Wukong walked a path of ascension different from the original story. He did not wait for any tragic opportunity, nor was he driven by emotions. He adopted the most domineering method, relying purely on his finely honed body and the explosive power of the tenfold King Kai fist to crush the solid barrier of that critical point with absolute strength. With the last thunderous heartbeat violently echoing in his chest, Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes and let out a heavenly roar. Huh! In his originally pitch-black and profound pupils, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from the depths of his irises, as if igniting a supernova. Immediately after, amidst the deep red aura wrapped in golden light, a brilliant hue quietly climbed up his black hair, dampened by sweat. In the boundless depths of the cosmos, where no wind stirred and no sound echoed, eternal darkness and cold reigned supreme. 2 spherical Saiyan space pods, like unremarkable meteorites, cruised at a steady pace through the pitch-black sea of stars. Inside the hibernation chambers, the life support systems emitted a rhythmic mechanical hum, with red indicator lights blinking intermittently, sustaining the bare minimum of life functions. A beep sounded. The public communication channel lit up. Vegeta were still 3 days away from that low-class planet called Earth. To be honest, I still can't figure out what's going on in that waste of a brain raditz. Through the communicator came Nappa's gruff, disdainful voice. That coward usually runs faster than anyone when he encounters even slightly strong natives. If there's any profit to be made, he keeps it all to himself. But this time he actually had the decency to send us coordinates and said there's something good that can massively boost our power. Do you think he's lost his mind? In the other pod, Vegeta remained motionless, eyes closed, arms crossed over his chest, not even lifting an eyelid. This is highly unusual. Raditz is an utterly selfish fool. Vegeta's voice was as cold as ice. He doesn't know how to share. So it's a trap, Nappa asked. Either he can't handle the prize himself and wants to use us as pawns, or he's been captured by the Earthlings and is luring us in. Then why are we even going? Traveling all this way to be someone's tool? Nappa's voice rose an octave. Vegeta let out a cold laugh and finally opened his eyes. Why not? In the face of absolute power, any underhanded scheme is utterly meaningless. Vegeta tapped the scouter on his left eye. Whether it's Raditz playing tricks or the natives setting an ambush, as long as their power level doesn't exceed 180, I can blast them and that pathetic planet into dust. Nappa let out a cruel laugh. True. I've been drifting in space for months and my bones are rusting. When we get to Earth, it'll pick a few big cities to wreck properly. Before he could finish. Beep 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 beep. The scouter on Vegeta's left eye suddenly erupted with an ear-piercing alarm. The red numbers on the display went haywire, jumping wildly. 10000, 1500000, 50000, 9000000. What's going on? Is the scouter broken? Vegeta frowned, pressing the reset button to force a recalibration. But the numbers didn't stop. It wasn't a malfunction, it had genuinely detected an incredibly terrifying energy source. This violent aura was sweeping across from a nearby starfield with overwhelming force, even disrupting the navigation radar of the space pod, causing red warning lights to flare up. Vegeta? My scouter's gone crazy too. What the hell is this data? Nappa's frantic roar came through the communicator, a hint of panic in his voice. Vegeta said nothing, staring fixedly at the wildly jumping screen on his left eye. 1500000, 3000000, 5000000. The jumping numbers tore past the scouter's design limits, the entire screen flooded with dangerous overload warning red lights. A suffocating pressure crossing an unknown distance bore down on them directly, making their scalps tingle. Vegeta's proud Saiyan royal bloodline trembled uncontrollably, the primal fear of prey encountering its natural predator. His heartbeat pounded so fast it felt like it would burst through his chest, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Vegeta's hands gripped the seat so hard that his nails left white scratches on the hard metal armrests. 7000000, 9000000. The numbers finally froze on a long string of nines, the main circuit board unable to withstand the absurd data processing load. Bang! A dull explosion. The scouter on Vegeta's left eye burst apart, emitting a puff of black smoke. Several shattered lens fragments slashed across his cheek, leaving 2 crimson gashes. The cramped cockpit fell into a terrifying silence, broken only by the blinking red alarm light. Vegeta forgot to even wipe the blood from his face. He sat frozen in his seat, pupils violently contracting. He was the proud prince of the Saiyans. Even facing Frieza, he had never felt a fear that made his very soul tremble. The innate arrogance of his high status was utterly shattered in that moment. As a warrior who had crawled through life and death, he knew better than anyone what that sudden chill in his heart signified. In some corner of the universe, a monster completely beyond his comprehension had opened its eyes. At the same time, on Earth in West City, inside the newly built gravity room at Capsule Corporation, intense training was underway. Bang, bang, bang. Raditz, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan were sparring fiercely under 30 times Earth's gravity. After this period of relentless life-or-death training and physical conditioning, their power levels were on an entirely different plane from before. Suddenly, the air in the gravity room seemed to be sucked dry. An overwhelming, suffocating pressure descended from the sky, piercing through the thick, specially reinforced alloy walls, pressing down on everyone like a mountain. Thud! Under the indiscriminate, terrifying pressure, Krillin's bones let out a painful creak. His knees buckled, and he was forced to the metal floor, kneeling. He gasped for air, unable to lift his head, a look of utter disbelief on his face. Thighs. Whose energy is this? It's so powerful it's making the Earth's magnetic field tremble. Tien Shinhan gritted his teeth so hard that veins bulged on his forehead. Even his third eye was bloodshot from the extreme pressure. This is insane. This isn't a human's energy at all. In the face of this energy, we're like a single grain of sand in the desert. I can't even muster the thought of fighting back. The most intense reaction came from Raditz. He collapsed onto the floor like a limp rag, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. Cold sweat soaked through his battle suit, and his wild hair hung down like withered grass. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Raditz muttered in despair, his eyes vacant. This pressure that makes you unable to even think of running. Even Frieza couldn't do this. Where the hell did this monster come from? No one spoke in the gravity room, only the sound of heavy, ragged breathing. In the oppressive silence, they exchanged glances, and the same thought crossed everyone's mind. Though no one knew exactly where that man had gone to train in secret on the entire Earth, the only one capable of causing such a commotion. Who else could it be but Son Goku? The North King star is experiencing an unprecedented misfortune today. On this tiny asteroid, even the wind has been forcefully stifled. It is not that the air has vanished, but rather that it is held down by an extremely savage force. The grass beneath Sun Wukong's feet has long been scorched to ashes by the intense heat, while the hard soil cracks under immense pressure, causing the entire planet to tremble violently under this ferocious energy. Crack, crack, crack. A series of jarring dull sounds emanated from deep within Sun Wukong's bones. This is not the sound of bones breaking, but rather the extreme shackles deeply rooted in the Saiyan cells that have finally begun to crack under the relentless onslaught of 30 million battle power from the tenfold Kaioken. The red aura surged like a blade rampaging through muscles and blood vessels. The burden of the tenfold Kaioken was almost lethal. If it were anyone else, they would have exploded into a mist of blood long ago. Relying on the perverse physique honed through countless near-death experiences in the gravity chamber, he gritted his teeth, containing this overwhelming energy that could burst a person apart. Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes wide, filled with the fervor of breaking limits as a low growl escaped his throat, suppressed to the extreme. Tenfold Kaioken. Boom. The low growl erupted like thunder on the lawn of the KO planet, and the scorching dark red aura erupted from Sun Wukong's body like molten lava. The violent airflow tore apart the gravity grass within a 10-meter radius. This tiny asteroid, burdened by 10 times Earth's gravity, emitted a low groan under the unbearable strain. Sun Wukong's muscles bulged, his skin flushed crimson from extreme congestion. The burden brought by the tenfold Kaioken felt like countless hammers striking his organs and bones. But he did not stop. Instead, he tightened his fists fiercely. Not enough. Break for me. His battle power in a normal state had already reached its limit. What he needed now was a hammer capable of forcefully shattering the Saiyan genetic barrier. The super high-pressure burden of the tenfold Kaioken and the raging aura were the most violent ignition hammer. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong's heart began to race at an incredible speed. Blood surged through his veins like a rushing river, and those dormant Saiyan S cells deep within his genes finally reached the critical point of complete mutation under the extreme pressure of the tenfold Kaioken. Buzz. The dark red aura suddenly paused, as if torn apart by some terrifying internal energy. A dazzling golden light representing the pride of the Super Saiyan erupted madly from his forehead, chest, and limbs. At the moment of the collision between red and gold, the primal Saiyan bloodline within Sun Wukong finally caught the scent of transformation, awakening completely. There was no rejection, nor was there a struggle between the two forces. The ancient bloodline of the same origin greedily consumed that nascent golden aura, instantly completing the most violent and perfect fusion evolution. Boom. A pillar of light shot up to the heavens, violently piercing through the atmosphere of the KO planet, forcefully plunging into the endless sea of clouds of the underworld. As the beam dissipated, a color never before seen in the Dragon Ball world illuminated the sky of this underworld. A turquoise gold. It was not the ordinary bright yellow of a Super Saiyan that was somewhat blinding and impatient. What burned around Sun Wukong now was a thick, heavy turquoise flame, like liquid mercury. The outer layer rolled with a golden light capable of destroying everything, while the inner flame exuded a green hue that suppressed all ages. Countless blue lightning bolts leaped and intertwined in the air, emitting a spine-tingling, crackling sound. This was not the Super Saiyan 2 state, but the entire Dragon Ball world was welcoming its birth. At the moment the turquoise gold lit up, the operational rules of the underworld jammed. The surface of the KO planet collapsed extensively, and the soil crystallized under the terrifying heat and pressure. The North King's prized limited edition convertible was merely swept by the released wave of energy, disintegrating into a cloud of ash on the spot. The snake path, stretching over 1,000,000 kilometers, now resembled a snake stomped on its vital spot, twitching violently in the void. Inside the Hall of Hades. Crack. The dark wooden desk reputed to suppress 10,000 ghosts split in half right in front of King Yen. The enormous king of hell slid down beneath the desk, terrified, gazing at the dusting ceiling. Countless souls lined up for reincarnation were firmly pinned to the ground by this dimensional pressure, not daring to even breathe. In the swirling turquoise gold aura, Sun Wukong slowly straightened his back. His hair had completely transformed, standing upright like turquoise, swords sharp and gleaming. With each flicker of blue lightning, the surrounding delicate space was shredded. He slowly opened his eyes. They were deep, boundless olive-green eyes filled with reason and the cold pride of a warrior race. There was no irrational roar fueled by anger, nor was there a violent rampage filled with killing intent. The ancient Saiyan bloodline not only granted him power far beyond that of a typical Super Saiyan, but also perfectly eliminated the frantic side effects that could lead to losing one's cool. Now he wielded his power with chilling precision. Sun Wukong lowered his head, looking at his hands enveloped in turquoise gold light, and gripped tightly. Bang! The air was forcibly compressed under his palm, producing a deafening sonic boom. His base battle power of 3 million. With a 50-fold boost from Super Saiyan combined with the unreasonable enhancement of the ancient bloodline, a terrifying battle power of over 150 million. In this early timeline where even the androids had yet to make an appearance, this was an undeniable absolute dominance. Whether it was Cell or Majin Buu in the future, with this hardcore capital that transcended all, this foreign butterfly finally had the audacity to scheme for the entire Dragon Ball universe. I finally did it. Sun Wukong spoke softly, his voice not loud, yet transformed into a booming thunder under the turbulence of the turquoise gold aura. He turned his head and glanced into the distance. There the North King clung tightly to the gorilla Baburus like a groundhog, half of his body buried in the pit, overturned by the energy wave, trembling in fear, his iconic sunglasses long gone. At the moment his turquoise gold gaze swept over the North King's heart skipped a beat, forgetting even to breathe. Lord KO. Son Wukong retracted the overwhelming pressure of destruction, and the turquoise gold aura instantly dissipated his hair, returning to a soft pure black. He landed back on the ravaged ground, revealing a peaceful smile that felt like a spring breeze, as if the unparalleled fierce god, who had almost torn the underworld apart, was not him at all. Thank you for teaching me the Kaioken. It helped me break through this barrier smoothly. The losses will be covered by our Capsule Corporation. Planet King. The raging energy storm has completely subsided. That towering azure beam of light akin to a great whale sucking in water has entirely gathered into Son Wukong's body. Without the massive energies pull, the floating mud and uprooted turf fell to the ground with a loud crash. North King awkwardly climbed out of the pit. According to common sense, once this extreme transformation is undone, a Saiyant's body would endure immense strain, falling into a state of exhaustion. But in the center of that massive crater, Son Wukong not only remained standing, but also comfortably twisted his neck, the joints cracking with a crisp sound. Breathing steadily, it seemed as if the chaos that nearly overturned the underworld was merely a trivial warm-up. Lord Kingham leaving first. Son Wukong brushed off the dust from his training outfit, raised his right hand, and placed his index and middle fingers against his forehead. Leaving? That's a 1,000,000-kilometer snake road. Even with your current power, flying back would take. North King adjusted his broken sunglasses, looking bewildered. Wait, what is that gesture you're doing? Son Wukong closed his eyes, his immense energy effortlessly crossing the starry sea, directly locking onto Bulma's energy signature far in West City. Swish! A gust of energy stirred, and Son Wukong vanished, as if erased by an eraser, completely disappearing from his original spot. Only North King stood there, mouth agape, disoriented in the cold wind of Planet King. The ultimate technique of the Yardrat's instant transmission. This kid can even do this, eh? Meanwhile on Earth, in the wilderness outside West City. Boom, boom. Two massive fireballs trailing thick smoke violently ripped through the atmosphere, crashing down to the surface like meteors. The extreme heat from the friction caused the surrounding air to twist violently, a sharp smell of ozone and burnt rock permeating the area. The terrifying shockwave directly raised soil waves dozens of meters high. The rock layers were smashed into two gigantic circular impact craters. The soil at the bottom was completely crystallized dark red magma, restlessly boiling in the crevices. Hiss! Accompanied by the sound of releasing pressure from the gas valve, the scalding flight pod door slowly opened. A burly man with a face of thick muscles leaped out from the bottom of the pit. Dark brown muscles were still coated with the thick hibernation liquid from the space pod, dripping onto the hot rocks with a sizzling sound. His large feet stomped down, turning the hard rock beneath into powder. He twisted his thick neck. What a weak planet. The gravity feels like walking on cotton. With that, Nappa moved his broad shoulders and ripped off the already burnt-out detector from his left eye, tossing it to the ground, as if it were trash. Next, a relatively shorter, but immensely cold and arrogant figure slowly floated down. Arms crossed. Vegeta's sharp gaze scanned the desolate surroundings before finally looking up at the blue sky. The air composition is too mild, not even a hint of bloodshed. Vegeta snorted coldly, his tone laced with ingrained arrogance. This greenhouse environment can only breed useless trash. Even labeling it as a low-level planet is a compliment. Even without the detector, with the Scion's superior vision, both of them could easily see the vast steel metropolis on the horizon, West City. The towering glass curtain walls and the crisscrossing floating tracks appeared remarkably prosperous under the sunlight. But in Nappa's eyes, it was merely a heap of brittle scrap metal. Look over there, Vegeta. Nappa pointed at West City, laughing maniacally. So flashy. This fragile civilization, I could crush it into the ground with just 2 fingers. That fool Raditz actually claimed there were resources in this garbage heap that could significantly enhance our strength. It's precisely because of their weak power that they waste their energy on useless tin machines. In an extremely cold voice, it doesn't matter whether Raditz is attracted by their technology or deceived by these inferior weapons. Waste that has lost its utility does not deserve to carry the Scion name and continue to live. The detector broke down on the way here. We can't locate that waste's exact position now. Nappa grinned maliciously, raising his right hand. Between his fingers, a crackling ball of destruction materialized. But it doesn't matter. Let's flatten this city as a warm-up. Creating some noise will make that waste come crawling to us on its own. Vegeta coldly gazed at the city's outline, not even attempting to stop him. Do as you please, but be quick. If Raditz dares to play tricks on us, I will crush him along with this boring planet myself. With permission granted, Nappa's smile grew increasingly sinister. He suddenly raised his arm, and the energy sphere at his fingertip rapidly expanded, emanating an oppressive wave of destruction. With just one strike, the city would completely vanish from the map. At the moment, this raging energy was about to be unleashed. A voice pierced through the swirling dust, accurately reaching the ears of the two. Deep and coarse, yet carrying a nonchalant air that disregarded anyone. Nappa, I'd advise you to lower your hand. If you destroy Bulma's territory, you too won't be able to compensate for it. Nappa's energy ball abruptly stalled. Vegeta furrowed his brow, his cold gaze cutting like a blade towards the cliff above. The voice was familiar, but the relaxed confidence in the tone made him feel extremely strange and displeased. The gentle breeze of the wilderness swept away the dust. Not far away on the cliff, a line of figures stood quietly, their presence unnoticed until now. Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, Yamcha, lined up in a row. Not a hint of violent aura leaked out, and even the rhythm of their breathing was barely audible. They stood like weathered rocks, completely integrated with this wilderness. But with the slightest movement, these martial artists who had wholly suppressed their energy could instantly unleash a devastating strike. This sudden appearance caused Vegeta's heart to skip a beat. The Earthlings' ability to conceal their energy surpassed his understanding. And at the very front of the group stood a familiar, yet completely unfamiliar man. He did not wear the Frieza Force's signature low-ranking warrior armor, but instead donned a pure black custom gravity combat suit. The fitted sharp-cut design bore a small logo of a universal capsule on the chest. His previously messy leg-length hair was neatly tied back. With arms crossed, he looked down from a height at the two at the bottom of the pit. Having shed the ingrained servility and impatience, the current Raditz exuded a cutting coldness along with the aura of a strong warrior forged through arduous training. Raditz? Nappa's eyes widened in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. You waste, how dare you speak to us like that? Raditz didn't even glance at Nappa. His gaze bypassed him, directly locking onto Vegeta with unwavering intensity. His face bore no rage nor fear, but an unsettling calm. Times have changed, Vegeta. Raditz uncrossed his arms, the joints cracking as the suppressed fury within him began to simmer. I have come to formally inform you. Starting today, you both are under Earth's command. If you object, you may act now. The wind over the wilderness whipped up clouds of yellow sand. Raditz, you worthless piece of garbage with a power level of 1,000, how dare you toy with me? Nappa's forehead bulged with veins. He let out a furious roar, his massive strides shattering the hard bedrock beneath him. His towering frame, over 2 meters tall, charged at Raditz like a rampaging beast, exuding an overwhelming pressure. His colossal fist tore through the air, aimed straight at Raditz's face. Unbearable to watch, so crude. Raditz's eyes showed not a flicker of emotion, but what Nappa considered a killing blow was now riddled with flaws in his eyes. He didn't even assume a defensive stance, only tilting his head slightly as the fierce wind of the punch grazed the tip of his nose. Whoosh! Nappa's full-powered punch struck nothing but air, the immense momentum sending him stumbling forward. What a... Nappa's face twisted in shock as the figure before him warped and vanished, an afterimage left by speed pushed to its absolute limit. Up here, a calm voice pressed down from above. Nappa jerked his head up to see Raditz flipping midair, his right leg descending like a war axe of immense weight, carrying a dull roar as it slammed into the back of Nappa's neck. Thud! No unnecessary flare, Nappa could only let out a muffled grunt before his massive body crashed down like a cannonball, carving a deep trench over 10 meters long across the wilderness. Completely unconscious. Clean. Precise. Not far off, Krillin and Tien Shinhan exchanged a glance and swallowed hard. Under Goku's tutelage, Raditz had now ingrained into his combat instincts the earthling martial arts technique of wasting not a shred of energy and delivering precise force. Useless fool. At the edge of the massive crater, Vegeta let out a cold snort, not sparing Nappa a single glance. His eyes were fixed on Raditz as he slowly descended, a flicker of wariness in his gaze. Haven't seen you in a while, you piece of trash. Looks like you've learned a few flashy tricks for dodging. Vegeta lowered his center of gravity, assuming his fighting stance. A violet aura erupted around him, the violent energy sweeping debris into the air. But an elite warrior is still just a warrior. Today I'll show you the insurmountable gap between you and a high-ranking commander. The ground caved in with a roar. Vegeta transformed into a streak of violet light, charging at Raditz with murderous intent. Raditz's expression remained unchanged. Beneath his black battle suit, a blinding white aura burst forth as he met the charge heat. Boom, boom, boom. In midair, the white and violet auras clashed in a frenzied dance. Each collision of fists and feet sent visible shockwaves rippling across the sky. The speed of their exchange was blinding. Even Tien Shinhan on the ground had to focus entirely just to barely track their movements. Die, die, die. Vegeta roared, his fists raining down like a storm. But the more he fought, the more his heart pounded with unease. No matter how tricky the angle or how fierce the speed, Raditz effortlessly parried with minute movements. He even had the leeway to land precise counterattacks in the gaps of his defense, hammering blows into Vegeta's ribs. Boom. Seizing a moment when Vegeta was caught off balance in his breathing, Raditz drove a heavy punch into Vegeta's stomach. Gah! Vegeta's eyes bulged as a torrent of stomach acid spewed from his mouth. He flew backward like a kite, with a snapped string crashing through 3 or 4 stone mountains before slamming into the ground. Raditz hovered in midair, looking down at the prince in the rubble. Is this all you've got, Vegeta? Oh. If this is your limit, it's not even as intense as my usual warm-up. Shut up. The rubble exploded as Vegeta, bloodied and enraged, shot into the sky. His pride as a prince had driven him into a blind fury. His ki surged wildly, the air around him warping from the intense heat. He drew his hands back, compressing a violent violet energy in his palms, emitting a despair-inducing aura of destruction. Since you're begging for death, I'll reduce you and this worthless planet to ashes. Gallic gun. A thick violet beam carrying the force of annihilation shot downward, aimed at Raditz and the planet's core. Facing this cataclysmic attack, Raditz did not dodge. He took a deep breath, channeling every ounce of his ki into both palms. A highly condensed white energy wave erupted, meeting the attack heat. Boom. The two opposing energies clashed fiercely in midair, but the stalemate lasted only 2 seconds. Raditz's blast tore through the violet Gallic gun with overwhelming force, engulfing Vegeta entirely in the sky. The acrid smoke cleared. A charred crater dozens of meters wide scarred the wilderness. Vegeta lay on his back at the bottom of the crater. His prized battlesuit was shattered into plastic shards, his body covered in scorched wounds. He couldn't even muster the strength to lift a finger. Clink! A black combat boot stepped onto the scorched earth. Raditz descended into the crater, looking down at the prince who had once been untouchable. Total overwhelming force was enough to shatter the arrogance ingrained in Vegeta's bones. Kill. Kill me. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with humiliation. Being defeated by you is the greatest disgrace. Do it. Raditz stared at him coldly, arms crossed, with no intention of delivering a killing blow. Kakarot told me to spare you. Raditz's tone was flat. He said you might be useful. Useful? Vegeta coughed up blood with a bitter laugh. I don't need pity from you low-class scum. Ignoring his outburst, Raditz looked up at the gray sky, his voice turning somber. Vegeta, do you really believe our home planet, Planet Vegeta, was destroyed by a giant meteor? At those words, Vegeta's heaving chest froze. What? What are you trying to say? Stop fooling yourself, Vegeta. Raditz's voice struck like a hammer. With your intelligence, after all these years of fighting for others, haven't you ever had your doubts? There was no meteor. This is the truth, Kakarot told me. Raditz lowered his head, locking eyes with Vegeta. It was Frieza. That cunning bastard who's always had you under his thumb destroyed Planet Vegeta with a single finger because he feared the legendary Super Saiyan. Lies. That's impossible. How would Frieza dare? Vegeta's hoarse roar faltered, but his trembling voice and constricted pupils betrayed his shattered mental defenses. He had suspected it before, but his pride as a prince had always made him subconsciously flee from that most despairing possibility. The truth is just this cruel. Raditz tore open the wound without mercy. The royal bloodline you're so proud of was nothing but a disposable toy in Frieza's eyes. You've spent most of your life fighting like a dog for the one who annihilated your race. A gentle breeze swept through the crater. Vegeta lay in the dirt, staring at the sky, his eyes bloodshot and wild. His pride and faith were utterly crushed in that moment. After a long pause, Raditz glanced at the still unconscious Nappa in the distance, then looked away. Earth's martial arts are interesting. Stay here. Raditz turned his back on him. This place can make you stronger. With that, he soared into the air. Vegeta clenched his fists so hard his nails dug into his palms, his entire body trembling uncontrollably from sheer humiliation and rage. Stay on Earth. Kakarot. Frieza. Vegeta's voice rasped like gravel from his throat, his eyes blazing with unprecedented savagery and madness. I won't be manipulated by anyone. I'll find out the truth myself and ask Frieza. The setting sun over West City stained the panoramic glass atop Capsule Corporation's headquarters a somber, bloody red. Bulma stood with her arms crossed before the console, staring at the holographic projection of a desolate wasteland. On the originally flat, rocky ground, 2 deep craters had been forcibly smashed into existence. Gazing at the screen at this exaggerated display of destructive power, she couldn't help but bite her lower lip, not even noticing the coffee by her hand had long gone cold. There was no stirring of any airflow, not even a change in the constant temperature of the laboratory. A large hand covered in rough calluses silently reached out from behind and steadily encircled her slender waist. The newcomer leaned forward, fitting her perfectly into a broad, solid chest. What are you so engrossed in watching? The familiar voice sounded right by her ear, a slight resonance in his chest. His warm breath landed unabashedly on her neck, carrying a sense of solid reassurance that made her let down all her guard. Bulma trembled all over and snapped her head around. The moment she saw his face so close, her eyes inexplicably grew hot, but her hands weren't gentle at all. She directly punched his hard pectoral muscle. You finally remembered to come back. It's been over half a month. I thought you'd forgotten where the front door is. Son Goku let out a low chuckle, letting her pound and vent without dodging or blocking. Once her strength waned, he freed one hand to casually place the troublesome cup of coffee on the console. Then, placing both hands on her hips, he applied slight pressure and turned her around to face him. His breakthrough as a Super Saiyan had sharpened his muscle lines into an aggressive, lethal form. But at this moment, his deep black eyes held no trace of brutality, only undisguised passion and tenderness. So much fire. Son Goku lowered his head slightly, bringing them close. Didn't you miss me at all? In your dreams. Bulma turned her head away, refusing to admit it, but her cheeks betrayingly flushed a delicate red. Son Goku didn't respond. He raised his hand, his rough fingertip gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, and then cupped her fair cheek. The warmth of his palm transmitted to her. The atmosphere was perfect. Everything followed naturally. Son Goku tilted his head, found her lips, and effortlessly pressed down. Bulma's long eyelashes fluttered violently. She completely released the tension in her body, closed her eyes, and her hands involuntarily climbed onto his broad shoulders. It was a long, deep kiss filled with longing. There was no world-shattering violence of the wasteland, only the quiet air and their intertwined breaths. Son Goku's movements were steady and restrained, carrying an undeniable assertiveness, yet like a soothing balm they drained away the fear of the unknown enemy and the anxiety of the past days from Bulma's heart bit by bit. Not until Bulma's cheeks burned, fine beads of sweat appeared on her nose, and her breathing was completely thrown off rhythm did Son Goku, reluctantly, pull back a little. Their foreheads touched. Bulma breathed slightly heavily. Her usual fiery, heiress demeanor had vanished without a trace. Her aquamarine eyes shimmered with a soft light, the corners tinged red, full of the delicate charm of a woman in love. Son Goku gently stroked her cheek with his thumb, just about to speak. Beep. The console's radar rudely emitted a short, sharp sound. They both turned their attention back to the holographic screen. On the screen, a fierce wind howled across the wasteland. A blood-soaked Vegeta, gritting his molars, was laboriously dragging the barely conscious Nappa into a spherical spaceship. In this battle, Raditz had demonstrated absolute combat superiority. The taunts that had just torn open the truth of history had shattered this Saiyan prince's pride along with his very bones. At this moment, Vegeta didn't even have the strength left to turn back and hurl a final threat. He could only suppress his rage and press the launch button. With a thunderous roar, the two spaceships, trailing long flames, hastily ascended, piercing through the atmosphere until their light signals were completely erased from the radar. Phew. I always get a little scared when you're not here. Bulma leaned back in his arms, letting out a long sigh. Son Goku, holding her shoulders, was about to respond. Shoo. The thick alloy door of the lab slid open, completely lacking intact. Raditz, fresh from the fight, strode in with a wave of smoke and gunpowder. His face was flushed with excitement, and even before he was fully inside, his grating voice boomed, "Bulma, I finally gave those two a good thrashing. Did you see my last punch? It was absolutely..." His voice cut off abruptly. Raditz froze like a rooster whose neck had been suddenly wrung, his eyes wide as he stared transfixed at the two people by the window, who hadn't quite separated yet. Even though he hadn't caught anything scandalous, the intimate atmosphere still hanging in the air was unmistakable to anyone who wasn't blind. The air went dead silent. As if shocked, Bulma, her face red, sprang out of Son Goku's embrace. She smoothed her hair in a flustered manner, turned around, and pretended to tap on her keyboard to check data, practically trying to bury her face in the monitor. Son Goku sighed and slowly turned his head. Even though the kiss was thoroughly enjoyed, having his rare tranquility shattered by someone kicking down the door wasn't a pleasant feeling for anyone. The look he gave the door was filled with undisguised pressure. Swept by that calm gaze, every hair on Raditz's body stood on end, and a chill shot straight up his spine. He then abruptly realized that beneath the seemingly easygoing exterior of this younger brother, whose romantic moment he had just interrupted, lay the monstrous power capable of kicking entire galaxies around like footballs. "K. Kakarot." Raditz swallowed hard, the intimidation from his beating of Vegeta crumbling away as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. "When did you get back?" "Just got back." Son Goku's tone was flat, revealing no emotion. I think I left the light on in the gravity room. I need to go turn it off." Driven by pure survival instinct, Raditz turned to bolt. "Wait." Son Goku uttered two words and Raditz was instantly frozen to the floor, not daring to even breathe. "Good job." Son Goku didn't press him further, instead shifting his gaze to the starry sky on the big screen. "Your hard work these past days wasn't wasted. You can now easily overpower Vegeta." Hearing this affirmation, Raditz felt the guillotine above his head move away. He forced a dry smile. "Compared to you, it's nothing. Anyway, Vegeta escaped. Don't you want me to chase him out of the atmosphere and kill him?" "Leave him be. Let him go." Son Goku's voice was steady, carrying the certainty of one who controls the entire situation. For someone with pride etched into their very bones, just crushing them with fists isn't enough. Some bloody truths must be personally uncovered and experienced by him alone for the pain to truly cut deep. Cold, desolate. Deep in the cosmos, two circular flight pods with charred exteriors were tearing through the starry sea at breakneck speed, trailing flames. Inside the rear pod lay Nappa, clinging to life by a thread. Before fleeing Earth, Vegeta had, despite the gnawing discomfort in his gut, dragged this worthless waste into the flight pod like a dead dog. Not for any other reason. The Saiyan race now had only a handful of survivors left. Even if it meant keeping him as cannon fodder or a punching bag, it was better than leaving him to rot on Earth. "Just soak in the healing fluid, you piece of trash." Inside the leading command pod, the thick pale green healing fluid had already risen past Vegeta's neck. Under the oxygen mask, his breathing was extremely labored, accompanied by the muffled sound of bursting blood bubbles. His spine was broken in 3 places, and nearly all his ribs were shattered. For any other Saiyan, such injuries would have long caused shock from blood loss and excruciating pain, but not for him. "Meteor. Frieza." His tightly shut eyes snapped open, the whites crawling with ferocious bloodshot streaks, looking especially terrifying in the green fluid. Raditz's words were like a rusty blunt knife, repeatedly slicing through his nerves. If he didn't seek the truth, his 20-odd years of pride and his precarious submission to Frieza would be nothing but a joke. "Once I recover." Vegeta stared intently at the holographic screen at the planet, growing ever closer, the violence in his eyes almost tangible. "Frieza, you'd better pray that what Raditz said isn't true." Throughout the long interstellar drift, bones healed in the repair fluid, only to be fractured again by the ship's superluminal overload, repeatedly restructuring. The Scion's unreasonable near-death evolutionary instinct, catalyzed by overwhelming hatred, was frantically reshaping this broken vessel. On the other side, the underground lab of Capsule Corporation. Harsh blue electric welding sparks tore through the dim space. Clang. A heavy wrench stained with oil was casually tossed into a toolbox. Bulma in her oil-stained work overalls raised an arm to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Before her was a newly assembled colossal gravity engine exuding metallic coldness. Phew. Finally done. She let out a long, weary breath. The current 300 times gravity chamber was for Son Goku, at best a warm-up room, for after-dinner digestion. To build this 1,000 times gravity chamber, she had directly pulled Dr. Gero, who was in the critical phase of his research, to assist. Got to hand it to him, Dr. Gero really does have a freakish talent for restructuring energy matrices. Bulma stared at the finally stabilized data on the holographic panel, dusting off her hands. The high-density reactor can finally withstand 1,000 times the pressure. Those newly upgraded second-generation combat robots are just right to throw in as sparring partners for Goku. Meanwhile, inside the gravity chamber. Beep. Son Goku pressed the control panel, and the number on the electronic screen jumped to 100. Boom. 100-fold simulated gravity field instantly enveloped the entire metal chamber. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shin'en, caught off guard, were immediately flattened against the alloy floor, their bones emitting teeth-grinding creaks. In contrast, Raditz, though his legs were slightly heavy and sweat poured down, still stood firmly. Enduring 100 times gravity was not too strenuous for him. Son Goku, hands clasped behind his back, walked through the terrifying force field as if on level ground. Your battle power increases are too slow, Goku commented mercilessly. Krillin at 7,000, Yamcha at 5,000, Tien at 12,000. Raditz, you're barely at 50,000, and the effect of conventional gravity training on you is nearly at its limit. Raditz wiped the sweat from his chin, breathing heavily. Kakarot, this gravity is nothing to me, but if we turn it up any higher, the three of them will be crushed into paste. Since conventional physical training has reached its limit today, it'll teach you some hardcore methods to squeeze out your potential. Goku looked at them, his legs slightly bent. Watch closely. This technique is called the Kaioken. A layer of dark red violent aura suddenly enveloped Goku's entire body. Forcibly control the flow of blood and energy, multiplying strength and speed exponentially. The principle is simple, but it demands extreme control over the body and a tremendous burden. Goku retracted his aura like an emotionless instructor. Try it. Start with the lowest multiplier 1. 5 times. Everyone held their breath, closed their eyes, and began to channel their energy. Raditz, with the strongest foundation, let out a roar, and a faint dark red aura struggled to emerge around his body. But he barely held it for 2 seconds before his face turned a deep purple. With a spray of blood, Raditz dropped to one knee, clutching his chest, feeling as if his heart had nearly exploded. Krillin and Tien were in even worse shape. They couldn't even muster the red aura before they both collapsed, spitting blood. No, I can't control the blood energy. My heart feels like it's tearing apart. Tien exclaimed, his eyes wide with horror. This isn't something a living being can practice. Goku raised an eyebrow. Back when he first learned it, he had started with a 10-fold multiplier, thinking that a sturdy body was all it took. Now it seemed that using the Kaioken as a basic attack relied not on Saiyan lineage but on his freakish physical limits and the foundation built through insane training. Stop. Don't kill yourselves. Goku casually tossed out a bag full of senzu beans. Eat one each. Since the shortcut of the Kaioken is out of reach for now, well, use the most primitive brute force method to temper your bodies first. Goku grinned, a ruthless demon trainer glint in his eyes. For the time being, I'll personally shatter your bones piece by piece and let them rebuild. As long as you're not completely dead, a senzu bean will bring you back. Even if you do die, the Dragon Balls have our backs. Train hard, actively seek strength, or it'll be too late when the enemy arrives. Clutching the senzu beans in their hands, Raditz and the others shivered in unison. Time flew by amidst the blood and sweat in the gravity chamber. 6 months later, deep in the cosmos planet Frieza No. 79, the outer space ring military base. Boom, hiss. A battered circular flight pod slammed roughly into the docking bay, spewing out pale, white cooling gas before grinding to a halt. With the hiss of depressurizing valves, the hatch opened. A pristine white combat boot heavily stomped onto the metal floor. Vegeta stepped out of the pod. 6 months of repair and reconstruction had fully healed his injuries. The Scion's near-death evolutionary instinct had not only mended his shattered bones, but had also brutally pushed his base combat power to a terrifying new peak. But there was no trace of post-survival elation on his face. He lifted his head. Those bloodshot eyes, like those of a solitary wolf in the wilderness, locked onto the massive palace at the center of the base. The killing intent that had lain dormant for a full 6 months now seeped from his body like a tangible force, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet to freezing point. Frieza? He ground his molars until they creaked. From the depths of his throat rolled a low, beastly growl. Incoming. On planet Frieza No. 79, the landing pad. The pressure valve let out a piercing hiss as the alloy hatch was kicked open. The moment Vegeta set foot on the ground, the very air of the entire landing pad seemed to tighten. Relying on the cheat of a Scion's near-death evolution, the manic aura that had been pinned up for over half a year in the healing fluid surged out without restraint. The soldiers assigned to receive him felt their chests constrict under the pressure, stumbling backward. Oh, if it isn't our noble Prince Vegeta. A raspy, grating voice carried that familiar punchable tone. Zarbon, with his pink tumor-like belly, strode over. Following beside him was Dodoria, still putting on airs of elegance. Missing for over half a year without even a single report. Been scavenging on some low-level planet. Zarbon laughed boorishly, his wide mouth split open. And what about your tribute? Lord Frieza has been in a foul mood lately, Dodoria added insidiously, his tone unhurried. A stray dog that fails to bring back its bone on time might just end up in the stew. Boom. Before the word stew even landed. Why waste words? Did they really think this was a villain's parade for speeches? Two blinding golden energy blasts fired point blank. The mockery on Zarbin's face froze solid. His massive frame didn't even leave behind a last word, instantly vaporized to ash. Dodoria barely had time to raise a barrier when a second beam of light pierced clean through his chest. A spray of blood mist exploded in midair. Annoying, Vegeta said expressionlessly. His combat boots trod through the still sizzling charred blood, leaving two stark red streaks as he strode purposefully toward the depths of the palace. A piercing alarm blared across the base. A flood of fully armed alien soldiers poured into the corridor, their weapons trained on Vegeta. But when Vegeta's terrifying pressure swept over them, everyone recoiled in a wave of fear, backing away. No one dared to fire the first shot. They could only watch helplessly as he advanced step by step toward the Great Hall. Bang! The thick alloy door was kicked into pieces. In the center of the Grand Hall, the air was stifling, nauseating. Frieza reclined on his hovering chair, his long purple tail swishing lazily. He held a cup of crimson wine, his cold gaze fixed on the intruder with amusement. Oh my mister. Vegeta kicking down someone's door is hardly polite. Frieza's voice was unhurried like an elegant noble. You've killed two of my finest hounds. Do you intend to offer yourself in compensation? Vegeta stood below the steps staring at him without expression. Frieza, spare me that sickening tone. Vegeta clenched his fist so tightly his nails dug into his flesh, blood dripping through his fingers. I came here today for one question. Back then, how did Planet Vegeta really end? Frieza paused slightly, the hand swirling his wine glass freezing for a moment. Then a grating laugh like nails on a blackboard echoed through the hall. Oh ho ho, I see. Frieza took a sip of wine, his gaze like that of someone watching a monkey that had suddenly grown clever. Which chattering insect told you that story? Or has that walnut-sized brain of you scions finally had a breakthrough? Smack. He casually dropped the glass, shattering it on the floor. Since you asked, I'll graciously enlighten you. Yes, that filthy monkey planet was crushed by a single finger of mine, and that was the most satisfying fireworks show I've ever seen. So, it was you. Vegeta bowed his head, his body trembling violently. Over 20 years of humiliation, running like a dog across the universe, only to find out the hand that held the leash had blown up his home. If this debt wasn't settled today, he wouldn't be worthy of the name Vegeta. Yeah. Boom. A terrifying battle power exceeding 5000. A berserk purple aura erupted skyward, a tangible pillar of energy, blasting the hall's dome clean off. Frieza, go to hell. Frieza, with a base power level of 53000, never expected this monkey to unleash such strength. He didn't even have time to raise a hand. Bang. A heavy, powerful punch slammed squarely into Frieza's face. The hovering chair exploded into dust. Frieza shot like a cannonball, smashing through the floor and embedding deep into the bedrock. It's not over yet. Vegeta, like a completely maddened beast, plunged into the pit, grabbed Frieza by the tail, and swung him like an oversized sandbag, smashing him into the walls. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy punches, elbows, knees, and countless point-blank energy blasts. Bang. This punch is for my father. Bang. This punch is for Planet Vegeta. Under the surprise assault, Frieza was battered, vomiting purple blood. The Emperor's armor shattered into rubble. Boom. A brutal axe kick slammed down, pinning Frieza deep in the debris. Vegeta stood over him, listening to his faint gasps, a sickening thrill surging through him. Do you see this? Frieza, this is the fury of a Saiyan. Vegeta laughed hysterically at the collapsed ceiling, completely unhinged. I've surpassed my limits and become the legendary Super Saiyan. Your reign ends today. He was intoxicated, truly believing he had won. But from the rubble came a chilling low laugh. Oh ho ho, I see. Vegeta's manic laughter cut off abruptly. Frieza's dust-covered hands pressed steadily against the stone slab. Crack. As if only a leaf had landed on his back under Vegeta's full weight, Frieza slowly, inch by inch, straightened his body forcefully, pushing Vegeta's foot away. He leisurely brushed off the dust, wiped the blood from his lips. His scarlet eyes held no anger, only the pity of someone watching a monkey at a circus, not flipping hard enough. Truly surprising strength, mister. Vegeta. Frieza twisted his crooked neck, his tone still eerily polite. As a pre-dinner warm-up, you've barely passed. He slowly spread his hands, a sinister smirk spreading across his face. However, as a reward for this little circus act, I'll let you die with clarity. You didn't naively believe that was my full strength, did you? A suffocating pressure began to seep out, making hearts stop. This form I'm in now is merely a shackle I created to suppress my overwhelming power. As the words fell, boom. An utterly unreasonable, terrifying aura exploded from Frieza's small frame. Crack, crack. With the sickening sound of bones dislocating, Frieza's frail form began to swell violently and illogically. His white carapace split open and two long pitch-black horns curved outward like a demon's. His limbs swelled as if inflated, bursting the specially made battle armor. Within mere breaths, he transformed into a muscular giant over 2 meters tall. Gazing at the rugged face, so reminiscent of King Cold, Vegeta's stomach churned violently. The fear suppressed for over 2 decades fully awakened. The moment the transformation completed, the violent air currents in the hall ceased abruptly. The air grew heavy as lead, and the gravity in the entire space seemed to multiply tenfold. The violent purple aura enveloping Vegeta was forced back by this immense pressure, leaving only a thin layer clinging to his skin. You wild monkeys seem to have a ridiculous misconception about me. The newly formed Frieza looked down, his voice as deep as a bronze bell. I don't transform to increase my power. Quite the opposite. My original power is too violent. To suppress it in my daily life, I deliberately created these forms. He slowly extended two thick fingers. Now I've nearly unlocked the first shackle. Let me give you a despairing number. With the limiter removed, my current battle power is 1 million. 1 million. Vegeta's pupils constricted. The Scion's keen sense of ki became the cruelest torture instrument. Standing before him was no longer a living being, but a violent energy capable of devouring a planet. Stop your damned posturing. Fear-bred madness. With a furious roar, Vegeta threw a full-powered punch aimed straight for Frieza's face with a piercing sonic boom. Slap. A crisp sound. No shockwaves. Frieza merely extended a single finger and casually caught the heavy blow, powerful enough to pierce the Earth's crust. Mr. Vegeta, your strength is far too light. Frieza grabbed Vegeta by the neck, hoisting him into the air like a radish. His scarlet eyes were full of mockery. If this is all a Super Saiyan amounts to, how dreadfully disappointing. Bang. Crack. 500,000 against 1 million. Pure overwhelming force. Frieza's knee strike brutally shattered several of Vegeta's ribs, slamming the proud prince onto the floor like a rag doll. Humiliation and blood blurred Vegeta's vision. Go reunite with your fool of a father in hell. Frieza raised a finger, a deep purple death ray compressing intensely at his fingertip, aimed at Vegeta's heart. SSSHH. The lethal beam pierced the air. Yet just half an inch from his chest, the fatal ray crashed into an invisible wall of dense energy and dissipated into a shower of sparks. Several figures had appeared in the ruined hall. The black-haired youth at the forefront wore loose training clothes. Without even lifting his eyelids, he calmly extended two fingers and pinched the air. Snap. The residual lethal energy was crushed like a fragile glass marble. What? Frieza's scarlet eyes shot wide open, and his massive body instinctively leaped backward over 10 meters. He hadn't even seen how the man appeared. His senses told him there was nothing there a moment ago. At the bottom of the crater, Vegeta coughed blood and turned his head with effort. He didn't recognize the black-haired youth. The man exuded no ki whatsoever, yet radiated an unfathomable depth that made one's skin crawl. But he instantly recognized the man behind the youth, that iconic wild mane of hair. Raditz. Vegeta's throat emitted a hoarse rasp. Raditz coldly swept his gaze over the battered Vegeta, completely ignoring the Emperor of the Universe, and strode forward. He produced a green senzu bean and roughly shoved it into Vegeta's mouth, like feeding livestock. Chew and swallow. As long as you're not dead, I'll bring you back. The senzu bean entered his stomach. An unreasonable burst of life force exploded within. Broken bones rapidly realigned, depleted stamina instantly replenished. With the cheat-like power of near-death evolution, Vegeta's ki began to surge uncontrollably. He stood up in disbelief, clenching his fists, his mind in turmoil. This beam could directly heal fatal wounds. What fortune had Raditz stumbled upon in the past 6 months? Only then did Frieza snap back to reality. His face dark with murderous intent, he snarled, I see. I thought all Scions except my few dogs were extinct. Seems there are still stragglers. His gaze passed Raditz and locked onto Goku. That iconic spiky hairstyle was blindingly familiar. A distant memory stung his nerves. The Scion warrior Bardock, who stood alone before his ship, preferring death to surrender just before planet Vegeta's destruction. Raditz, is this your new master? Frieza sneered. You bring a clown without any ki to challenge me. Raditz didn't even acknowledge him. Boom. The body that had been tortured in thousand-fold gravity for 6 months now released all its power without restraint. A blinding white aura shot up, the violent air currents tearing off the remaining roof of the hall. His base battle power had been forcibly raised to the 400,000 mark. Without a scouter, he couldn't see the exact number, but his keen ki sense made Vegeta tremble. This ki was not inferior to his own. The pride of the royal bloodline was shattered. But it wasn't over. Frieza, I heard you're at 1 million now. Within the aura, Raditz slowly raised his head, his muscles tensed to the limit. Kaioken, times 2.5. Rumble. Amid the eardrum-shattering roar, a dark red aura erupted like a volcano, swallowing the white light in an instant. Veins bulged on Raditz's forehead, his energy forcibly breaking through the 1 million mark. The red Kaioken aura, like a rampaging beast, stood its ground against the second form Frieza within the hall. 2 million level energies clashed violently, causing the ground to collapse in large sections. You're perfect for testing the results of my half-year training. Raditz smashed the ground, ready to charge. Enough, Raditz. Stand down. Goku's calm voice suddenly rang out. Though not loud, it was like a stabilizing needle, clearly piercing through the violent currents. The battle intent ceased immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Raditz forcibly dispersed the red aura of the Kaioken, bowed his head respectfully, and stepped back half a pace. Yes, Kakarot. Goku stepped forward. He looked at the towering Emperor of the Universe, his deep black eyes devoid of any tension, holding only an absolute commanding calm. Under Frieza's uncertain gaze, Goku spoke. His tone was flat, but the question he posed shattered all of Frieza's composure in an instant. Frieza, when you destroyed planet Vegeta back then, was it because you feared the legend of the Super Saiyan? Or was it on the orders of the god of destruction, Beerus? There are names in the universe that must never be uttered lightly, such as the 3 words that just escaped Son Wukong's lips. Beerus. The voice carried no weight, not even the slightest emphasis, as flat as if he had casually asked about the weather on a street corner. Yet as it fell upon this grand hall, the raging gale that had filled the air was abruptly severed, as if its throat had been crushed mid-roar, coming to a dead halt. Frieza's thick tail, which had been lazily swishing a moment ago, froze stiff in midair. The muscles on his face began to twitch with grotesque irregularity, and his scarlet pupils constricted until they were mere pinpricks. Within the depths of his memory, the image of the god of destruction, who would yawn without even lifting an eyelid before casually issuing a planet-destroying command, flashed through his mind like a maddening loop. How could this be? The greatest shadow of his entire life, the highest taboo in the entire cosmos, how could it spill from the mouth of a wild monkey? And he was perfectly aware of the truth behind Planet Vegeta's destruction. Seems I hit the mark. Son Wukong gave the Emperor of the Universe no chance to catch his breath, mercilessly tearing away the last shred of his facade. Using Lord Beerah's complaint as your excuse, you went with the flow and erased the legend you feared most. You fooled the entire universe, and in the end you even fooled yourself. Son Wukong stared at him, his words piercing like daggers. Frieza, deep down you've always been afraid. Shut up. Frieza let out a distorted shriek. To hell with elegance, to hell with composure. His perfectly masked face twisted completely, utterly betraying the panic raging in his core. Does this lord fear you lowly apes? Whoosh whoosh. Frieza descended into sheer frenzy. His 10 fingers moved faster than the eye could follow, unleashing hundreds of high-density scarlet death beams, like an impenetrable storm hurtling towards Son Wukong. Over 1,000,000 combat power at full output. The searing heat instantly vaporized the alloy floor, and the air was warped beyond recognition by the intense heat. The entire palace shuddered violently under this relentless bombardment, ceiling panels crashing down in large chunks on the verge of collapse. Yet facing this lethal barrage that could punch through a planet's core, Son Wukong didn't move an inch. Sizzle fizz. There was no deafening explosion, no spectacular beam clash. Those scarlet rays enough to plunge Vegeta into utter despair hit an invisible barrier 3 feet from Son Wukong, like raw eggs smashing against bulletproof glass. With a series of sharp crackles, all the light beams were crushed by the incredibly dense aura Son Wukong emitted, scattering into dim patches of light that faded into nothingness without even a single spark. Frieza raised his smoking hands, his 10 fingers cracked and bleeding from the overload. An uncontrollable shudder ran through his entire body. This was a net of firepower that could riddle a planet, and he blocked it all without even lifting a hand, just using his aura. Is this the full power of your second form? Son Wukong looked at him, shaking his head in disappointment, scared to death by a legend. Frieza, being the emperor of the universe like this is pretty pathetic, isn't it? These words were the final straw that shattered Frieza's sanity. Don't get cocky, you damned ape. Crack, 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 boom. Frieza roared, his muscles bulging like ancient tree roots. The massive white shell of his second form was torn apart by a dense web of fissures. The energy flow went into a frenzy. Thunderclouds churned above the palace as a terrifying pressure far exceeding millions and surging toward tens of millions swelled uncontrollably within him. He was completely desperate, skipping the transition to a third form, intending to jump straight to his final form and tear this monkey apart piece by piece. In such a hurry to turn into a little white guy? Son Wukong's eyes turned cold as he watched the enraged Frieza wait for the villain to slowly finish transforming before attacking. Sorry, he didn't have that bad habit of hot-blooded anime protagonists. Since the battle had begun, he would crush everything with brute force. Son Wukong slightly lowered his center of gravity, straightened his back, and released the energy he had been suppressing within, holding nothing back. Since you're so afraid of that legend, then today you'll grant your wish. Boom. A low, fierce roar. A blinding flash of cyan gold light burst forth from Son Wukong, shooting straight into the heavens. The remnants of the palace's dome evaporated like paper under the pillar of energy, and molten alloy pillars dripped in rivers of dark red iron. The planet's magnetic field went haywire instantly. The thick clouds were punched through by the cyan gold beam, revealing the deep starry expanse of outer space. Within 100 meters, all matter was incinerated into nothingness by this sacred flame, creating an absolute exclusion zone where only he reigned supreme. Amidst the cyan gold inferno, Son Wukong's jet black hair transformed entirely into a dazzling cyan gold hue. His deep black eyes shed their original color, turning into a cold emerald green. Thud! Under this terrifying pressure that transcended the dimensions of life, Raditz's legs gave way, and one knee slammed heavily onto the ground. The pressure made it nearly impossible for him to breathe, and his bones creaked under the unbearable strain. Kakarot, you actually did it. Raditz clawed at the floor tiles, cold sweat soaking his back. As for Vegeta, he stubbornly refused to let his knees bend. He clenched his back molars so hard his teeth might shatter, standing rooted to the spot, as if struck by lightning, his nails digging deep into his palms, his whole body trembling violently. 20 years of surviving like a stray dog, the humiliation of having his dignity trampled underfoot, all of it was cast aside in this moment. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the back of the figure bathed in the cyan gold aura. It wasn't fear, but the ultimate frenzy surging from the depths of his soul as the myth his entire race had believed in for millennia became reality. The legend is real. Super Saiyan really exists. At the front of the hall, Frieza, in the crucial midst of shedding his skin to transform, was completely frozen. He stared blankly at the figure before him, radiating absolute oppression. It was a terrifying power that defied logic enough to effortlessly crush him even in his final form. Super Saiyan. The Emperor of the Universe, who had always treated life as worthless, forced these words out, as if his throat were filled with broken glass. His vaunted composure and elegance were burned to ashes in the dazzling cyan gold light. In the depths of his scarlet eyes, primal fear finally surged uncontrollably. It was the deep despair of a prey animal when its throat is seized by its natural predator. Sun Wukong slowly ascended. His emerald eyes coldly gazed down upon the trembling Frieza below. Watch closely, Frieza. His voice echoed through the raging cyan gold waves of energy like a divine decree pronouncing a death sentence. This is the Super Saiyan who haunts your nights. The pride of a cosmic emperor was sometimes more fragile than a piece of wet toilet paper. Super Saiyan. Frieza collapsed at the edge of the meteor crater, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. He stared fixedly at the man enveloped in cyan golden aura midair. In his scarlet eyes, which had once trampled the entire galaxy underfoot, there remained nothing but the most abject terror. His own proud transformation before this aura that bordered on divine was nothing more than a clown performing acrobatics. Frieza, does it feel like this pressure is about to crush your lungs? Son Goku hovered in midair, the cyan golden aura crackling as it incinerated the rubble swept into it. He looked down coldly, his tone so flat it sent chills down one's spine. 150 million. That's merely my base battle power as a Super Saiyan. At these words, Vegeta and Raditz far away stopped breathing altogether. For them, still floundering in the mire of a mere million battle power, this was no longer a difference in magnitude. It was an outright crushing from an entirely different dimension. Son Goku looked at Frieza, who couldn't even stand below, and his voice carried not a single fluctuation. You couldn't possibly be naive enough to think this is the limit, could you? No sooner had he spoken, Son Goku slowly raised both hands, then suddenly clenched his 10 fingers. His low voice directly told the death knell. 20 times, Kaioken. Boom. If the Super Saiyan form was like a blazing sun, then this was a supernova detonating right in one's face. A layer of extremely violent dark red energy brutally overlaid the cyan golden aura. Son Goku gritted his back teeth, pushing his hunted to thick stream physique and energy control to their limits, forcibly containing this backlash. Under the 20-fold berserk amplification, his battle power skyrocketed straight to 3 billion. The immensely inflated energy forcibly compressed space itself, producing visible ripples. The crust beneath his feet let out a mournful cry as it massively cracked and collapsed. Under the oppressive force of this overwhelming battle power, Frieza's psychological defenses shattered into dust. What final form? What last stand? Everything was annihilated. His mind was left with only the most primal animal instinct: survive. This former cosmic emperor now squirmed backward frantically across the scorching blasted ground like a pathetic grub. His face was a mess of tears and snot as he let out a wretched howl. Don't kill me. Please spare me. They'll give you half the universe. No, all of it. Just don't kill me. You want to give me the universe? Son Goku looked down at him as if he were an illiterate. Frieza, let me give you a bit of common sense before you die. You've occupied this tiny patch of stars, calling yourself emperor without even knowing this place is called Universe 7. Among the 12 universes governed by the divine realm, ours is completely at the bottom. And the empire you're so proud of is nothing but the self-congratulation of a frog at the bottom of a well. Universe 7. Frieza was utterly dumbfounded. Son Goku couldn't be bothered to waste more words. The frost demon race had vitality stronger than a cockroach's. Even a scrap of flesh could lead to resurgence. Since he was taking action, he wouldn't leave even a molecule behind. He pushed a single hand forward, his palm locking firmly onto the bottom of the crater with no unnecessary wind-up. Ka mi haim. Boom. A devastating energy wave of blinding brilliance erupted. Carrying an absolute irresistible violence, it directly pierced through the planet's surface, completely engulfing Frieza along with his pathetic pleas for mercy. His formidable demonic body, scoured by the 3 billion battle power, was burned away without a trace. Not even ashes remained. A generation's cosmic emperor was thus erased from existence. Son Goku exhaled a mouthful of scorching white vapor, cleanly and decisively dispelling the Kaioken and Super Saiyan forms. The oppressive pressure of 3 billion battle power receded like a tide, and the planet, on the verge of disintegration, finally ceased its deadly tremors. Thud thud. Not far away, Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, and the others collapsed to the ground in unison, gasping for air. Cold sweat had plastered their battle suits firmly to their backs. Son Goku turned around, dusted off his hands, and his demeanor abruptly shifted. Alright, stop gawking there. Frieza's dead for good. There's plenty of loot in this old nest. He pointed at the vast alien base ruins, adopting the air of a foreman. Raditz, take the team to sweep the place. Extract all the star charts, gravity room tech, and all information on planet Namek. Move all usable equipment and supplies. Don't leave them a single screw. Yes, Kakarot. Raditz shivered violently, snapping his spine straight. Having witnessed the earth-shattering scene moments ago, he scrambled to gather the others and charge into the ruins, returning to his old trade of looting. While everyone was busy, Son Goku's gaze fell upon a figure not far away. Vegeta, covered in blood, stood there alone. This proud prince clenched his back teeth, his fists tightened until his knuckles turned white. His great revenge was achieved, yet he felt not a hint of satisfaction. He knew better than anyone. Under the absolute crushing force of 3 billion battle power, his proud royal bloodline and genius halo had been nothing but a joke from the very beginning. Son Goku watched him silently. With someone like Vegeta, sympathy and charity were the most useless things. As long as he erected a mountain before him that could never be climbed, the morbid, unyielding obsession deep in his bones would force him to scramble upwards with all his might. Grasping this fierce drive in his hand was akin to holding a sharp blade that could cleave the starry river for him. Vegeta. Son Goku spoke flatly, casually tossing a hoi poi capsule engraved with the Capsule Corporation logo, which precisely landed in his arms. Go change out of those rags you're wearing. Vegeta caught the capsule instinctively, his body stiff. I know you're not convinced. After all, you're the Prince of the Saiyans. Son Goku looked at him, his tone as casual, as if inviting him for a meal. It'll give you time to catch up. Until then, come back to Earth with us. Bulma's gravity training room will definitely suit your tastes. Also, there's someone on Earth who really wants to meet you. Vegeta clenched the tiny capsule tightly, staring at Son Goku for a full 30 seconds. Finally, he turned his head away, letting out an extremely stubborn snort from his nose. Don't get too cocky. One day I will become a Super Saiyan too. His tough words rang out loud and clear, but Son Goku knew in his heart, like a mirror. This proud and unruly Saiyan prince's overbearing spirit had been thoroughly broken today. Half a day later, the disc-shaped mothership loaded with the highest technology and star charts of the Frieza Force shot into the sky with a blue tail flame, leaving the dead planet behind for good. Son Goku leaned back in the spacious leather seat of the main control room, gazing at the deep star sea outside the porthole, a glint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Planet Namek. And the Dragon Balls. First return to Earth for a while to rest and recuperate. Then he'll go and properly reorganize the remaining cosmic assets. The setting sun over the West City was abruptly sliced by a massive shadow. Accompanied by the deafening roar of engines, a disc-shaped alien mothership swaggered through the clouds, landing arrogantly on the Capsule Corporation's landing pad. Hiss! The pressure valve of the main hatch released a torrent of scalding white smoke. Bang! A heavy object was brutally kicked down the gangway, rolling 3 or 4 times on the grass. A bald giant wrapped in medical bandages and wearing only a pair of black shorts groaned, "Ugh. Raditz, you bastard, be gentler. My ribs just healed." That Ba, lying on the grass, winced in pain. Raditz dusted off his hands, leisurely walked down the gangway, and with a look of disdain said, "Shut up, that Ba. It's already generous of me not to throw you into outer space. I just stay there quietly." Then Sun Wukong stepped out of the hatch with a light stride. Wukong. Bulma, with her water blue short hair, rushed over like a whirlwind and dove into Sun Wukong's embrace. "You were gone for so long. Finally decided to come back." She hugged Sun Wukong's neck tightly, her voice filled with unabashed complaint. Sun Wukong caught her effortlessly, gently patting her back with a grin. "I took a spaceship back. It took a bit of time. But I brought you something good." Sun Wukong turned his head and gestured. Raditz immediately emerged from the cargo hold of the ship, carrying several heavy black metal boxes, and dropped them heavily onto the grass. "I raided Frieza's hideout." Sun Wukong watched Bulma's eyes suddenly light up, smiling as he clarified. "Inside are countless rare metal samples not found on Earth, precise star maps of the entire universe along with their top-tier technology. An alien top-tier technology repository." Bulma's bloodline as a genius scientist boiled at that moment. She decisively released Sun Wukong's neck and rushed to the metal boxes, eagerly running her fingers over the cold patterns, wishing to immediately move them into the laboratory for research. With this batch of the universe's top-tier resources, Capsule Corporation's technological tree could probably take off instantly. Just as the atmosphere was delightful, a cold snort came from the hatch. Vegeta, arms crossed, strutted down the gangway with the arrogance of a Saiyan prince. He shot Bulma a sideways glance and ungraciously crushed a cluster of precious tulips that had just been watered. "Hey woman, don't stand there being an eyesore. Where's your gravity chamber? I can't wait to train. Hurry up and show me the way." The scene suddenly fell silent. That Ba, lying on the ground, swallowed hard, and Raditz gasped silently, taking 2 steps back, even preparing to drop down for cover at any moment. Bulma's hand on the metal box froze. She slowly stood up and turned her head. The sparks in her water blue eyes seemed ready to explode. "You shorty with a receding hairline. Do you understand manners?" Bulma kicked off her slippers, stomping barefoot toward Vegeta. With her fierce spirit ignited, she didn't care what kind of alien prince he was as she pointed her finger at Vegeta's nose and scolded. "You trampled my flowers and dare to speak to me like that. Who do you think you are? You look like a malnourished black hedgehog barging into someone else's home at night, pretending to be a big shot." Vegeta was taken aback on the spot. The proud Saiyan prince who had roamed the universe for over 20 years and killed more beings than this woman had eaten grains had never encountered anyone daring enough to point at his nose and call him a bald shorty. "You're seeking death." Vegeta's eyes gleamed with fury, a murderous intent boiling within, a violent aura threatening to explode from his body. However, before his rage could ignite, a calm, yet overwhelmingly oppressive gaze fixed upon him like 2 heated steel nails driving into his back. Vegeta's muscles stiffened suddenly, his neck turning like a rusty gear, extremely rigid as he turned. The monster Kakarot who had crushed Frieza like a bug in the universe was quietly watching him. Sun Wukong said nothing, but Vegeta's primal instincts screamed alarm. If he dared to touch a single hair on this woman today, he would meet the same fate as Frieza. His Adam's apple rolled painfully. Vegeta forcibly swallowed the anger rising in his throat, gritting his teeth as he turned his head desperately, seeking an excuse for himself. TCH. I want stoop to the level of a powerless weakling. Raditz, take those two over there. Son Wukong commanded unceremoniously. Tonight we'll hold a welcome party on the top terrace. Let them handle the decoration of the colorful lights and the grill. If you do poorly, you can forget about ever entering the gravity chamber again. Understood. Kakarot. Raditz stifled a laugh, grabbed the bewildered that Ba from the ground, waved at the scowling Vegeta, and soared into the air. The night breeze was cool, dispersing the day's heat. On the spacious terrace of Capsule Corporation, starry lights intertwined, and soft music echoed in the night. Bulma took a shower and changed into a fitted evening gown, leaning against the marble railing. She looked at Son Wukong, who was holding a glass of juice, her eyes filled with warmth. Wukong, thank you for bringing back the technology repository. This trip must have been dangerous. Your safe return is more important than anything else. That pile of scrap metal was just the spoils of war I picked up, nothing worth mentioning. Son Wukong set down his glass and turned to face Bulma. The evening breeze tousled his dark hair, and in his deep eyes, usually focused on formidable foes, only the girl before him remained. Bulma. Son Wukong took a half step back, standing tall, as he slowly knelt on one knee. Meeting Bulma's astonished gaze, he conjured a small red velvet box from his pocket, like magic. I prepared this before I left. The box opened with a snap. Inside was not a worldly diamond or gold, but a ring holder exuding an ancient quality with a main stone embedded that shimmered like the flowing light of a galaxy. Before leaving Earth, I summoned the dragon. Son Wukong watched Bulma's eyes welling with tears, his voice gentle, yet carrying an undeniable authority. I had it custom made for you. Bulma's tears instantly streamed down her face, covering her mouth as she sobbed uncontrollably. She never imagined that the coveted wish from the dragon would be exchanged for a ring by this man. Earth is too small to contain your talents. From now on, all the good things in the universe belong to you. Son Wukong held her slightly trembling left hand, looking up and softly saying, Bulma, marry me. I do. On a private island owned by Universal Capsule Company, located south of West City, on Earth, a lavish century wedding was about to unfold amidst the sea breeze. Bulma directly leveraged the wealth of the richest tycoon, transforming a deserted island into a top-tier resort in just 3 days. However, at the edge of the resort, the most comical scene in the universe was unfolding beside a beach chair. Hey, don't move. I need to measure the skull shape and brow ridge data of the Saiyan prince. With golden hair and large black-framed glasses, Tais was gleaming with excitement. She held a soft measuring tape and was unceremoniously gesturing above the head of a short man, radiating murderous intent. Woman, are you tired of living? Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins, his fists cracking ominously as the surrounding sand began to float in zero gravity from his murderous aura. How could he, the prince of the Saiyans who had roamed the universe for over 20 years, be reduced to having a woman from Earth whose combat power barely reached 5 measure his hairline while seated? What are you roaring about? Tais acted as if she hadn't heard, taking out a small notebook to record her findings while mumbling. When angry, it seems his hairline has receded another 0.5 centimeters. Tais, are you insane? A bright yellow-eyed head suddenly popped out from the nearby bushes. Galaxy Patrolman Gak sneaked up and tugged at Tais' sleeve, urgently warning. As your dear friend, I must remind you. This is the most ruthless wanted criminal in the universe, Vegeta. He has destroyed more planets than I have patrolled. Are you out of your mind? Oh, Gak, you're just in time. Tais happily waved him over. Quickly help me hold him down. Ew, I want to measure the dilation ratio of his pupils when he's angry. Gak followed her finger and was met with Vegeta's eyes, which seemed ready to devour him. Gulp. Gak swallowed hard, his legs turning to jelly. He immediately stood at attention, gazing skyward, pretending to be a lifeless signpost that couldn't understand Earth's language. His gaze returned to the main venue, where the banquet area had already descended into a frenzy of feasting. Beside a massive outdoor grill, the Ox King wielded a shovel taller than himself, flipping a whole roasted Tyrannosaurus. Not far away, Yamcha was leading Puar and Oolong, joining Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu in devouring everything on the long table. Master Roshi was wearing sunglasses, searching for bridesmaids in bikinis while holding a champagne glass. This is amazing. The chef Bulma hired is incredible. Yamcha's mouth was dripping with grease. Kaiatsu even used his special ability to control flying meatballs, delivering them directly into Tien Shinhan's mouth. Under the long table, 3 sneaky shadows were huddled together. King, this roast is better than what we have in our castle during New Year. Asu, dressed in ninja garb, was fiercely gnawing on a turkey leg. Idiot. We came here to steal the Dragon Balls amidst the chaos, not to mooch off the food. King Pilaf scolded Asu with frustration, peeking out from under the table. That glance made Pilaf nearly pee his pants. Once I get the Dragon Balls, to rule the world. Oh my, is that old man a deity? Pilaf and I huddled together in fear, realizing that the scene was not just about deities. There were also living embodiments of death capable of destroying Earth with a flick of their fingers. The trio quickly reached a consensus: suspend the Dragon Ball theft plan indefinitely and focus on hiding under the table while eating, leaving as soon as they were full. Cough, cough. A raspy cough echoed through the giant speakers, shaking the champagne tower on the long table. The entire venue fell silent, and everyone turned to look at the center stage. Raditz was clad in a custom black suit that was almost bursting at the seams, his knee-length signature long hair tied into a neat ponytail. As Goku's older brother, he was taking on the role of the wedding officiant today. Well, the auspicious time has arrived. All rise for the entrance of the bride and groom. The melodious symphony drowned out the sound of the waves. Goku appeared in an all-black high-fashion suit, standing tall. The coldness in his deep eyes had faded, now radiating warmth and clarity. At the end of the red carpet, Bulma walked slowly, holding Dr. Brief's arm. Her intricate and dreamlike wedding dress shimmered under the moonlight, captivating everyone in attendance. Goku, today I entrust my most proud daughter to you. Dr. Brief's eyes glistened as he solemnly handed Bulma's hand over. Goku firmly received it, looking at the girl before him, and solemnly promised, "Doctor, you can rest assured. With me here, no one in this universe would dare let her suffer even the slightest grievance." Krillin hurriedly approached with small steps. He held a dark red velvet box tightly in both hands, trembling, as if he were carrying a key blast that could explode at any moment. G. Goku, the ring. Goku took the box but did not rush to open it. Instead, he looked up at the night sky. "I feel like something is missing from the wedding atmosphere." Under the puzzled looks from the crowd, Goku raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Buzz! The 7 Dragon Balls piled in the corner of the main stage erupted in dazzling golden light. Thunderclouds rolled in, and the originally clear night sky suddenly darkened. The mighty and majestic green dragon spiraled down amidst the howling wind and flashing lightning, bringing a palpable sense of pressure to the one who gathered the Dragon Balls. The dragon began to exude divine pressure, but its massive eyes sweeping downwards abruptly cut off the rest of its line. It recognized the man in the black suit. This very ancestor had once forced it to create a ring through sheer force. "You? Hello again." The dragon's tone seamlessly transitioned from aloof deity to humble customer service. "What can I do for you this time?" "Don't be nervous. Why, don't have any wishes." Goku held Bulma's hand, speaking as casually as if he were instructing a contractor. "Today is my wedding. Make a heart shape in the sky and add some golden light as a background. Remember, don't block the moon." The venue fell into complete silence. Under the table, the Pilaf trio swallowed their chicken bones whole, their eyes nearly popping out, as if witnessing a madman. "That was the wish-granting dragon. You went through all this trouble to summon it just to have it act as a festive light prop for the wedding." The dragon clearly fell silent at this request that insulted its dignity. Its massive whiskers trembled violently. It instinctively cast a pleading glance towards Earth's deity at the main table. "Mr. Popo. Well, Popo, this tea is quite nice today, isn't it?" The deity shivered under the gaze, resolutely turning his head to look at the sky and ground, refusing to make eye contact with the dragon. Mr. Popo nodded vigorously, creating an afterimage. "What universe joke is this? The one below is a living embodiment of death with explosive combat power. Who dares to provoke him?" Seeing the creator's cowardly demeanor, a drop of sweat as big as a water tank slid down the dragon's forehead. "As you wish. Wishing you a happy marriage with eternal bliss." The dragon dejectedly shouted, and then contorted its massive body in a painfully awkward manner, twisting itself into a giant heart shape. Brilliant and soft golden light seeped through the gaps in its scales, obediently serving as an all-around wedding spotlight. Puffed! Seeing the dejected heart-shaped dragon in the sky, Bulma couldn't hold back any longer, covering her mouth as she laughed uncontrollably, even shedding tears of joy. With this most absurd and hardcore dragon light show in the universe, Goku knelt on one knee and carefully slid the starry diamond ring onto Bulma's ring finger. Bang bang bang. Yamcha and Tien Shinhan took the lead in setting off fireworks. The Pilaf trio hid under the table, clapping vigorously. Vegeta was being tightly held by ties, forcing out a smile that looked worse than being beaten. Gak was sweating profusely beside them. Goku stood up and kissed the bride amidst the fluttering streamers. The hall erupted in cheers.